bersatu dalam Sarawak yang tercinta. Rakyat hidup aman dan bahagia. Satu impian sehati sejiwa, jasamu disanjung dalam Malaysia.
Terbang tinggi burung kenyalang, anugerah bangsa penuh gemilang.
Untukmu kami rela berkorban, demi cinta, aman dan kemakmuran. Untukmu kami taat, setia berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Berjuang ke arah perpaduan, bersepakat menuju kemajuan.
Satu impian sehati sejiwa, jasamu disanjung dalam Malaysia.
Terbang tinggi burung kenyang, anugerah bangsa penuh gemilang. Untukmu kami rela berkorban, demi cinta, aman dan kemakmuran. Untukmu kami taat, setia berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Sarawak madah cobonya, Ibu Pertiwiku yang kita punya. Harumkan nama di mata dunia, barulah Malaysia madah cobonya. Kami sayang Sarawak, kami pun jua. Musuh datang melawan kami si cua. Bersatu hati sehati sejiwa, kami sayang kita demi Sarawak. Hati hidup lagi gelapan, Sarawak tercinta pertahankan. Hati hidup lagi gelapan, satu matlamat, satu impian. Untukmu kami rela berkorban, demi cinta, aman dan kemakmuran. Untukmu kami taat, setia berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Kami sayang kita,
Welcome and salam sejahtera to all participants attending virtually to the 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar 2024. We will begin our program shortly, but before we do, here are a few housekeeping announcements from the organizers. Please be informed that you will be automatically muted upon signing into the seminar link. You are requested not to share the link to any other persons without obtaining prior permission from the organizing committee. Kindly register your attendance by scanning the QR code and completing the attendance registration form thereafter. Please be informed that CPD points for participants will be automatically updated. Regarding CPD points for speakers and e-poster competition participants, you will need to submit the claim and the relevant documents to claim on the designated CPD platforms. Participants' e-certificates, speakers' e-certificates, and e-poster competition e-certificates will be emailed to you within a week's time. Any questions that you would like to raise to the speakers during the presentation, you may drop them in the Q&A box. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to contact our technical team in the chat box. We will also update the registration link often in the chat box. Last but not least, feel free to visit our website at tinyurl.com/unimasphx to view the posters and other information regarding this seminar. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and please stay tuned. Okay.
Putri Sentubung, putri sejinjang, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dan dewa turun kayangan. Putri Sentubung, putri sejinjang, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dan dewa turun kayangan. Suatu harinya dua kelahi beranok-ranok si henti-henti. Seorang madah diri bagus agi, seorang si kalah walau sampai mati. Putri Sentubung, putri sejinjang, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dan dewa turun kayangan. Putri Sentubung, putri sejinjang, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dan dewa turun kayangan. Putri Sentubung, putri sejinjang, pagi beranok-ranok si henti-henti. Seorang madah diri bagus adi, seorang segala walas sampai mati. Putri Santubong, putri sejindak, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dah lewat turun kayangan. Putri Santubong, putri sejindak, penjaga gunung negeri Sarawak. Manisnya si ada dapat dilawan, anak dah lewat turun kayangan.
Sarawakku sayangku, kebanggaanku selalu, aman makmur selamanya Sarawakku. Rakyat bersatu padu, pemimpin mengambil tahu, menuju maju Sarawak maju. Kita anak Sarawak, sama-sama jaga Sarawak. Kita sayang Sarawak, sanggup berkorban untuk Sarawak. Oh ha, mari lakukan bersama. Membara di dalam jiwa. Inilah negeriku, tanah tumpah darahku. Sama-sama kita jaga Sarawak. Sarawakku sayangku, kebanggaanku selalu, aman makmur selamanya Sarawakku. Rakyat bersatu padu, pemimpin mengambil tahu, menuju mercu Sarawak maju.
Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. To all participants attending virtually, we welcome you to the 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar 2024. We will begin our program shortly, but before we do, again, another housekeeping announcement from the organizers. Please be informed that you will be automatically muted upon signing into seminar link. You are requested not to share the link to any other person without obtaining prior permission from the organizing committee. Kindly register your attendance by scanning the QR code and completing the registration form thereafter. Please be informed that CPD points for all participants will be automatically affected. Regarding CPD points for speakers and e-poster competition participants, you will need to submit the claim and the relevant documents to claim on the designated CPD platform. Participants' e-certificates, speakers' e-certificates, and e-poster competition e-certificates will be emailed to you next time. Any questions that you would like to raise to the speakers during the presentation, you may drop them in the Q&A box. If you face any difficulties at all, do not hesitate to contact our technical team in the chat box. We will also update the registration link often in the chat box. Last but not least, feel free to visit our website, tinyurl.com/UNIMAS-EHX to view the poster and other information regarding the seminar. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and please stay tuned. A very good morning and salam sejahtera to all esteemed participants. We would like to warmly welcome everyone to the 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar 2024, carrying the theme, A Collaborative Call to Action for a Climate Resilient Future. We are broadcasting live from the beautiful land of Sarawak, Malaysia, specifically from the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Malaysia Sarawak, UNIMAS. To begin our program, join us in honoring our nation as we sing the anthem, Negaraku, followed by the state anthem, Ibu Pertiwiku, and UNIMAS Gemilang, the university's anthem. To bless our seminar this morning, it is a pleasure to call upon Ustaz Wan Muhammad Mujahid bin Wan Alwi from Pusat Khidmat Pelajar UNIMAS to lead us in the doa recital. Dipersilakan Ustaz.
Auzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam Unimasku sayang. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh. Wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu wa may yudlilhu fala hadiya lahu. Wa asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarika lahu wa anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise is due to the Almighty Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the world. May the peace and mercy of Allah be upon His Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, companions, and followers. O Allah, with Your mercy and protection, we are able to gather here at this 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar 2024, Climate Change and Health, a collaborative call to action for climate resilient future. O Allah, we seek refuge in Allah from the evil of our souls and our sinful deeds. You have already given us of the kingdom and taught us the interpretation of the narratives, originator of the heavens and the earth. You are our protector in this world and the hereafter. O Allah, make us speak with guidance, inspire us with piety, give us success for that which is most pleasure, and employ us in what is most pleasing to You. Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, make us enjoy moderation, place us among the people of right behavior, guides to right conduct and the righteous servants. O Allah, Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram, we seek Your assistance and humbly ask for guidance, and we beseech Your forgiveness and return to You in repentance. We cherish faith in You and place our trust in You. We ask You for the best affair, the best supplication, the best success, the best knowledge, the best deed, and finally the best reward. O Allah, make our gathering here a blessed one, and our dispersion thereafter a guided and protected one, and make not any among us a wretched or deprived one. Make easy for us every difficult thing, with Your special favor and kindness, for it is easy for You to make every difficult thing easy. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana haza jam'an marhuma, wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma, wa la taj'al Allahumma fina, wa la ma'ana, wa la man yatba'una shaqiyan, wa la matrudan, wa la mahruma. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you very much, Ustaz Wan Muhammad Mujahid, for the beautiful doa recital. We hope that God's abundant blessings be upon us as we dive into this public health seminar. Salam-salaman jari ke jari, dekat jauh berhimpun sini. Selamat datang bersua lagi ke 10th Public Health Seminar. Dear esteemed participants, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Simon Channing Nup, and I am a Year 1 Doctor of Public Health candidate from UNIMAS, and I am honored to be your Master of Ceremony for this morning. This is the 10th year that our final year Doctor of Public Health candidates have been able to host this public health seminar. With the guidance from the faculty members and staff from UNIMAS, we are excited to bring to you a public health seminar that underscores an important topic relevant to all mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme, A Collaborative Call to Action for a Climate Resilient Future, is a poignant rallying cry, encapsulating the imperative collective efforts in addressing the pressing challenges posed by climate change. In an era where environmental sustainability is paramount, collaboration becomes the cornerstone for implementing meaningful solutions. Our theme today not only calls attention to the imminent threats, but also inspires for a proactive approach, urging individuals and organizations to join forces, share knowledge, and implement tangible actions that contribute to a sustainable and climate resilient future. We hope this 10th
berusaha associated professor of the head of community medicine of public health, yang berusaha professor Shah advisor at UNIMAS public health seminar, yang berusaha professor central coordinator of public health seminar, yang berusaha Dr. Muhammad Faizal merupakan chairperson dan public health seminar, esteemed speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Salam selamat ibu-ibu dan salam berlebihan. Welcome. 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar titled Climate Change and Health. Collaborative Call to Action for Climate Resilient Future. We are pleased to have you here today. Since 10 years ago, final year students pursuing a Doctor of Public Health degree has coordinated the UNIMAS Public Health Seminar, and this year, Dr. Muhammad Faizal is leading the 12th cohort of DRPH final year students, comprising 16 students, to organize this seminar. The committee planned and managed these events starting August last year. Congratulations to the 12th cohort for their exceptional teamwork. Today, we are gathered to address climate change, significant issue we are all facing. Scientific consensus states that human activity is causing the Earth to warm at an unprecedented pace. Climate change exacerbates heat-related illnesses, respiratory conditions. The World Health Organization, WHO, released that between 2030 and 2050, climate change will result in an additional 250,000 fatalities annually, approximately 2 to 4 climate but we need the 10th Public Health Seminar focuses on the impact of climate sciences on public health, the environment, psychosocial needs, and vector-borne diseases. This program will emphasize the important connection between environmental justice and health equality, and how they can either support proactive health initiatives or exacerbate climate change. This seminar assists participants in recognizing, comprehending, and promoting efficient strategies for sustainability and climate resilience. There will also be a scientific paper presentation session for public health community to exhibit and share the research and knowledge with the participants. The time for action is now. It's never too late to salvage from further irreversible damage to our Earth. We cannot afford to delay or deny the reality of climate change any longer. We must come together as individuals, communities, as businesses, and governments to work towards a more sustainable and resilient. The organizers, they have compiled a selection of themes to be discussed.
Sunset my chat GPT.
Eager to hear from speakers from diverse professional backgrounds. This conference provides a valuable opportunity for public health practitioners, environmentalists, activists, individuals, businesses, and government agencies to gather and participate in a daily webinar to explore and learn. Let us dedicate ourselves to this crucial cause and work towards making a significant impact on planet and collaboratively build a more more sustainable, resilient future for ourselves and for all other people. Before I end this talk, I want to take a moment, express my sincere gratitude and to the community medicine public health department staff and organizing team that work tirelessly behind the scenes to make this seminar possible. Their dedication and commitment have been instrumental in shaping today's event, and we are incredibly grateful for their work. Lastly, I want to thank each and every one of you participants in this webinar for taking time to be here today. Your present enriches our session, and we are honored to have you as part of it. Without further ado, I officially open this 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar with the title Climate Change and Health, a collaborative call to action for climate resilience. Thank you.
Global temperature rise. Warming ocean. Sea level rise. Extreme weather. Shrinking ice sheets.
Now, effects of climate change.
Climate experts are sounding the alarm over a troubling new report showing Greenland is getting greener.
한국은 지난해 다짐한 2050
A threat to millions of lives. Human race against the catastrophe. A collaborative call to action for a climate-resilient future.
We thank Professor Dr. Asri from the bottom of our hearts for his welcoming address and for officially opening the 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar 2024. Hujan turun jatuh ke bumi, alam sekitar kita lindungi. Kesihatan awam tanggungjawab kami, call to action juh beramai-ramai. Dari kucing hingga ke limbang, lestari iklim kita bimbang. Sedia kita nerima ilmu, sikan dijumpa di dalam buku. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our 10th Public Health Seminar with our first plenary session. Allow me to introduce our moderator for this session, Associate Professor Dr. Sam Frosanaji from the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, UNIMAS. Associate Professor Dr. Sam Frost is a public health medicine specialist. He obtained his medical degree from Volgograd State Medical University, Russia. He subsequently pursued his passion in public health and obtained his Masters of Public Health and Doctor of Public Health in 2019. He has served as a public health medicine specialist with the Ministry of Health, delivering public health care in Kudat, Penampang, and Sri Aman Health Office. He carries with him a wealth of experience and insights from all over East Malaysia, to be shared with all his students here in UNIMAS. Without further ado, we invite Associate Professor Dr. Sam Frost to moderate our first plenary session. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dedicated delegates. It is both an honor and profound responsibility to stand before you today as the moderator for this pivotal plenary session entitled Climate Change, Trends and Health Impacts. We are at a critical juncture in our collective journey, facing a challenge that knows no borders, respects no sovereignty, and impacts every facet of our natural human systems. Climate change is not a distant threat looming on the horizon. It is here, reshaping our world, our well-being in real time. The focus of today's session transcends into scientific inquiry and environmental activism. We delve into the very heart of human vulnerability, which is our health. The intricate links between the changing climate and public health are undeniable and increasingly concerning. From the spread of infectious diseases to the surge in heat-related illnesses, from the mental health crisis post-natural disaster to the nutritional deficiency to crops failures, the impacts are varied as they are profound. To navigate through this complex tapestry of challenges and solutions, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Rohaida binti Ismail, whose expertise and dedication illuminate the path forward. Dr. Rohaida is the head of Climate Change Unit at the Environmental Health Research Center, Institute for Medical Research. She obtained her medical degree MD from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2000 and Master in Community Medicine and Environmental Health in 2009. Her experience in the occupational and environmental health as a public health medicine specialist started since 2009. In July 2019, she completed the MOH Public Health Subspecialty Training Program for the Environmental Health in Climate Change. Her research interest is public health vulnerability and adaptation to climate change, extreme weather events, and environmental degradation. She has published numerous papers related to this field. As part of the environmental health experts in the Ministry of Health Malaysia, she is currently involved in a national plan to enhance research and children's environmental health birth cohort and human biomonitoring program. Among her accomplishments, she is one of the lead authors for the public health sectors in the Malaysia reports of the National Communication and Biennial Update report to UNFCCC and in 2022. She is also actively involved as a committee in the Malaysian Society for Environmental Epidemiology. As we proceed, I encourage our distinguished speaker and all of you to reflect on the daunting challenges and envision and articulate the pathways to resilience, adaptation, and ultimately a healthier, more sustainable coexistence with our planet. Dr. Rohaida, the floor is yours. Rohaida, can you on your mic? Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear?
Yes, you can proceed. Yes.
Sorry for just now. I think there's problem in the selection of the speakers. Okay, okay, I'll start again. Thank you, Associate Prof. Dr. Sam for the introduction, and Yang Berusaha Professor Dr. Asri Said, Dean of Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences from UNIMAS, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, colleagues, and also the audience, especially the students, which are our future brilliant mind in public health. So can I have the slide? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And it is my great honor to be part of this public health seminar, and I would like to extend my especially Prof. Razita Sham and the team for the invitation. So basically, what I'm going to share today is about the climate change and health, how we are looking into the global trends of climate change and health. Okay, next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Okay, thank you. Okay, so basically, we're going to look at the basic science, how we are going to connect between the climate change and also the health impacts, and what are actually the roles for public health in responding to climate change, especially the action for climate change. Okay, next. Okay, this is some of the basic, because I did some review of articles and also abstract for presentations about climate change and health. Sometimes the concept between the weather, climate change, and climate variability is actually there's some overlapping between the concept or the terms of weather, climate change, and variability. So even though that we know that weather is actually the short term, for example, in certain diseases, it could be climatic factors or daily changes of the weather that can link with certain diseases, for example, in hand, foot, and mouth disease. But for climate change, we are looking into long term. Some would say that 5 years could be considered as climate change. But for example, with some climate variability, looking into air pollution, sometimes some of the literature are saying that climate change could be seen at least for terms of 7 years. And if it is more around the data for 10 to 20 years, it will be better in the modeling and prediction of the disease that related to climate change. And climate variability is a variation. For example, currently we are having hot weather in the northern states of Peninsular Malaysia, and the climate variability could be because of the phenomenon, for example, the El Nino. So there could be some overlapping in the terms of weather, climate change, and variability. And if we look at the global temperature, it can be seen that how our temperature have increased over the past 100 years. And globally, the greenhouse gases are contributed to the effects of climate change, and people are looking, the scientists are looking into the effects for the ecosystem and also environmental, from the environmental degradation that could be interlinked with the climate change. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is, for example, how the climate change. We are looking into climate change and global warming, the greenhouse effects from the gases that contributed by the human activity or from the anthropogenic human activity. And it is alarming, in fact. The right picture showing that a large iceberg is actually drifting into the oceans, and the distance is actually increased every year. So this is the alarming parts of the global warming. But people are actually, we are looking into the environmental effects. How about the health? Okay, next slide. So the environmental impacts from the climate change, we are looking into three parts or three factors, which first, the temperature. The temperature actually causing the increased temperature, the hot weather, possibility of a heat wave. And the second part is precipitation. The precipitation, for example, in the temperate country or in four seasons country, it is related to the snow or and rain as well. But for us in tropical countries, it is basically precipitation that related to rainfall. So it can cause major effects from the flooding, the landslide, and also storms in our regions. And the thirdly is actually sea level rise. As we know that Malaysia, we are surrounded by the coastal. It is quite a large portion of Malaysia is actually surrounded by the coastal. So in the future, we have to look at the impact of sea level rise to our population, to the environment as well. So basically, the impact from the climate change can have multiple physical climate conditions as in the slides, but this will increase the attributed to human influence, especially the extreme weather events. Next slide, please. As we can see, this is from 2022, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change reports that since few years back, I think in 2018, the scientists all over the world are saying that we have to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avert catastrophic health effects. And this would prevent further increase of death or mortality related to climate change. For example, the graph on the left side showing the global surface temperature changes. If we can see that the graph with the gray lines is actually the observation from 1950 to around 2010, and the projection of the scenario depends on SSP or social pathway, shared social pathway. The blue one, if we do something right now, we do something that to mitigate the climate change. So the climate change won't progress to the higher scenario. So if you can see that for the SSP 8.5, for example, with higher scenario, the impacts to human are more. So we would say that even with 1.5 degrees Celsius, the human population, the health effects, we are not considered in the safe zone. So any additional 10 degree of warming will take serious impacts on human health. And with the current trajectory, it is very high confidence that the greater health outcomes and also mortality can be experienced by our next future generation. Okay, next, please. So we can see that this is the sectors that they are looking at in the IPCC. So the health and well-being are especially the health outcomes from the infectious diseases, the heat, malnutrition, and effects from the wildfires, mental health, and displacements. These are actually happen globally. And in Malaysia, I will explain in the next slides what we are looking in Malaysia, the effects of climate change. Okay, next, please. Okay, if you look at for a global level and also regional impacts, we can see that the confidence of being affected by climate change, especially for the health sectors, we can see the middle part in the Asia. The confidence is actually between a medium to to high confidence, which means that infectious diseases, the purple in the screen is actually showing that we could experience more effects from infectious diseases, but for the for other diseases, it is the medium impacts for the health in the Asia. And if you look at globally, actually, the Africa region and also Asia region is the most estimated to have more effects as compared to other regions. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the latest, the previous slide. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is actually the latest report from the IPCC in 2023 about the future emissions. From the observed temperature, the surface temperature from 1900 to 2022, we can see that our next generation that are born later, our children, and also maybe the next generation, they are exposed to very high future emissions. For example, by 2100, their lifespan at that time, they're exposed to the effects of global warming and also more hot environment as compared to current. And our previous generation, for example, the last the bottom in the line, people who were born in 1950s, they're currently experiencing about intermediate to high temperature as compared to the next generation. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the frameworks by the WHO that showing the linkages between vulnerability, the hazards, and also exposure. So the health outcomes, actually, there's a lot of health outcomes to be considered to be linked with climate change. However, for Malaysia, we are looking into more towards the communicable diseases, for example, vector-borne diseases, food water-borne, and also other communicable diseases. And we are looking into non-communicable diseases, but malnutrition and food waterborne diseases is also parts of the issues in the regions. And for mental health and psychosocial health, usually it is related more towards extreme weather events. And currently for Ministry of Health, we are looking into better healthcare facilities, the resilient healthcare facilities that could provide services, the uninterrupted services, especially during the climate event, and also to enhance and strengthen our resilience throughout the carbon emission, to ensure that we have green building and to have low carbon emission facilities. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the vulnerable population. What we are looking into is actually how the different climate in terms of the temperature, precipitation or rainfall, and also sea level rise to our population. For example, for heat wave, we have did study in northern parts of Peninsular Malaysia. It shows that people in specific age, for example, elderly, and also gender, females, and those who are living in the area that considered or categorized as urban, they are actually more vulnerable towards hot weather. And it could be different with other exposure as well. For example, those who are living in remote communities, they could also be vulnerable to certain climate factors that could interrupt their socioeconomy and also health. Okay, next, please. If we can see that the climate change risk over the years, and from the historical into 1990 to 2005, we can see that if the days that combine the temperature and humidity pose a risk of mortality to individuals, and it is projected that the impacts utilize a global threshold beyond, in which daily mean surface of the temperature and relative humidity might indicate that the effects of high temperature towards human and the mortalities. And this is shown by the below diagram that showing that if the temperature is increased, for example, by 4 to 5 degrees Celsius, actually the mortality and could be increased more in the middle regions as compared to others. And some of the studies showed that if the temperature is increased by 5 degrees Celsius, actually more than 50% of the population could not survive. Okay, next, please. This is that's and also mortality globally and by region as well. And it is said that for the past 2 decades, actually the heat-related mortality has increased tremendously, and it reached certain numbers in 2018, with the death could be up to more than 50%, especially in certain regions. For example, the Europe, they experience some range of some degree of temperature that causing the wildfires and also death, especially in the they are looking into the external causes and also cardiovascular and respiratory. Okay, next please. And for Malaysia, the previous study showed that, for example, the characteristic of heat wave numbers in Malaysia, especially at the northern parts of Peninsula and also the west coast of Peninsula Malaysia. However, we are emphasized on the reporting in around 2015 or 2016. The medical division of Ministry of Health has came out with the clinical guidelines of managing the heat-related illnesses. And if you can see in the graph, actually the hospital admission under the T67 of ICD-10, the number is actually very minimal, but we can see spikes, especially during the El Nino and heat wave in 2015, 2016, and also 2018 to 2019, the spike of cases that are being admitted to the hospitals due to the symptoms of heat-related illnesses. And in 2021, the Ministry of Health actually has developed a plan of action, especially for the public health and also for other health divisions to look at into heat-related illnesses, to increase the promotion and education activities, and also targeted to the vulnerable groups, especially the elderly and pregnant women, and also people with comorbidity. And other departments, for example, DOSH, they are coming out with the guidelines for the people or workers who are working outdoors as well. Okay, next slide. What we are worried about is actually the climate change and NCDs, because the linkages is actually not directly, but especially for the physical and mentally as well. So the mental health associated with increased temperatures in other regions as well, and trauma for extreme weather events is very likely, and also the mortality or loss of livelihoods are also very highly likely. Okay, next please. Okay, for undernourished population, this diagram showing the undernourished, or this hunger maps 2020, showing that Malaysia is actually we are in the green category, which is less than 5%. But globally, especially in the Africa, the Sub-Sahara, and also Asia or South Asia, the risk of malnutrition is actually related to the climate events. For example, the droughts, the reduce of water supply, reduce of food supply, and the preparedness and response towards climate change. Okay, next please. And next slide. Okay, this is one of the interesting diagrams from Professor Jeremy Hess, one of the experts in climate change and health. He and his teams are framing the climate change and infectious diseases. There's for climate change and health, actually there's a lot of factors, uncertainty to link certain diseases with climate change, but the interlinkages between the development, urbanization, deforestation, increase of international or local travel, and this contributed to increased numbers of some infectious diseases. And in fact, the pandemics could be related to climate change as well. Okay, next slide. And what we in the health sectors should do, should we respond? Should we respond for adaptation, or should we as well as contributed to the mitigation? For adaptation, for example, we cannot do anything, but we have to do public health intervention to reduce some of the cases. But can we do mitigation, for example, to reduce the carbon emission in our healthcare facilities? Okay, next, please. Okay, this is another framework that related to droughts. Data for dry spell that's available from the NRES, or Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainability, and how it is interlinked with the socioeconomics, the reduce in water supply, food and food crisis that could contribute to some of the diseases. Okay, next, please. And vector-borne disease, I'm sure Prof. Hida would talk more about vector-borne diseases, but I would like to emphasize that in 2018, the estimated numbers of additional deaths due to malaria and dengue by regions for 2030 and also 2050, showing that if we do not do anything, especially for the ASEA, the number of additional death will be increased in our region. Okay, next, please. And this is the food waterborne diseases. Affected regions is actually the Asia and also Africa. But for Malaysia, some of the public health intervention has been strengthened over the years, and we can see that from the food waterborne incidence rate from 2000 to 2021, actually the number of cases is very much reduced in our country. Okay, next, please. Leptospirosis. For leptospirosis, previously for the national communication, we are not looking into the leptospirosis, but during or after the large flood in east coast of Malaysia, showing that after the large flood, the number of leptospirosis cases were increased, especially in the maps, showing that the hotspots of leptospirosis incidents were along the river with the flooding area, and also the temporary dumping area during the post-flood period. So the exposure could be after or during or after the floods. Okay, next, please. Okay, how we are response in the health sectors. If you look at back in 2019, before the pandemic, actually the air pollution and climate change is the top of the 10 threats to global health in 2019. But in 2020 to 2021, we are dealing with the pandemics, and the focus is more on pandemics. And after the pandemics, we could say 2022, we are coming into the post-pandemics, and the WHO has recognized the climate change as part of the public health, the major public health threats, and it remains because the number of mortality around the world is due to avoidable environmental factors. And this was shown in the World Health Day 2022. Can next, please? Okay, so for public health response to climate change, what are actually our roles in climate change? We might be the small sectors. For example, for the mitigation. The mitigation is actually how we reduce the carbon emission, the greenhouse gases. Even though in Malaysia and globally, the major sectors that contributed to greenhouse gases and carbon emission is actually the energy sectors, transportation, probably the land use and forest sector. But for health sectors, we are contribute about the latest report about 4 to 8% of the carbon emission of all sectors. So we are looking into the roles of healthcare systems to reduce or to mitigate the climate change from worsening. But the major roles for public health is actually adaptation. So that we need to do adaptation to ensure that the diseases, for example, the food waterborne diseases, the vector-borne diseases could be the adaptation must be done so that the diseases could be controlled so that the health effects will be reduced. Okay, next, please. Okay, this is, for example, during climate-related disaster, for the Ministry of Health and those who are working, I know some of the students and the lecturers are previously working in the Ministry of Health. During the major events, for example, flooding, this is the common climatic related disaster in Malaysia. So we are improving the wash conditions for better surveillance system. We do the health educations, we do the medical screenings for the people who are evacuated to the relief center, and to ensure that the food and waterborne diseases is being controlled or prevent or control at the relief center. Okay, next, please. So this is a summary how we are building a climate resilience to mitigate. So we are not only looking into the facilities as well, the workers as well who are commuting from home to the hospitals or healthcare facilities. We are using the clean energy, the green energy, or the efficiency, and there's some overlapping between mitigation and adaptation, especially for the water supply, the energy, and then the education, training, and the food supply as well. So the adaptation, how we are looking into the healthcare facilities, we are building better healthcare facilities. For example, we did mapping of healthcare facilities that are prone for inland flood and also coastal flooding. And we are advising the Ministry of Health for to have resilient healthcare, for example, to relocate healthcare facilities from the low-lying area to much better higher ground, and also to, for example, some of our clinic desa is being built using the stilt or at a higher ground. Okay, next please. Okay, what we are why we are emphasizing on mitigation of climate change, because the core benefits of the mitigation for health. We know that some of the interventions that being done in other sectors can contribute to the reduce of air pollution, reduce of heat, especially in urban areas, reduce of the CO2 levels, and this would allow healthy lifestyle. People are working outdoors and also have physical activities for outdoors, and this would as well improve the indoor air quality as well. And by the end, especially for the mortality and morbidity in certain cases for the cardiovascular and respiratory. Okay, next please. This is the right side is the COP 29. So the next conference of party for the UNFCCC are going to be held in Azerbaijan. Actually, we can join the conference of party. is quite a big event, and what I can share that on the left side is actually the adaptation gap report for health in 2018. It was published by United Nations Environmental Protection Program, or UNEP, and this is in 2018. This is the only reports that addressing the health specifically. You can get the copy online if you search the adaptation gap report from UNEP, and they have started the report in 2014 actually, but the other reports is actually addressing the mitigation and other sectors. And in 2023, the Conference of Party in Dubai, that's a declaration on climate change and health. So the words that I've written is actually what have been agreed for Malaysia as a commitment for climate resilient health systems. So we can look at now the Ministry of Health are looking into or are developing programs for low carbon healthcare facilities. But the existing healthcare facilities, for example, some of the hospitals and clinics are already following the green initiative. Some of the what is important that for the Ministry of Health to develop the National Action Plan for Health in the next NAP. Okay, next please. Okay, so I hope my presentation will give some insights on the linkages between climate change and health. We know that the three important climate change factors are actually the temperature, precipitation, and also sea level rise, and how this impacted human being, the human health. And the important things is that the public health response, it should be in various ways, especially in enhancing capacity building and also the research systems, and to increase a multi-sectoral engagement. And the important part is actually to involve the public as well, or the community. So lastly from me, climate change is real and we have to act now. So thank you. So I give back to Dr. Sam.
Thank you, Dr. Haida, for the insightful and thought-provoking presentations. We will now transition into the question and answer segment of our plenary. This is a unique opportunity to delve deeper into the themes. We do receive an overwhelming response from the audience. And the first question is question number 1. How can we enhance interdisciplinary collaboration between climate scientists, epidemiologists, and urban planners to create resilient communities that can withstand the health impact of climate change? Can you provide an example where such collaboration has led to innovative solutions?
Okay. Before I answer that, I would like to share that what have happening at the national level. At the national level, the NRES, or Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainable Ministry, they are actually the focal point or the Secretariat for Climate Change in Malaysia, and we have six sectors, if I'm not mistaken, and public health is one of the sectors that contributing to the activities and also reporting of the national for the national commitments to the UNFCCC, or United Nations Framework for Climate Change and for Climate Change Convention. Okay, we actually in IMR, the climate change unit is the latest unit in or the youngest unit in the IMR, with the history of IMR more than 100 years. We are actually about 5 to 6 years ago, the climate change unit has been established. So we welcome collaboration between the government, the government agencies, for example. Sorry. We are welcoming collaboration with other government agencies. For example, the other agencies under NRES, the NAHRIM, National Hydraulic for Climate Change and Health. They are the scientists that providing the data on climate change, and the link between you say epidemiologists or environmental epidemiologists. We are looking into the link between climate change and the health. In IMR, we're also working with other university or academia as well to provide evidence, especially on certain focus, especially, for example, the heat wave. And for urban planners, they're also working for, especially in the built environment. So currently, if I could provide an example, currently IMR, we are working with the government of Penang, doing some we're doing some research on modeling and prediction of the impacts of climate change towards mortality and mobility of cardiorespiratory in Penang. It is a collaboration, the funding that we get from the Think City of Malaysia, and hopefully from the projects we could have like a prediction how the outcomes of heat wave to mortality and morbidity. So that is one of the example from our side, that there could be more works on that. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Haida. So next question from Nurul Amirah. How do we assess our country health system's readiness to cope with the increasing burden of climate-related health issues?
Okay, this is a good question. Because I would like to share that the focal point of climate change, climate change for health sectors is actually from the disease control division. So they have previously the occupational and environmental health sectors, but they have now renamed it. I'm not sure, but climate change is part of the name, and the focal point is from that unit. So currently they are looking into resilient healthcare facilities. Some preliminary works has been done at that level. But for us in IMR, currently we are proposing some of the research to looking into the vulnerability and adaptation for healthcare facilities. Hopefully by next year, we can come out with some index of vulnerability for healthcare systems in Malaysia. Okay.
Aida. Next question from Faisal. What role do you see for emerging technologies such as AI, artificial intelligence, and big data analytics in monitoring and mitigating the health impacts of climate change? Are there any groundbreaking project or research in the area that you find particularly promising?
Yeah, the problem with that, for the AI, we are not working yet on the AI, but then for the modeling and prediction, there's lots of tools for modeling and prediction. But for our side in IMR, the best we are looking into is actually the analysis using the time series that could produce some prediction for climate modeling for the different climate scenarios. I would say that yes, we have some limitation or some obstacles for the data in climate change, but you can contact us in IMR because some of the data is not actually available for certain years, but we need more data. I mean, for example, we did previously about a time series study for 10 years, but actually we're looking back to the findings. Actually, the longer period of time could have a better modeling, could produce better modeling and prediction for certain climate change and health. So the limitation is that to have a good data on climate change and also for the health sites. So what we are looking at, for example, the data from the Meteorological Malaysia on the simple temperature, humidity, and etc. And also to look at into the confounders, especially the air pollution data and the health data. So for health data as itself, we have different sets of systems over the few years. So we're looking into integrated all the data. So yes, the big data and also AI could have better output for our findings in linking the climate change and health. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Reda. So I think we have time for one last question from the audience. Question from Dr. Asfina. What are the latest policy or laws in Malaysia that are available to be enforced towards protecting the climate? Any challenges in terms of who are the most responsible authorities?
Okay. Yeah, people are talking about the act and regulation. We have signing the Paris Agreement. Malaysia had signed the Paris Agreement, I think in 2015 or 2016. That is the commitment of Malaysia. So we are saying, for example, to reduce the carbon emission by 45% by 2030. That is the commitment of Malaysia. There's no legal document saying that or act that saying that some of the works or some of the legal of climate change and health, but we have signing the Paris Agreement. That is an international treaty signed by, I think, more than 190 countries all over the world. So the commitment is there. We have to that's why if you look at the national reporting, you can search the UNFCCC National Communication for Malaysia. The reporting has been done for the past few years. I think the currently is NC4, the fourth national communication that is being compulsory reporting for all the countries globally. So as I said just now, the ministry that are looking into climate change is actually the Climate Change Division atau bahagian perubahan iklim in the NRES, National Resources, Environment and Sustainability. So they are the focal point, and they have to ensure that the commitment that we have stated to be achieved as the documents say. So I think that's it. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Raida. As we wrap up these sessions, I would like to take a moment to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed speaker for sharing her valuable insights with us. The topic of climate change and its impact is an area that requires immediate attention. The session we had today has shed light and urgency on the issue and the actionable steps that we can take moving forward. Back to you, Dr. Simon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Sam Frost, for moderating the session. And thank you, Dr. Raida, for such an eye-opening and interesting analysis on the trends and health impacts of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. We will resume our seminar in 15 minutes. Our next session will be a symposium on extreme weather and climate change. We will see you after the break. Stay tuned.
Biodiversity is our natural heritage. It provides us with various functions and services like seed dispersal, regeneration of forests, maintaining our ecosystem function and stabilizing the environment. And these services are provided for free in most cases. In general, many of the species that are living around us are understudied, especially in the region of Borneo. Therefore, the expedition that we are having here in Ulu Baleh is timely. The mini scientific expedition conducted in Ulu Baleh will provide people with enough information, or at least some level of information on the diversity of flora and fauna that we have here in the interior part of Sarawak. The main objective of this mini expedition is to bring young generation together with the more experienced researchers in UNIMAS as well as from foreign countries to work together and collaborate so that this can transfer knowledge to the younger generation to continue what we have continuing from the pioneers of researchers in Sarawak. It is hoped that this little contribution will enhance our knowledge on biodiversity in this very remote region of Sarawak. I would like to express my gratitude to Sarawak Energy, to WTK, to University Malaysia Sarawak, especially Yang Berbahagia Prof. Dato' Vice Chancellor, Yang Berbahagia Prof. Wan Hashim, Prof. Loh Mei Chun, as well as the Dean for the Faculty of Resource Science and Technology, who has assisted the organizing committee in ensuring a smooth flow of this mini expedition in Ulu Baleh. I hope more researchers will come back in the lost world of Ulu Baleh.
Hi, my name is Danielle Levesque, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Maine and a former IBEC postdoc. I study small mammal physiology and ecology, funded by the National Science Foundation and in collaboration with UNIMAS. And we're here on this trip to look for small mammals and to measure their microclimates by looking at temperatures. One thing for sure we've learned the last few days is how wonderful the staff here are, as well as usual, how great it is to work with the folks at IBEC. And I really hope this opens opportunities for researchers from around the world to come and working with local collaborators to help learn more about this wonderful environment. Well, we didn't have enough time or the equipment to get all the data we would have liked on this trip. There's definitely a lot to do if we come back in the future. It's hard to know what small mammals are out there without trapping, and on this expedition we were only doing surveys by observation, and especially on forest edges they can be pretty shy and hard to find, and so in the future we hope we can come back for longer and do more intensive sampling and really find out what is here, because I'm sure there's some exciting new discoveries as well as just some really interesting animals that you can find here. My students and I are very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this expedition. We've been treated to some wonderful food and environment and wonderful company, and I hope it is the first of many to come as we continue our long-term collaboration with folks at UNIMAS.
I study malaria primarily in the Amazon, and what happens with climate change, you get changing temperatures on the ground, you get changing patterns of rainfall. That affects where mosquitoes can grow. It affects when mosquitoes can grow and how long their lives last. Climate change influences transmission on a local scale, but also large regional scales. If you move the season earlier and you expand the season, you get more cases of malaria. And that's primarily caused by an earlier wet season, which means you have an earlier time of when transmission occurs. The other thing that climate change does with malaria is that it really influences how people move across a landscape, especially in the Amazon, since migration and mobility is highly tied to river heights. So that can control how much migration occurs on a landscape, which is directly related to how much malaria you view and observe in one particular area versus another. Climate migrants are escaping an area not because of a political or a violent threat, but because they can't create a livelihood to survive. And so they're making these choices to hike through really harsh conditions to get out and try to make a better life. We need to better understand why climate migration is occurring. And from a health perspective, we need to do a better job of providing health care to refugee camps to make sure that they're receiving the care that they need. One Health is a really important way of viewing how we as humans are tied together with the environment. So things that happen in any one of those realms, any of the human, animal, environment realm, impacts the other two and is applied to things like infectious disease, it's applied to chronic diseases, it's applied to animal health, it's applied to understanding ecosystem health. Once that mercury gets released into the environment because of poor mining practices, it goes into an aquatic environment, and when you get more flooded plains, more flooded regions, which are driven by climate changes that are seasonal, mercury is now accumulated up the food chain, and we're going to have more and more fish species, not just in freshwater environments, but in ocean environments, that are going to be impacted and affected by mercury pollution. Climate change impacts the way we grow food, corn, rice, things like that. That's definitely a threat. How we produce fish, where we find our proteins, all those things are a huge challenge for us with climate change. So I think we've already seen globally that if we try to get together across all nations, that's a really difficult task. I think that it's something that has to be done. The Paris Climate Agreement was one step. We have to come together and do a better job from a global governance point of view to combat climate change.
Kita anak Sarawak, sama belah nyingku Sarawak. Kita sayau ke Sarawak, sanggup bergadai tentang ke Sarawak. Bersama, oh ha, membara di dalam jiwa. Ini
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying tuned to our UNIMAS 10th Public Health Seminar. I'm Dr. Colleen Wong, Master in Public Health student from UNIMAS, and it is my pleasure to be your next MC for the day. Let us begin with our first symposium of the day with the theme Extreme Weather and Climate Change. From scorching heat waves to flooded streets, extreme weather is hitting headlines and even possibly to our backyards. But is it just nature acting up or a symptom of something bigger? Today, we explore the intersections of two critical issues: the increasingly intense weather events shaking up our planet and the human hand in shaping this new climate reality. Get ready for a heady mix of science, facts, and questions that will leave you both informed and pondering on the urgent need for climate action. Without further ado, let me introduce to you our moderator for this symposium, Associate Professor Dr. Helmi bin Hazmi, who is a public health physician and currently holds the post of Deputy Dean in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences and the Deputy Director for the UNIMAS Teaching Hospital and Medical Center. He received his early training as a medical doctor in UNIMAS and subsequently in public health medicine in University Science Malaysia, with a major in epidemiology and biostatistics. He is active in various research works, participated in numerous research grants, and has published and co-published several papers. Gentle reminder also to our fellow participants, for any question that you would like to raise to our esteemed speaker later during the presentation, kindly forward to us via the Q&A chat box, and we shall bring forth all questions for discussion during the subsequent panel discussion session. Over to you, Prof. Helmi.
All right, thank you very much, Colleen, for the kind introduction given by Colleen just now. All right, for participants on air, and also I'd like to welcome you to this symposium on extreme weather and climate change. So today we're going to have, for this session, we're going to have two speakers for this. We're going to have, the first one is about topic 1 on understanding the link between extreme weather, climate change, and also health risks and key findings from the IPCC reports. And in topic 2, we are going to look at sharing experiences of search and rescue operation during Batangkali landslide in December of 2022. So let me introduce the first speaker for today. For this first topic 1 of this current session symposium will be Dr. Fredelin Tanggang, who is a climatologist. And let me read his introduction. Let me give his citation for Dr. Fredelin. Now, Dr. Fredelin is a climatologist with an impressive career, and before retiring in March of 2023, he was the professor of climatology at UKM, and after his retirement, he briefly worked as a climate change policy strategist at Bank Negara, Malaysia from May to December of 2023. And since 2011, he has been a respected fellow at the Academy of Sciences, Malaysia. And between 2008 and 2015, Dr. Fredelin played a significant role as a vice chair of Working Group 1 for the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or in short, IPCC, contributing to important climate change reports. And he was involved in IPCC's AR6 reports as both the review editor and also the contributing author. He also founded Codex Southeast Asia, a project under the World Meteorological Organization, focusing on regional climate studies to better understand climate changes in Southeast Asia. Dr. Fredelin earned his PhD from the University of British Columbia, Canada in 1997, where he developed a forecasting model for the El Nino weather phenomenon Over his career, he has published over 130 scientific papers and was honored with Malaysia's National Academic Award in 2021 for the best scientific publication. His work and contributions have greatly advanced our understanding of climate sciences. So for this first session, it's going to be a pre-recorded session. However, I believe that Dr. Fredeline is now is online together with us. And after this session, we'll continue with the next second presentation. And after that, we'll have a panel discussion, a Q&A session to involve both speakers that we have today. So without further ado, I would like to invite the presentation of Dr. Fredeline on the key findings of the IPCC reports. Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fredeline Tangang. My presentation today is on the key findings of the IPCC report on understanding the link between extreme weather, climate change, and health risks. Before we talk about the linkage between health risks and climate change and extremes, let us look at this general IPCC risk framework, where risk basically is determined by the hazard and also the vulnerability and the exposure to this hazard. These two factors, the vulnerability and the exposure, are basically non-climatic drivers. However, the hazard, of course, is influenced by the climate drivers, which include weather events, natural variability, anthropogenic climate change. In the future, it could be also influenced by the abrupt changes and tipping points of the climate system. The IPCC Working Group 2, Chapter 7, which is on health, well-being, and the changing structure of communities, uses the same risk framework, where risk on health from the vulnerability and the exposure to hazard can be influenced by the climatic drivers, such as climate variability and climate change. Now, I'm not very familiar with the aspect of the non-climatic drivers, the vulnerability, and also the exposure, and hence this presentation will not be focusing on this aspect, but instead I will be focusing on the how the hazard, such as flood and drought, can be influenced by climate variability and climate change. And this is basically from the key findings of the IPCC Working Group 1. I hope everyone is familiar with the IPCC assessment process, but let me briefly introduce here. IPCC was established in 1988 by the World Meteorological Organization and the United Nations Environmental Programme, which was subsequently endorsed by the 42nd United Nations General Assembly. For the last 30 years or so, the IPCC has carried out 6 cycles of assessment, and currently the IPCC is basically on the 7th assessment cycle. I don't intend to describe the assessment process here, but basically the assessment process basically is open, transparent, robust, and balanced. And this assessment involved thousands of scientists hundreds of thousands of published articles have been assessed by the IPCC, basically, and answering some of these questions. For example, the causes of climate change, impact on human and natural system, including health, of course, future climate and risks, and ways to adapt and mitigate. IPCC conclusion basically are based on multiple lines of evidence, and of course the report policy relevant to drive climate action. Let me just point out to you on the chart here on the right hand side. This is basically the annual average paper per day according to different assessment cycle in years here. As you can see that the number of publication has increased tremendously since early 2000, where in the AR5, for example, there were about more than 60,000 publications have been published on climate-related issues, and this number increased tremendously in the sixth assessment report, where it increased from 60 over 1,000 to over 231,000, and this implies the challenges when it comes to assessing the body of knowledge in the literature in the assessment in the IPCC assessment process. The IPCC has published 6 assessment reports, many other special reports, guidelines, as well as technical report for the past 30 years or so. In the latest one, of course, the so-called 6th assessment report, or AR6. And these are basically the source of robust and credible information on climate change. Next, let me highlight some of the key findings of the IPCC 6th assessment report, especially from the Working Group 1 on the physical basis. This is the key statement from the IPCC Working Group 1 on the physical science basis that says that recent changes in the climate are widespread, rapid, and intensifying, and unprecedented in thousands of years. This is a very significant and very important statement from the assessment on the physical science basis of the climate system. These are the figures of the IPCC Working Group 1 showing the global mean temperature change relative to the pre-industrial level. As you can see that the global mean temperature has been increasing, especially since 1960s, up to the point where in 2020 the temperature was 1.26 degree higher than the pre-industrial level. And if we look at partially for the 2020, although the increase is 1.26 degree, as you can see, there is a spatial variation where the increase of temperature, global temperature here, basically higher in the northern hemisphere region, especially the Arctic region, as compared to the rest of the region around the globe, where in the Arctic the changes can be more than 2.5 degree already. Not only the changes, the increasing trend has not only been reflected in the global mean temperature, but as well as in the hot and extreme and heavy precipitation for the last, which showing increasing trend for the last 50 years. And in 2023, global mean temperature has already reached 1.54 degrees C. As mentioned in the previous slide, hot extreme and extreme precipitation have been increasing for the last 50 years, and this figure indicating such changes throughout the region. And as you can see that for the Southeast Asia region, the extreme heat show increasing trends as well as the extremes precipitation, and this is also the case for many regions around the world. So far, we have been talking about temperature, but the fact is that the IPCC report indicated that systematic changes have been observed in other components of the Earth climate system. That includes the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere, the rainfall, the glacier mass loss, global sea level rise, and especially the ocean heat content that showing the increasing trend since for the last 50 years or so. In order to understand changes within the climate system in the present time as well as in future period, IPCC also look at or assess the body of knowledge on the changes within the climate system in the past thousand and million of years based on paleoclimate data. Here, as you can see that about 60 million years ago, the temperature was much higher than the pre-industrial period, which was about 15 degrees higher, and the CO2 level was about 2,000 part per million, which is much higher, much higher than the present level of about 420 part per million. About 3,000 or 3 million years ago, the temperature was about 5 degrees higher than pre-industrial period, and the CO2 concentration is close to 500 part per million. What we can tell here is that the climate has been occurring naturally. However, that such changes usually takes thousands to millions of years to evolve. However, human-induced climate manifests within a century. So this is something differentiate between naturally occurring climate change and possibly those induced by human, which is occurring very, very fast. As indicated in the previous slide, for the last about a million years, the fluctuation of climate very much associated with this glacial interglacial period. This is the record of the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere from the ice core data. And as you can see that naturally it fluctuates between about 180 part per million to about 300 part per million. And the period it takes from the lowest level to the highest level, this is about 20,000 years. Whereas in the very recent, relatively recent period since pre-industrial, the concentration of the carbon dioxide has been increasing beyond the natural range of this fluctuation of around 200 to 300 part per million, and currently it's about 420 part per million, which is way higher than this natural range of fluctuation. This is also the same for other greenhouse gases, the methane as well as the nitrous oxide, which also shown similar trend, which drastic increase since pre-industrial period, associated with the human activities since pre-industrial period. I don't know how many of you knows that in Indonesia there is so-called Global Atmosphere Watch Station, which measure directly and continuously the level of CO2 concentration in the atmosphere. And this is part of the BMKG station. I had the opportunity to visit this station at Koto Tabang in West Sumatra on the 24th of February last month. And as you can see here is that the measurement in that station started around 2006, very much consistent with the global data from various stations, including those from Mauna Loa in Hawaii. The measurement was actually conducted at this tower, which is 100-meter tall, and the sensor was placed at the top to measure the atmosphere as well as other greenhouse gases. So we have increasing greenhouse gases and also rising global temperature. So what is the connection here? IPCC, based on the multiple climate model simulation, showed that if the model are forced only with the natural forcing, which include solar and volcanic, the models basically cannot simulate the increase of temperature, especially since 1960s. However, if the greenhouse gases, the anthropogenic forcings, are also included in the model, the models, the climate models basically reasonably simulate those temperature increases since 1960s. And scientists also were able to compute that the observed global warming from 2010 to 2019, which is about a degree, this is very much explained by the total influence of the human associated with the emission of the greenhouse gases. So based on this attribution analysis, the IPCC concluded that human activities that led to the increase of greenhouse gases emission are the causes of observed global warming. In fact, since 1970s, there has been a persistent imbalance in energy flows that led to excess energy being absorbed by different components of the climate system, mainly the ocean, which 90% of the excess energy associated with the absorption of the greenhouse gases are actually absorbed by the ocean. Because of the increased greenhouse gases, the climate system basically imbalance, which means that the amount of energy leave the system becoming less and less. The IPCC concluded that it is indisputable that human activities are causing climate change, making extreme climate events, including heat waves, heavy rainfall and droughts more frequent and severe. So human-induced climate change has been occurring in almost every region around the world, and human system and natural ecosystem have been impacted by these changes. These include water scarcity, food production, health and well-being, cities, settlements, and infrastructures, and the natural ecosystem all have been impacted by the climate change, and the impact will intensify if the world fails to tackle climate change and limit warming at 1.5 degrees. Human-induced climate change has been occurring, but more importantly for the humanity is to understand where the climate will go in the near and in far future. And scientists is using a climate model as a tool to simulate climate processes and to project future climate change. However, for climate model to produce future climate projection, model must be forced with the greenhouse gases emission scenario. The IPCC in the sixth assessment report use this so-called shared socioeconomic pathway, or SSP, greenhouse gas emission scenario as input to the IPCC models. Basically, there were five emission scenario, which the worst case scenario being labeled as SSP 5-8.5. This scenario represents the world with fossil fuel development, where there is no mitigation of greenhouse gases as the world move into the future period. On the other hand, the least emission was the SSP 1-1.9, represent the world with sustainability, where countries in the world shift into low carbon economy and low emission as a result. So using this emission scenario, IPCC model can project the future climate associated with this emission scenario. Here we have the summary of the projection of future climate. As you can see here, the global temperature increases drastically to around 4 to 5 degrees C higher than the pre-industrial period for the worst case scenario. But for the sustainability scenario, the temperature stabilized to between 1.5 and 2 degrees. The rainfall land precipitation, global land precipitation also expected or projected to increase for the worst case scenario. So is for other variables, including the sea level rise, where increases maximum or higher for the worst case scenario. We can see the projected maps of global warming or temperature increase in the future. When the global mean temperature reaches 1.5 degree, as you can see here, the northern hemisphere is projected to experience a temperature level higher than 1.5. Similarly, for other level of warming at 2 degree and 4 degree. At 4 degree, as you can see here, although the projected global mean temperature is at 4 degree, the temperature at the northern region, northern hemisphere region, especially in the Arctic, would be much higher than 4 degree. And this would expected to cause much greater impact, especially on the glacier melting in the Arctic region. Every increment of additional warming in the climate system would make the extreme becoming more larger in frequency intensity. For example, this hot extreme for the 50-year event, the likelihood of such event would be 40 more times as compared to the pre-industrial period if the temperature reached 4 degrees C. The level of risk of impacts on human and natural system increases as global warming intensifies. Here is an example shown from the IPCC assessment, where the level of risk of impact on terrestrial and freshwater ecosystem as well as ocean ecosystem increases as global mean temperature increases in the future. I want to come back to this slide where the IPCC defines health risk as a function of hazard, which is climatic drivers, and also vulnerability and exposures, which are non-climatic variables. The hazard, of course, influenced by climate variability in climate change. And we have described so far that climate is changing, climate variability is also changing, and intensification of climate variability and climate change would changes the level and the characteristic of hazard. For example, floods and droughts and heat waves will be becoming more frequent in severe in the future. But not only that, climate change and climate variability will also changes human and natural system. This eventually will result into increase of the level of climate change risk on health. Future climate change eventually will change the pattern of diseases and impacts on human health. This is one example, the projected change in abundance of Aedes mosquito. This is so-called potential abundance change at the end of the century, based on two projected scenarios, RCP 2.6 as well as 8.6, the worst case scenario. As you can see, if we compare between the lower emission scenario and the higher emission scenario, you can see the abundance increases over Asia, over Africa, and as well as South America. And this eventually will cause the pattern of Aedes spreading in the future. This is the projected annual additional death that can be attributed to climate change in 2030 and 2050 as compared to the deaths in 1961 to 1990. As you can see from these maps, most of the deaths, additional deaths are projected to be over Africa as well as South Asia. But it is interesting to see that over Europe, for example, the additional death increases from 2030 to 2050, and this could be mainly due to the heat. This is also the case for East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Much like the human and natural system, climate risk on health also increases as a function of global warming, where the level of risk increases as temperature rises. This is the case for all kind of diseases, however, as can be seen here, such a risk perhaps can be reduced with adaptation within the health system as well as the natural ecosystem. Here, with incomplete adaptation, there's some kind of reduction, but with proactive adaptation, much higher level of adaptation or risk reduction of risk can be attained with such adaptation measure. As in the previous slide, adaptation can reduce risk. Here, as you can see that adaptation within the health sectors can reduce the vulnerability to the hazard as well as exposure to the hazard. However, it is not only the adaptation within the health sector that can reduce the risk, but also adaptation in other sectors, in the ecosystem, in the water and food system, in the urban area, and so all of this human and natural system, if we adapt, adapt to the impact of climate change, eventually would reduce the vulnerability and exposure to the hazard and can reduce the risk of climate change on health. Before I share the summary of my presentation, let me show the projected temperature at the end of the 21st century and compare this to the temperature in the past millions. At the end of the 21st century, if the world continued to embrace the fossil fuel development pathway, we will end up with temperature increases at 4 to 5 degrees higher than pre-industrial. And this is perhaps similar to the warming about 3 million years ago. And if that continues to the next 1 or 2 centuries, by 2300, the temperature rise will be around 15 degrees C compared to the pre-industrial period. And this is equivalent to the warm period about 60 million years ago. And this kind of environment, this kind of climatic condition is basically beyond the human experience. Hence, humans do not have choice but to go along the pathway of sustainability, where by the end of the 21st century, the climate would be not much so different from the present time, and as well as by the next 2 or 3 centuries, and this certainly would be livable, and with the kind of adaptation on various sectors, the impact on humans and ecosystem, including health, would be perhaps minimized. This is a summary of my presentation. Perhaps I do not have to read each of these. I hope my presentation provides some useful information for all of you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Nah, tukar mic je, bro. Ada. Mic tak ada.
Okay, testing, Commander.
Yes.
Commander Muhammad Khairul bin Jamil, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too? Hello.
Assalamualaikum. Commander, dapat dengar?
Dapat dengar. Very good.
Dapat
Can you
dengar,
hear me
jelas
too?
tak? Okay. Alright, I think suara Commander pun I think is quite clear. Alright, so your session is after this. I'll give the introduction to you for you, okay, and then after that will be followed by your presentation. Boleh?
Yes, sure. Can I share?
Okay.
I will share my slide. Yeah.
Yeah, betul. Okay, now for the second session, we'll together with us here is Commander Muhammad Khairul bin Jamil. He will be talking about he'll be sharing his experiences on search and rescue operation during the Batang Kali landslide in December 2022. Now, just let me read some introduction for Commander Muhammad Khairul Jamil. He is a prominent figure in Malaysia, renowned for his leadership in disaster response and rescue operations. His noteworthy involvement came to light during the Batang Kali landslide in December 22, where he led the Special Malaysia Disaster Assistance and Rescue Team, or SMART, in a tragic event that claimed 31 lives, marking it as one of Malaysia's deadliest disasters. With a focus on utilizing specialized equipment and providing expert advice, Commander Jamil has significantly contributed to enhancing search and rescue operations. Further extending his expertise internationally, in February 2023, he headed a 70-member team to Turkey post-earthquake, showcasing Malaysia's dedication to global disaster relief. His commitment and impactful actions in disaster management have not only saved lives but also served as an inspiration in the emergency response field. Alright. Sebenarnya tadi saya nampak Commander dah bagi soalan untuk the previous presenter sebelum ni. Okay, we will keep that question for the panel discussion lepas ni. So I'll pass the floor to you, Commander, untuk to give us the talk on this very interesting topic for me. Right, over to you, Commander.
Okay, thank you, Professor Helmi. Hopefully you will get my presentation in a loud and clear manner. And you can see my presentation is now I'm being sharing. Is it? Can you see it?
Nampak.
Nampak. Okay.
Still loading. Still, hold on. Still loading. Mungkin unshare kemudian share semula, Commander?
Yes, sure.
Unshare dulu kemudian share semula.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my presentation now?
Masih lagi tak. Ataupun macam ni Commander, kita share. We will share your slide. We have the slide, I think. We have the slides. And then we will share your slide from here.
Yeah, sure. That's better.
Masih. It's still grey.
Oh, then I think the previous
kita share.
slide, can you share it?
Yeah, we will share from here. All right.
It's quite very interesting. It's interesting topic just now. Dr. Fredlin was talking about. It's very interesting because for me, with our small effort from this country, actually with this small impact, with a big impact program like this should be more often, I think, Prof. Yeah.
Yes, correct. So it's very relevant. The topic that Dr. Fredelin or Prof. Fredelin shared just now was actually very relevant to your next topic, actually.
Yeah.
It's all the direct or indirect impact of the global or climate change.
But what
can you see the
I would
slide?
like to share is actually the responder point of view, because for your understanding, as a SMART team member, or SMART stands for Special Malaysian Assistant Disaster Rescue Team, is a responding team towards any disaster within and also outside Malaysia. So I would like to continue with my presentation, if possible.
Yes, sure. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the a bit delay for this technical issue, but I think it doesn't matter. Next, please. For the slide is actually I would like to share about the experience of Batang Kali, and also actually I add up some more the sharing experience on the operation in Turkey last year. So this is my personal profile. Actually, there's a lot of things, but I try to cut it short. Next, please. So, gentlemen, actually, Smart Team is being established since 1995. It's been established after the tragedy of Highland Tower on December 1993, whereby the Malaysian cabinet ministers agreed to establish a specialized team that basically cater on the collapse structure. So as you can see, on the 1st of August 1995, Smart Team has been established under National Security Council under Prime Minister Office under NSC Directive number 19. Directive number 20 is the mechanism on managing on disaster, but Directive number 19 is specially being established for Special Malaysia Assistant Disaster Rescue Team. So we already been established since 1995. On 2015, we've been established under NADMA, or National Agency for National Disaster Management Agency. And on June 2016, we've been classified as Heavy Urban Search and Rescue Team under the initiative of INSARAG under United Nations. We are the second heavy USA team, or heavy urban search and rescue team within Southeast Asia after Singapore. So our headquarters is located in Pulau Meranti, Puchong, Selangor. Next, please. So this is our establishment under United Nations. So International Search and Rescue Advisory Group, that is INSARAG. So SMART has been classified as heavy USA team since June 2016, and we are going for our reclassification due to COVID. Supposedly, we've done it on 2021, but it has been prolonged by the Secretariat of INSARAG due to COVID. We'll be having our reclassification on 2026. Next. Next, please. So for your understanding, Smart Team members is a cadre position whereby we took the tip of the cream from three various departments that only been stated in the NSC 19, that is Malaysian Armed Forces, Royal Malaysian Police, and Fire and Rescue Department. And for your understanding, I am a Fire and Rescue Officer from Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia. Next. So I go back directly to operation in Batang Kali, whereby the landslide been happened in the roadside of Batang Kali Genting. On that day, actually, I remember, next slide, please. On that day, I remember I've been called by my National Disaster Command Center at 2 o'clock in the morning, mainly about 3 o'clock, to deploy our men. For your understanding, our activation has been given directly from our Director General or our Minister. So on 2:23 hours, we've been given a directive to get ready for an event that happened in Batang Kali. So on 3 o'clock has been confirmed. There's a landslide happened, and it's on the initial information. It's been told that it include about 100 victims for the initial stage. So that 100 victim has been not yet confirmed. So we are on standby. Our operation on Batang Kali is basically we are still relying first with the local responder, where the local responder will confirm with us if there's any need of our assistance during that disaster. So on 4 o'clock in the morning, they confirmed that the total of people that involved is about 90 plus. So I activate my team to go to Batang Kali, and we arrive about 6 o'clock in the morning. Next, please. So the first 24 survivors has been sent to the Gotong Jaya police station, and in Hulu Selangor, there are one victim and one children has died and successfully removed. This is been told by the local responder. And then in Gotong Jaya 5 also informed that they sent 12 survivors in Balai Hulu Yang Baru police station. So the total victim survivors is 36. They have been reported to those police station, and one adult female victim has been sent to Kuala Kubu Baru, while one children victim who died was sent to the forensic in Kuala Kubu Baru hospital. So on the total, on 8 o'clock, when our team arrived, 60 victim is rescued. One person adults and one person boy. This one is a person that already been found at the red area or red zone, and the victim so far has been found on 8 o'clock is about 62 victims. So total number of victims is actually 92. We rescued about 53, 7 injured, 8 are dead, and 24 are still missing. So the first establishment of a meeting on this disaster has been established on the 9 o'clock in the morning, being told by the DO or district officer of Batang Kali, said that these 24 personnel that are still missing has to be found, because their families are still asking. So my share of experience in the morning when I saw this victim being coming out from this red area, it seems like they are still tremble, they are still shouting due to their family members are still inside the red zone or at the incident site. So it seems like a psychological effect from the incident that occurs have a very vital effect towards them. So what we do is basically we make a strategic decision to do a detailed search and rescue, whereby we don't want any secondary collapse happening. So we establish our structure movement sensor. We have our own special equipment that is structure movement sensor that are mobile to put on the ledge of the soil erosion. So basically, the first establishment is we strategize on the search and rescue. And for your understanding, ladies and gentlemen, the area is very big. It's about 16 acres. And the weather at that time is a bit grizzly with downpour of rain. So we are very, very keen to do the work in a safely manner. So on the afternoon, we managed to get another 3 bodies, and it seems like it's hard because we don't have any initial information towards this type of collapse due to, number one, because that site is a recreational site that affected far from the erosion area, but it affected towards that recreational area, and it's affect the people who come by and having program over there. Next slide, please. So this is the infographic about the landslide. The area that affected from the landslide is about 16 acres. The personnel that are being rescued by Fire and Rescue Department, Police Department, as well as my SMART team is about 61 personnel. The person become affected from this is 21 person, and 12 person are still missing because when we do the primary search, we got about 21 personnel, but we have to do the secondary search on this 12 personnel. Secondary search in this 12 personnel, we have to do it in a very tedious manner because of what? Because as I mentioned just now, we afraid that it will become a secondary collapse at that area. So at that time, the search and rescue and the excavation on the victim is basically we are using our canines capability that is from Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia, and we also activate the last sweeping method or sweeping search and rescue method. We are using 5 heavy machineries like excavator, and it includes about 640 personnel on the ground zero. So next please. So with this effort, so the affected area is Father Organic Farm. It's quite devastating because why? Because the accessibility towards that Father Organic Farm is quite small, and we are using the same route to go there, and every responder team has been there. Quite a lot of people, as you can see, as I mentioned just now, is 640 personnel with a lot of machines, with a lot of vehicles, plus the establishment of our forward command base over there. So it's a bit difficult for us due to the accessibility, but day by day it becomes very easy due to the understanding towards the area, and the management of traffic is very tremendous. So, and as you can see within the news, everybody is helping. And lastly, about for the 4th days or the 5 days, we managed to get the last victim and succeed to get all the victims out from the incident area. Next, please. So for your understanding, our SMART personnel, we only bring 14 personnel with 2 vans, 3 trucks, and a few specialized equipment because we are specially for urban search and rescue or collapse structure. So the equipment that we bring is something that can support the local responder as well to help during the search and rescue effort. Next. So this is the picture within the ground zero. As you can see, once a disaster happened, I would like to point out that actually we have to do it together and put it to the professionals to give their opinion as well as their efforts towards tackling the type of disaster that happened. So at a certain time, the disaster cycle, or in managing disaster, we have to put the effort towards to reduce the disaster that happens in Malaysia, especially if we say about the world. Nowadays, everybody is talking about climate changes, and these climate changes will definitely change the pattern of life of people, pattern of life of our activities, most probably that being affected. So next, please. These are the pictures. Next. So this is the sketch of collapsed land. Luckily, we've been given an advantage in our tactical solution by our remodeling on the site, where we have the mapping and also contour of the site previously from 1 month before and then after the incident happened. So this is the sketch of the collapse by our technical agencies. So you see the erosion movement is quite far, and the height of the land that's going towards or landsliding towards the camping site is quite far. Next. So this is reported casualty by sectors. We have been given to 4 sectors. In Hilltop, we have 42 live victims that we saved. 21 is dead. In the Farm View, 12 has been saved. 1 has found it dead. In Riverside, 26, 4 has found death. And on the greenhouse, we already sweep everything. It's about 0. So this casualty is something that very sad for me, actually, as a rescuer. If possible, we want to save the victim in a good livelihood, but it seems like whenever there's a catastrophe, definitely they have some side effect on that. So next, please. So this is the picture of the last day. Is a continuous effort from our civil defense, from Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia, from the armed forces, from SMART team, and also from the Royal Malaysian Police. It's a good effort actually, and we managed to do it in a proper manner and in the shortest way. Alhamdulillah, everything has been eased and given given of the manpower and also the machineries. Everybody has given the effort to make sure that this operation is a success. So this is my presentation about Batang Kali. Actually, I have another presentation on the operation in Turkey, earthquake 2023, where I've been leading the MAS 01, 75 personnel on the first, and then MAS 10 on another 75 personnel to go to Turkey. Next slide, please. So for the international deployment, SMART team has been given a system using virtual OSOC. This system is an international system that being established by United Nations for us to keep on our communication and establishing us and updating us with any disaster event all around the world. So for us, we have been requested by the government of Turkey to have an assistance on search and rescue. As you can see on the monitor, on the Malaysia has been established on 7 February. We arrived in Adana Airport. We are among the earliest team to be in Turkey, especially in Adana, due to the biggest earthquake in the history happened within last year. Next, please. And we are the first in Southeast Asia. So the first mobilization, we bring about 70 personnel. We have 10 tons of equipment that is a special equipment for braking, for search and rescue. And also we have been brought into Turkey by the Turkish airline. And the deployment is within 6 hours on day 1 of earthquake. So on the day 2, we arrived in Adana. We have been given a sector. Our sector is in Gaziantep or Antep. So these are the personnel. The first team is about 70 personnel, 60 personnel from SMART, 6 personnel from Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia, 4 personnel from the Armed Forces. For understanding, whenever the deployment for international, we are using on the My Team Relief initiative. This initiative is under the initiative of INSARAG, has been managed by NATMA or National Disaster Management Agency, whereby the team composition is consisting of this individual with a specialty of their own, like from the armed forces. We are bringing the medical team from KKD, for Kesihatan Diraja. From Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia, 6 personnel is from the K9 unit, and 60 personnel is actually from SMART team. All we are the specialists on the collapse structure. On the second team, who are together with us, 20 personnel is from the SMART team, 30 personnel is from the Fire and Rescue Department of Malaysia, and 20 personnel from the Malaysian Civil Defence Force. They are all are from the special team, like Bomber. The first deployment is K9. The second deployment is from Storm. The first deployment of Malaysia Civil Defence Force is from PASPA. So this is the affected area in Nurdag. This is the area that been given to us. As you can see, the red line or dotted line is the area being given to us for us to do the search and rescue. So you can imagine the area is quite big because Nurdak is some sort like a city actually. The area in Nurdak. So next, please. So this is the timeline I would like to share whenever we activate our team. So on the 6th February, MAS 01 monitor on virtual assault. On 1200 hours, status international assistance is request. So activation on 1200 hours, our documentation and logistic preparation and MAS 01 has been activation. So activation status, we have to activate our My Team Relief initiative. And then on the 6th of February, we've been in KLIA to Istanbul on 11 o'clock at night by Turkish airline. And we arrived at Istanbul airport at 6 o'clock in the morning on 7 February. And AFAD is actually some sort like a national disaster management organization in Turkey, giving us a few briefing on the search and rescue effort. And we've been given to the operation to the Gaziantep itself. And we transit for the next flight to Adana on the 7th February. We are the first to be in Adana airport. Plus, come together with us is actually from China, from Swiss, from Germany, and other international search and rescue team. And then from Adana Airport, we report to RDC or Reception Departure Center in Adana Airport on the 7th of February. Next, please. So from Adana Airport, we prepare our logistics. On the 8th of February, we have already been given a sector. So our sector is in Gaziantep. We arrive in Gaziantep, Nurdak Stadium. We establish our base of operation. And we directly establish our SAR operation over there because I've given into two teams. One team will establish the BU. BU is our campsite or operation center. And another team is going to the SAR operation. So on the 9th SAR operation, we arrive at BU and we do SAR operation. And the best thing about it is actually on the 5th day, we found 5 live victims in a sector where the sector is a house, an apartment house. I will share to you. And it's a miracle because within the theory of a rescuer, the 72 hours, whenever there's a collapsed structure, 72 hours is the golden hours for us to save live victims. But due to our area is quite big, and we share the search and rescue area with other international country, it's quite devastating for our rescuer to find a dead body. But on the 5th day, is a miracle. We found 5% a family that alive within the rubble. So I would like to share that with you after this. And then on the 28th of February, we do the health screening and we do the demobilization. On the 23rd day, we completely our SAR operation and we demobilization from the Turkey country. Next, please. Next, please. So this is our base of operation in Kecci Nurdagi Stadium. Next. So as I mentioned, we are the first one, you see. Just a share. Next. Can you share the last two slides before I go towards my next, please. Yes, this is our base of operation. Next. Oh, thank you. So I would like to share the operation challenges. As Dr. Fredolin mentioned, the biggest challenge is actually the weather condition, where the weather condition over there is quite devastating. Number one, because of the debris of the collapse structure over there that happened. The weather condition, we work under -8 degrees C. The type of collapse building, most of it is pancake collapse, requires special techniques and equipment. Our challenges is coordination between international team and local responder due to the number one, because of lack of equipment. Number two, the capability. Number three is actually the safety at work site, because still they have tremors or aftershock on the site. And team health during operation also, my boys got fevers, have a skin disease and everything. And communication infrastructure at the first week also quite hard for us. So we use the satellite phone and our broadband global aerial network, or began. As I mentioned, earthquake aftershock, safety of team during the operation. I myself also felt the tremors. There's one time when we are all resting at our boo also gets shaking because of the aftershock is about 4 Richter scale. So 4 Richter scale is quite devastating as well. And deployment using airline limitation, also part of our challenge, because diesel genset equipment require special procedure, and the transit time to the ground zero also quite hard because of the, as I mentioned, similar like in Batangkali, the accessibility. Most of the road has been damaged because of the earthquake. And would I share? I would like to share what goes well. Next, please. So what goes well? Our team readiness and preparation goes well. We are ever ready to go for international deployment. Due to after our classification of INSARAG or heavy user team, this is the first deployment and the biggest deployment of our team for international disaster. Team performance, the maturity on carrying out tasks is quite good, and we've been given compliment by the United Nations itself, becoming the first Southeast Asia country to be in Turkey. And we also like to thanks to our translator, Mr. Arif Ardak, Mr. Arif Ardak is actually a translator for us. Before this, in 2011, there are also an earthquake that happened in Turkey, and Mr. Arif Ardak also helping us. And after our duty on doing the search and rescue, we also doing a flexible response, whereby we help also the local government to set up tent for the relief tent, and also we also helping on the foods and the goods. And in recovery phase, we also given them a few helps on setting up one-stop center. We also help them to setting up shelter, tent to container. So those are the things that goes well. And another one goes well. This is a golden memory for me and for my boys. Is actually we managed to rescue live victims in an apartment where 2 adults and 2 children are still alive now. And Alhamdulillah, we've been given a very high compliment by the government of Turkey to help them, for them to ease on the earthquake incidents. So I think my time is up now. I'm sorry, Professor Helmi, taking your time so much.
Okay. All right. It's very engaging, actually. If we
Hopefully
can...
the sharing experience will give last but not at least a few knowledge, maybe a few pictures for our audience to share and to use for the future. And that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, since in the interest of time, I'm going to go straight to the question, which is already lining up for me to ask here. Dr. Fredelin, are you around, Dr. Fredelin? Prof. Fredelin?
Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. Morning. Hi, Prof.
Commander Khairul. Very interesting experience, Commander.
Okay. Okay, Prof, I've got some questions for you here. Can you hear? Are you ready?
Yeah, sure, loud and clear.
Okay, good. So this, I think I'm going to read the question from Commander Khairul first, okay? Is there any model within this phase of effort towards reducing the climate change? What is the biggest effort that shall reduce this hazard? Yeah, Prof.
Yes, of course, there is globally, regionally, perhaps I think in Malaysia as well. But I am a climatologist, person who dedicated their effort on understanding the physical climate, not so much on the impact. Perhaps our friendly speaker can answer this better for Malaysia. Yes, at a global scale, of course, to limit climate change, we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. The scenario projection clearly showed that business as usual, Commander, business as usual. If emission continue, by the end of the century, the temperature increase will be 4 or 5 degrees. This is our biggest worry. What has been done now, what we have now, which is around 1.2 degree. I mean, this year or last year, a bit artificial because we have El Nino, right? So we have reached 1.5, but it will go down again, and I think due to climate change is around 1.2 something. But 4 is definitely beyond human experience, and it would have tremendous impact on the humanities in the future if humanities choose to go along that pathway. But we do have a choice, which is sustainability, and ensure that I think most of you have heard of this COP28 in UAE last year, the end of last year, where the world has adopted rather, I would say, from a very strong stance on emission to somewhere in between, which is transitioning away. And I'm not really sure, transitioning away will bring us into limiting temperature at 1.5 degree, but we as a scientist can propagate what we understand about the science of climate change, but it's up to the government, it's up to the world, and of course we need to be ready when it comes to adaptation as well.
All right, thank you, Prof. Yes, there's another question coming in for you, Prof. Okay, this is from Dr. Asfina. During COVID-19 pandemic, there were improving air quality in different cities across the world. Can we take this situation as an opportunity to be implemented in one of the mitigation for climate change? Can it be repeated without jeopardizing the economic situation?
Well, the opportunity is there. I mean, COVID-19 situation is a demonstration of how a human can basically limit climate change, especially in terms of movement, in terms of how should we moving from one place to another using vehicles and so on, instead of using public transport and so on. But of course, there is a deep, globally, there is a bit, deep in terms of emission. But right after that, it went back again, and then we are basically annually we are actually about 60 gigaton GHG emission currently, about 60 over gigaton, and this has to be reduced. This has to be reduced by at least 50% to 20 to 30 gigaton by 2030, 2030. That's about 6 years from now. The question is, can we do this? Can the world do this? And this is important because if we, if the world is failing to do this, if the world fails to do this and achieve the net zero by 2050, we won't be able to limit the global warming 1.5. And according to IPCC report, the current NDC, I'm sure you're familiar with the NDC, in the policy, it won't take the world into 1.5 or 2 degree, but it will commit, it has already committed the world to 3 degrees C. So a lot more needs to be done, and certainly what happened during COVID is a demonstration that human basically can reduce this. But we have to move into a low carbon economy and clean energy. And in the country, we do have a policy, I think, will bring us into this, the energy transition policy, the NATR policy, I think will bring. But we need the support, from the rakyat to ensure that kind of policy basically can be implemented.
Right. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Okay, I'll give you a rest for a while before we ask next question. So the next question I'm going to ask Commander Muhammad Khairul. There's a question for you as well. Right. I'll just like to ask, right, what is the biggest or the most important asset that you have during any of the rescue missions that you have? What is the biggest asset that you think is important for you to bring along? Commander tak dengar. I think muted ke?
Hello. Boleh dengar?
Okay, now I can hear.
Okay. The biggest asset, as I mentioned just now, if you say in the INSARAG standard, they have 5 main items. That is the management team. You must have the logistic teams. You must have the search teams, rescue team, and last but not least is the medical team. So this is the 5 pillars whenever you go for a rescue, based on the standard that been set up by the United Nations. And physical assets that we have, if I mention in smart team itself, is something that don't have by our local responder, because most of our equipment is a special equipment that being used by the world standard. So most probably, we are not similar like a fire and rescue department. We are not similar like the Malaysia Civil Defence Force, but we are a bit higher. Due to our mandate by the government, we are the responder that are beyond the local responder. Whenever there's a failed effort to do the rescue, then we will come in. So I would like to say that we are only completing the rescue effort by the locals, but towards the international deployment, we are the spearhead for the international rescue deployment.
All right, thank you. Do you have any apa nama tu, for example, right? I noticed that of course there are some high risk areas in Malaysia, with regard to landslides and things like that. But do you keep in your own data, or do you have a data set probably a risk stratification of areas where these are you have in your data set, these are the places that likely to happen, is a high chance of landslide to occur, there's high chance of a collapsed building. Do you have that in your own data for you to predict or to to prepare yourself for rapid and also rapid access and also action, and also in terms of training, etc. Because if you have all this stratification of areas, the type of disaster that is going to affect, then you're likely to be much more prepared and also better in terms of training. Do you have that kind of data?
Okay, Doctor. In terms of data, actually, I took the data from National Disaster Command Center. National Disaster Command Center, they have the data from the technical agencies, from the Public Works, from the NRE, and every technical agency that are available, because they give and feed the data towards the National Disaster Command Center. From the National Disaster Command Center, I can get the access to know which part has the prone area towards collapse of soil erosion and everything. So most probably the system that are around in NDCC will give me earlier alert on whatever incidents happen. Number 2, on the question of trainings. Yes, we do give trainings to our local responder. Plus, we also give awareness towards our NGO as well, whenever they wanted to give an assistance. I believe Malaysia, we have a very rich attitude citizen, where they always wanted to help whenever there is a disaster. And we also giving this type of awareness program towards the NGO, as well as towards the agency that are going together with us whenever there's a disasters happen.
Right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. There's one question which is asked here to Commander. Given your experience in leading disaster response teams, both domestically and internationally, what role do you see for community engagement and education in mitigating the impact of disaster, especially in vulnerable areas, climate-related events? How can we empower the community to actively participate in disaster preparedness and resilience building?
This is a very big question, actually, Prof. But I try my best to answer it.
Yeah.
And it's a very good question, actually. Because why? I said it's a very good question. Because once you are asking about this question, that means you're already aware about this disaster nearby to yourself. The risk that would happen due to, as mentioned by Dr. Rohaida, Dr. Fredolin, the world is ever changing now. As you know, in Malaysia, we have musim banjir, if Malaysian knows, or monsoon Timur Laut. But nowadays, the monsoon Timur Laut has come to have a tendency on the extreme of weather. It's not like last 10 years. It's something that are more extreme. That's number one. Number two, we also have a lot of tendency on urban disaster, like urban flooding, collapsed structures. These are the things that always happen. You see in our nearby cities, urban flood is always happening because maybe of the town planning. Last time, maybe it can last the sustainability of the resistance of water, sewerage, maybe for 10 years, but it's whenever the development, there's a lot of people. When a lot of people, there's a lot of impact. When a lot of impact, there some sort it will come a disaster to people who are staying there. So the best thing is actually in NATMA, or National Disaster Management Agency, that is our HQ for SMART, we have a CBDRM program that can be engaged to us, and we are most welcome to everyone who wanted to participate to our CBDRM program, or Community-Based Disaster Risk Management Program. I mention again, under NATMA, we have Community-Based Disaster Risk Management Program. We are most welcome to everyone to participate to our CBDRM. You can write in, and we will give you some training and some awareness regarding the risk that will happen at your place. If it doesn't happen, maybe you can be the assistance to other places that would happen. We will give you the skill set to help them as well. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commander. I'll go back again to Prof. Fredelin.
Yes, Prof.
Prof,
Yeah,
you around?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay.
Although I'm kind of rushing. I'm actually in Terengganu right now and moving out of the hotel and going to Kota Baru very soon.
Okay. Prof, I've got a question here. Now, one of the key finding of the report is that from the IPCC is that human-induced climate change will affect those vulnerable population. For example, those population in South of India, South Africa, South Asia, South America, and all the islanders or various islands. These population, they have limited financial resources, and they face challenges with government accountability and trust. So the impacts, as we know, the global warming will cascade and it will exacerbate the situation. But I think this one relates to the image that you have shown just now. A lot of the high temperature activities are actually located in the northern hemisphere rather than the southern hemisphere. So the question is there any data that indicate the primary sources of these human activities that contribute to climate change? Tuson, that's the question, Prof.
Well, when I think you're referring to the amount of greenhouse gases emitted by countries in the world. We do have this one. Of course, IPCC has this outline in the report in details. Which country produce more greenhouse gases and so on. Typically, it is the developed country, the US, countries in Europe, but China is, number one, isn't it? And China is still considered as a developing country. But this is a total emission that I'm talking about. But if we're talking about per capita, meaning you average, the emission per person per head. Malaysia is one of the highest country with emission per capita. So while our total emission is less than 1%, we don't contribute that much in the total global emission. But per capita, we do have a higher footprint actually. So I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that every country, it doesn't matter whether it's small or big country, we do have the responsibility to ensure that the emission is reduced as what projected by the model, to ensure that 50% reduction by 2030 out of 60 gigaton now, and also zero CO2, net zero CO2 by 2050, in order for us to get into ensure the cap the warming at 1.5. Otherwise, if we go to 2 degree, sort of a last barrier there, and more impact, even more if it exceeded, if it exceeds 2 degree, 4 degree, and beyond, and that would be, a disaster for humanity. You're talking about, I haven't really talking about many things in my presentation, tipping points and all other scary things, including, of course, I am, what I highlighted is just what the global scale. I haven't really mentioned it, the regional scale, in even in Malaysia. I do have all this information from our research as well, but unfortunately time is limited. But the point is here is that big countries tend to produce more emission, smaller countries tend to smaller emission. But if we divide by person, everyone is guilty. Everyone is guilty, basically. So we do have the share to ensure that our planet is livable, and for our future generation.
All right, thank you, Prof. Fredelin. I think there's some more questions, but it's okay. I think the time is already very limited with us. There were about 3 more minutes, but it's okay. So I think we shall end. I would like to say thank you to both the presenter. It was a very, we can actually go on talking about this in another slot session, but time is very limited for us. So I would like to say thank you to both presenters, Prof. Dr. Fredelin Tangang.
Thank you for having me.
Commander Muhammad Khairul Jamil, for sharing your experiences, your knowledge, your wealth of knowledge that you have with all the listeners out here, and also to our students in this public health seminar. So thank you very much, and hope to see you again soon. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Associate Professor Dr. Helmi and to both of our very esteemed speakers for sharing with us the very insightful and eye-opening presentation. And I hope that with that presentations and sharing of experience, it helps in shaking our minds and keep our brain open to any possibility, and also shake us to come out from our comfort zone into attending to the elephant in the room, which is the climate change. So moving on, we shall continue with the second plenary session of the day with the topic climate change and vector-borne diseases. Prior to that, let me introduce to you our moderator for this plenary session, Dr. Lim Seong Hee, who is also a public health physician currently working in University Malaysia Sarawak. He graduated as a medical doctor from University Science Malaysia in the year 2010 and pursued his postgraduate studies in public health at UNIMAS. His area of interest is in environmental health and is currently the course coordinator for this program. Prior to his current position, Dr. Lim has served as a divisional health office as an EPID officer, and his work has contributed to the community in many ways. For now, let's pass it on to Dr. Lim.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Colin. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it is my privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker for this plenary session, Professor Dr. Hidayatul Fatih from the Center of Toxicology and Health Risk Study, Faculty of Health Science, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Prof is a well-known professor whose work has significantly impacted the field of medical entomology and applied parasitology. As an educator, Prof is very passionate in sharing her experiences. Her research interests generally lie in mosquitoes, their biology, and the control of vector mosquitoes, particularly on the ecology and control of Aedes mosquito. Beyond academia, Prof also played an active role in collaborating with industry, such as BASF, Entogenex Sdn Bhd, New Wave Communication Sdn Bhd, and many more. For your information, Professor Doctor is currently the technical advisor to the MOSTI flagship program under the supervision of InnoBiology Sdn Bhd, which called Dengue-Free Community. Her contribution extends beyond the confines of the university, impacting both the local as well as the international communities. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from Professor Dr. Hidayatul Fatih as she shares her insight on climate change and vector-borne diseases. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Hidayatul Fatih. Prof, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hidayatul Fatih Osman. I'm from the Center for Toxicology and Health Risk Study, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And thank you to UNIMAS for inviting me to the Climate Change and Health, a collaborative call to action for a climate resilient future. So it's my turn right now to talk about climate change and vector-borne diseases. And here is what we will cover in this talk. Number one is what is the vector-borne diseases as an introduction, or later on, the acronym for this is VBD, vector-borne diseases. And second part is the vector-borne diseases of concern. And number three is the effects of climate change on vector-borne diseases. Number four is, well, some cases from the climate change and vector-borne diseases. And last but not least, the adaptation to minimize the health risks and impact. Right, but first, let's get to know some insects in general, because this is an important baseline for the understanding of why insects are so affected by the climate change. One of it is insects are sensitive, really sensitive to temperature, humidity, rainfall, and precipitation. And thus, its population also depends on the land use, socio-economic and cultural factors, pest control, access to healthcare, and human responses to diseases of risk, and among other factors. And due to this, that's why insects are generally the one of the first that will be affected by the climate change, whether we realize or not. And as we are listening to our speakers before me, we are telling the audience that we are getting warmer. The world is getting warmer. There's one article in the New England Journal of Medicine. It's telling us about the average surface temperature changes that has happened in the past 50 years. When you look at the left side, that was the previous one. But when you look at the right side, you see how the changes has happened. And the most affected area, they say, is actually to the North Pole, that we saw more than 4 degrees of Celsius has happened in the area. So let's move on to the with my talk. And before that, let me introduce you to what is vector-borne diseases. Right, so what is vector-borne diseases? Vector-borne diseases are spread by arthropods or small animal vectors. These are the diseases, human illnesses that are caused by parasites, viruses, and bacteria that are transmitted by vectors. Every year, there are more than 700,000 deaths from diseases such as malaria, dengue, schistosomiasis, human African trichomoniasis, leishmaniasis, Chagas disease, yellow fever, Japanese encephalitis, and onchocerciasis. The burden of these diseases is highest in tropical and subtropical areas, and they disproportionately affect the poorest populations. Since 2014, major outbreaks of dengue, malaria, chikungunya, yellow fever, and Zika has affected the populations. It claims lives and overwhelm our health systems in many, many countries. And other diseases like chikungunya, what we have here in Malaysia too, is also lymphatic filariasis, cause chronic suffering, lifelong morbidity, and disability, plus occasionally stigmatization. Therefore, distribution of this actually is worldwide, and affecting the poorest is what make them is listed under the neglected tropical diseases. There are two types of VBD transmission. One of it, the first one is the anthropootic infections, meaning the human vector human transmissions, where humans are the only reservoir of the disease. And the second one is the zoonotic infections or animal vector human transmission, where animals are the main reservoir of the disease and humans are considered secondary or spillover hosts, and do not generally contribute to the disease transmission cycle, as their levels of circulating pathogens are often too low to help maintain transmission. So the type of transmission of a VBD has implications for vector control strategies. the anthropootic infections can theoretically be eradicated if all human cases of diseases can be treated, whereas for the zoonotic diseases are much more difficult to control since all animal reservoirs of the disease would need to be treated. Thus, the One Health concept is very, very important for the second types of VBD transmission, which is the zoonotic infections, where we need all hands on deck. We need the wildlife experts. We need also the veterinary. We need not only the human part, but also we need to curb and control whatever those in the environment. So One Health concept is very, very important in preventing and controlling zoonotic infections. So for the vector-borne disease dynamics, okay, as you can see, there are three crucial elements, which must coexist for the occurrence of the VBD. For this VBD to take place. One of it is the susceptible population. The second one is the availability of the vector. Most often it is the arthropods. And last but not least, the third part is the disease pathogen such as bacteria, viruses, or parasites. So in the area where vector-borne disease more frequently occurs, conditions must be suitable for all this to happen. First of all, it must be suitable for the vectors. It must also suitable for the pathogen, and also a condition for the susceptible population. There are a number of areas in the world where conditions are all good and all are suitable for these three components. All right, so that's why it's happening. Perhaps then we need a more vigorous control and prevention in this area to improve the healthcare services or vector control measures. And it is also quite important for me to point out that the global climate change is likely to affect all these three components. All right, so whether it's indirectly or directly. So as an example of the direct impact or direct effect, the arthropods are highly sensitive to changes in temperature and precipitation, as they cannot regulate their own internal temperatures and therefore critically depend on the climate for survival and development. Thus, changes in climate may accelerate the development time for some arthropod species. And similarly, for the pathogen also, they are climate sensitive as well. And the changes in the climate could result in increase in reproduction, increase in their replication, and also increase in their transmission rate. And some effect of the indirect is one of it changes in the livelihood conditions due to the climate change that could affect perhaps the nutritional individuals for the human, and that is actually potentially increased susceptibility to the disease. And therefore it is important to make sure that this triad of vector-borne disease dynamics to be checked and checked, because climate change has a big impact on this. So let's move on to the vector-borne diseases of concern. So I list out here all the vector-borne diseases and the disease and the vector. And as you can see, most of them, either they've been transmitted by the mosquito, Anopheles mosquito, Aedes mosquito, and or whether they are also being vectored by ticks or fleas, or any snails or tsetse flies, and even some by cyclops and black flies. These are the lists that are available in the world for the vector-borne diseases. Well, as you can see, there are many VBDs of concern, especially in the developing countries. As I mentioned earlier, these are all the neglected tropical diseases because it occurs in where poverty is the most significant risk factor for the occurrence. So it's only not only includes the malaria, it also includes some other diseases as mentioned in the notes here. Leishmaniasis, trypanosomiasis, Chagas, dengue, lymphatic filariasis, and onchocerciasis. And also, all these agents causing these diseases comes from protozoa, bacteria, viruses, and filarial nematodes that are transmitted by a range of arthropod vectors. And as you can see, and as you know already, mosquito is actually one of the highest insect that has served as a factor that cause a misery to human beings. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, reported with high confidence meaning that in their report, they are almost sure, based on the research and studies that have been conducted worldwide, that the prevalence of vector-borne diseases has increased in recent decades, and the prevalences of these 4 diseases, malaria, dengue, Lyme diseases, and West Nile virus infection, are expected to further increase during the next 8 years if measures are not taken to adapt and strengthen control strategy. And what does the global warming that leads to the climate change done to our world? One of it makes the higher CO2. The carbon dioxide is higher. So what is the direct impact of this carbon dioxide? Is it makes longer growing seasons. So longer growing seasons that lead also contribute to the increase of the vector longevity. So when the vector has a long life, it can serve more than what it's supposed to do. And that is also come with the temperature increases. When the world is warmer, definitely it caused by the temperature that increase. And that is actually expand the climatic zones. Those areas which is actually cool, is not cool anymore. It's become warmer. People in Nagasaki, for instance, has reported that they are right now feeling like living in the subtropic area. And that is actually increased the frequency of the diseases, where you never heard dengue in Tokyo. Now they had dengue outbreak in Tokyo. And that is also making the vector expand to this area that used to be cool, but no more cool right now. It's become warmer. And that allows also not only for the vector to thrive in those areas, it allows also the pathogen to thrive in the area. And let's talk about the rainfall. Have you noticed that we have rain and rains and rain? That is actually more than what we used to have. So the increase of this rainfall altered the pattern of the breeding, especially for the Aedes mosquito. Maybe you know, maybe you do not know, but let me share with you. Aedes mosquito is actually one of the most scariest mosquito right now, because that Aedes aegypti, Aedes albopictus, these two can serve as diseases to 3, if not 4 diseases of the world. One of it, dengue. Secondly, chikungunya. Thirdly, Zika. And the fourth one is the yellow fever in the Northern America. So, given all these 3 examples, not to mention about urbanization, where you have the heat in the city, that is also invite people and the vectors as well to the city, the people coming to the city to look for jobs, to look for a better future. But that is where the vectors also thrive, where the vector following the host, where the vector also has higher rate, given them the chance to transmit the disease better. And of course, in the name of urbanization, we also deforested our forests. The deforestation also make the human contact between the wildlife and also the human. And more vector breeding sites, more contact is actually open up, making the transmission available. And with that also, remember I told you about the warmer world that makes some other parts of the world has floods, but in some other world of the part of the world is actually having drought. And this makes the water storage that we will discuss in our case study. So increase of the water storage also meaning the increase of the availability of the breeding sites. Well, I'm not going to talk the rest of it, you know, as the intensifying the agriculture, chemical pollution, increased trade, increased travel, all this actually has led to the thriving of the vectors and also increasing the transmission of these vector-borne diseases. So we have discussed a bit of it about the effects of the climate change on the VBD. So let's look deeper. So we've thought about the effect of the climate change, how each of the environmental factors affecting the vector-borne diseases, and I could not more emphasize about the vectors, the host, and also the human that involved in the transmission, the tribe that I mentioned earlier about these infective pathogens that sensitive to climate change and other environmental factors, putting them together. They are affecting vector-borne diseases, influencing each other in more of the following. One of it is the vector and the host survival. Reproduction is higher. Development is also higher. The search for the biting, blood-seeking activity also increased. Not only that, the distribution and the abundance is also higher. And on the pathogen part, the development, the replication, the transmission is also higher. and the global warming make the graphic range of pathogens. Graphic range also wider now for the vectors. Graphic range also not only affecting the vector, but of course the host when the urbanization takes place. But the most sad story here is also about the human behavior that allows this to happen and complete the transmission cycle. And the disease outbreak is ever higher, more now than ever, compared to the last time when we used to have a cooler world. Okay, so as mentioned to you, the key factor here is the temperature. Vectors, insects are generally sensitive to temperature, and thus our vectors and pathogen too. So temperature, the effects on the vector, as you can see, the survival of the vectors is higher. It increase or decrease at the same time. It could happen depending on the species. There's a study by Gabler in 2001, which he listed a range of possible mechanisms whereby changes in temperature impact on the risk of transmission of the VBD. So one of it is actually definitely the survival of the vector. Next to it is actually the change of the susceptibility of vectors to some pathogen, the changes in the rate of vector population growth, the changes in feeding rate and host contact, and not only that, okay, it's also the temperature affecting the incubation period of the vector to the pathogens. And that is also meaning that the seasonality of the pathogen transmission is actually higher. And that is one of it. What we concern most with that is actually the vectorial capacity. The vectorial capacity is actually when it changes or once it goes up, meaning that the capability to transmit the disease is more efficient than ever. And what does the temperature does to the pathogen? Remember, for the transmission to take place, pathogen must be thriving and must have some development in the vectors. So the development in the vectors can be decreased. Extrinsic incubation period will be decreased, meaning that it will have a shorter period in the body of the vector. So when that happens, remember the earlier slide, it will increase the efficiency of the vectorial capacity. It can be transmitted faster and higher to the people, to the host. And that is what making the disease is more in numbers, right? And the changes also in the transmission season. Last time, remember when we used to read the textbook, we used to see the pattern of dengue. Dengue used to happen during the rainy season, particularly after the rainy season. But right now, can you see the pattern anymore? It changes the transmission season. And as the world getting warmer, as again, the vectors has ventured into those who are the cooler climate, like I mentioned, one of the example in Nagasaki and also in Tokyo. But now you got dengue also in Italy. You got also dengue in Greece. You also now got dengue also in France. You know, so God knows where this dengue would go. Okay, last time they don't have this, especially in Florida, but now they do have this Aedes albopictus in Florida. So, and also comes with the Zika virus together with the vector, which is the Aedes mosquito. So the changes in the graphical distribution is scary. And decreased viral replication is another story, which is it makes it shorter. The life cycle of the replication of the virus in the vector is shorter, making it efficiently being passed to the host easier and faster. And I did mention about the precipitation effects on the vector. Precipitation is actually the humidity in the air. And last time, there's a study conducted, but it has not been published yet. The precipitation is actually plays a bigger role than the rainfall, actually, because the vector relies a lot on the precipitation compared to the rainfall. The rainfall actually creates the precipitation. So once you have increased rates, you may also have increased level habitats. The increased level habitats, especially the cryptic one, is the one that you hard to find. Yet with this rain, the excess rain, not only comes the flooding, but also it created the pools. And these pools can serve as the breeding sites. And not only that, the rain also produce a longer precipitation or humidity in the air. And that also actually contribute to the longevity of the vectors, especially the mosquitoes. That is on the higher rainfall. How about those in the drought area? Unfortunately, when you have drought, definitely you go and, go and get the pail and get the water to make sure that you have enough water to last. But this water storage also can become the breeding site for the container breeding mosquito, right? And that is also, there's a study showing heavy rainfall events can synchronize vector host seeking and also the transmission, the virus transmission. Then what we are having right now, if you have drought, you still have problem. If you have you have a rainfall also, it cause problem. So meaning that in either way, we are not safe from this vector. And not only that, again, I must remind you over and over again, the direct effects, but the most important thing, one of it is on the malarial pathogen parasites itself. It is the plasmodium that thrive very, very well. Thrive very, very well with the high precipitation. And you can see the vector activity is actually influenced by the humidity and precipitation. It has a significant role in vector activity. Greater relative humidity increase the vector activity, but heavy rainfall actually decrease the activity. So there are, the good and the bad side of it, but anyway, overall increased activity also increases the transmission rate. Remember that. And as for the vector survival, there's a study for the relationship between temperature and vector mortality. It's actually quadratic, meaning that mortality rates increase at high and low temperature. Definitely insect needs some range, what we call a thriving range for them. Below certain temperature, it would not survive, but the higher temperature is not survive. However, temperature effects on the development is actually high rates of development of mosquito can result in small adults with poorer survival. You know, there's a study by one of my students. We tested the life cycle of this mosquito, Aedes mosquito, at 25 degree, 28 degree, and 30 degree. And guess, we were wondering what happened if we push them to the 30 degree. And we could see that actually this mosquito, after the third progeny, it can adapt well for the 30 degree. And that is actually quite scary because usually they would thrive well at 28 in Malaysia, 28 degree. But after the third progeny, they are thriving as well in the 30 degrees in the laboratory. Meaning that right now, what is happening right now, the temperature in Malaysia right now is very good for this Aedes mosquito to thrive as we are having our global warming. So this is one of the important things that we would like to emphasize as the vector survival. They learn how to adapt. Compared to human, they are a better adapters compared to the human. So I would like to reiterate and re-emphasize the direct effects of climate change on the vector-borne diseases. So again and again, I would like to mention the direct effects of climate change on the vector-borne diseases that increase the range of all abundance of animal reservoir or arthropod or the vectors themselves itself. For example, the malaria, the Lyme disease, the schistosomiasis disease, and it's also enhanced transmission like West Nile virus and other arboviruses. Viruses is thriving very well, especially in the hot weather. It also increases in importation of vectors of pathogens such as dengue, like I mentioned earlier, chikungunya, West Nile virus, Zika, for instance, that never heard in Florida before, but it's now been imported there, and increased animal disease risk and potential human risk, such as the trypanosomiasis. I would like to draw your attention. As you can see, the mosquito-borne diseases, malaria and dengue, is actually the highest, the two highest diseases compared to the other. As you can see also, the area that mainly affected are the Africa and Southeast Asia. And cases per year in both continents and area of Africa and Southeast Asia is about 220 million. And as you can see, the climate sensitivity and confidence in the climate effect, you can see that, you know, plus minus 1 degree is actually increasing the transmission, and of course the rainfall also, and the precipitation as well. And that goes also for the dengue that we have in Malaysia as the endemic country, but million people affected all over the world, the cases. And you can see the temperature and the rainfall and the precipitation, all is actually affecting us. And the tick-borne and the Lyme disease, which does not really concern us, but other vector-borne diseases really make us scared about what is happening right now in our region. So the direction and the magnitude of the change of selected health impacts, as you can see, noted by the IPCC, reported by these changes in transmission cycle, and of course, and other things. So let me share with you some case studies that I think again and again, as mentioned to you earlier. There are two case studies pertinent to Malaysia. The case one is malaria and the case two is dengue. In the absence of disease control and socio-economic development, the spatial and temporal risk of malaria is largely governed by rainfall, whereby the temporary water bodies are available, temperature and humidity. So these three things, the rainfall, temperature and humidity, plays a very big part, not only to the malaria transmission, okay, which is actually direct transmission, but it also can happen to the dengue and Zika virus infection, where Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus mosquito is the key vectors for this. And mostly, although it direct transmissions, but zoonotic component is there. So remember the earlier part that I told you, the zoonotic part is actually quite hard to curb, quite hard to control. It needs multi-sectorial capacity to put together the effort to control it. So thus, One Health is very important for the zoonotic diseases. And as you can see, the arboviral diseases are common, well, yes, in tropical and subtropical diseases, but in some drought area where we need to store the water, and when also the piped water might not be available in some area, we tend to store the water, and that is where the breeding site could come. So let's look into these two diseases. For those who really know about what is malaria, so malaria is actually caused by the protozoan parasite of Plasmodium. Is spread by the Anopheles mosquito that causes acute life-threatening diseases. It's a deadly disease that actually every minute a child dies from malaria. It actually can be fatal due to the organ dysfunctions, include neurological, kidney and renal dysfunctions, which actually later, if it's neurological, it could produce seizures and later on into coma. It's a major worldwide health concern, especially for the immunocompromised persons, and for the children, and also for the pregnant women that have the highest mobility and mortality rate. So this slide is actually showing you the role of climate change on the vector and the pathogen, and also to the human. So the key vector factors here, as you can see, are the part of the vectors, yeah? The climatic requirements for survival, temperature ranges for different species, standing water and humidity requirement, and the insecticide resistance. These are all the key factors to the vector. And also for the pathogen here, as you can see, the Plasmodium, right? We have the human Plasmodium falciparum, vivax, malaria, and also ovale. But right now we have another simian malaria, which is the Plasmodium nosai. And these all plasmodiums requires a certain temperature for their reproduction. And here comes the environment. As you can see, the environment is actually where the temperature, the water availability, the humidity, and of course the rainfall that causes the or contributes to the humidity plays all the role. And the human part, the human population affected by this climate and environment as well. As you can see, of course, for the population factors, the poverty and other social determinants of health, and also acquired immunity. And well, in some countries, like perhaps in Sabah, in Sarawak, the access to the medical treatment, also in our indigenous people, orang asli in Semenanjung, Malaysia, also has a bit of problem getting access to the medical treatment. And, you know, for these people, it's actually what when it all come together, the human, the vector, the pathogen, and the environment, and this is actually what the makes the transmission variables higher more than usual. So this climate change is actually making the malaria spreading, and that's one study I think they did in China. This actually in China used to be a quite a steady country without malaria, but lately the southern and southeastern region of China have high risks of a malaria transmission, and they have to conduct passive and active surveillance due to the availability of malaria cases in the south and the southern eastern southern China. And that is actually some example how this climate warming or this climate sensitive zone to the malaria transmission has expanded to the countries where never before has been recorded of malaria. And as you can see with the, and these are the keys too, dengue. So what is dengue? Dengue is a viral infection transmitted by mosquito, the Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus. And of course, this mosquito contracted from the virus is actually from a human that has been infected, and come this mosquito getting the bite from these people, and they become infected. And one mosquito bite can inflict the disease with one mosquito bite can cause you getting the dengue. So dengue is has 4 strains, then 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. And the mosquito flourishes during rainy seasons, but also can breed in water-filled containers. And thanks to climate change, it's available all year round. And the virus is not contagious when it comes person to person. It cannot be transmitted human to human. It has to be person to mosquito to another person pathway. So we do have the dengue hemorrhagic fever, a form of a more severe dengue, and well, due to the incompatibility, the second attack of the dengue virus from a different serotype is actually making it almost fatal if you have your second infection. So approximately 1% of the patients with dengue infection progress to dengue hemorrhagic. So here is the world map, okay, now and then later, all right, as you can see the probability in 2015 and how it becoming redder, meaning brighter in red color in the another 50 years. These are the changes that we are so scared about. And these are the example of the weather effect, as you can see, due to the La Nina. And with the reported rain and with the reported dengue, and that correlates well with the rain, you can see the moment you have the rain, you will have also dengue following closely the rain. And this is also, that is La Nina, which you have more rain, while for the drought season, meaning the El Nino, you can see also the dengue is happening. Why? Because this is what happened. The example of people getting the storage around the houses elevated the Aedes aegypti population as it enhanced the breeding opportunity with the water storage. And not so long ago, a couple of weeks back, you can see in Peru, there are surging of dengue cases because they have this El Nino, which forced the people to store the water. Unfortunately, due to the perhaps the ignorant, or perhaps they did not they were told they did not, or carelessly did not close the containers, the pails, and that is actually making the cases so severe up until the government has to declare an emergency due to the dengue situation. Right, so let's go down to the adaptation, minimizing the risk. As you can see, the opportunity for adaptation, these are all the things that we need to do. One is to strengthening the surveillance. We, the government, all these healthcare workers, you, me, I, and everybody, we need to shout out and cry out for us to strengthen our surveillance. And of course, all of us need to adopt a precautionary approach. And of course, the mainstreaming response to disease threats, it must be there. There must be some kind of channel to do that. And top down or bottom up, we can do this by enhancing health system capacity. And yet, this is one of the most important things, the anticipating new and emergent pathogens and their potential to change the current VBD burden. The readiness that we must have for us to adapt to the key to the VBD, and these are the key adaptation strategies. I'm taking this from the New England Medical Journal. It has the community-based strategies and individual household strategies. And as you can see, strong public policies must be there. For instance, the housing and land use regulations, vector surveillance, and disease surveillance as well, vector control programs, early warning systems, and public awareness plus engagement campaigns. As for the individual and household strategies, awareness must be there again and again. The awareness of the risk. Tell them, inform the community about the risk, the signs, and the symptoms of these vector-borne diseases. Tell them to use the personal protective measures. Seek your medical attention as soon as possible, and of course, adherence to the treatment plan. And these are the take-home messages that I would like to convey to all of you. The most important thing is the last note. To address the adverse impacts of climate change, we call for an urgent and rapid reductions. And thus that is actually can curb the problem that we are facing right now. So I'm taking this from Nelson Mandela. we can change the world and make it a better place. It is in your hands, in my and also in my hands. So to make a difference. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Hidayatul Fatih, for the insightful and thought-provoking presentation. Prof, we are going straight for the Q&A session. Is that okay with you, Prof?
Yeah, I'm okay. I am ready.
Okay, Prof. We got few questions from the floor. Due to the time constraint, maybe we will focus on first and we see how it goes. First, there's one question from Dr. Muhammad Rohaizi. Dear Prof, until now, we have successfully prevented the emergence of yellow fever in this country, but not dengue, chikungunya, or Zika. Could you elaborate more about this? Thank you. Yes, Prof.
Yes, okay. Thank you for the question. Just a quick answer from me because yellow fever is actually has reached China way back before the COVID time. I think that is the report was in 2018. Yellow fever has reached China. But I think luckily, well, lucky or not so luckily, we have the pandemic of COVID-19. It has not reached further down south. But actually, mind everyone that the same vector, we have the vector. We just don't have the pathogen. All right. So remember the triad that I showed to you. It takes the pathogen, the vector, and the human. If the vector is available, the human is also available to take to be the what I would say the predator is there, the vector. However, the pathogen is not there. So let's pray that it stopped there, those yellow fever virus in China. And what happened here in Malaysia, dengue is so endemic in Malaysia. We have our own Albopictus Aedes albopictus and Aedes aegypti thriving very well in our country. And also we have recorded also the existence of Zika in 1968. There's a study they isolate Zika virus in Pahang, if I'm not mistaken, that report came out in 1969. Well, yes, it's 55, 56 years ago. Well, and if it's there, I believe it's been drawn from serum from a monkey, a wild monkey that they caught. So it is a matter of time for us to have an outbreak of Zika as well. But again, dengue is so endemic to Malaysia, so does chikungunya. And this, well, enough with these two actually, that it makes our vector control and our CDC, our infectious disease running up and down, jumping up and down when they have the outbreak. So I hope I answered the question.
Yes, Prof. Prof, we have another question, if I may.
Yep.
From Dr. Azlan. Are there any innovative technology or intervention being developed to mitigate the impact of climate change on vector-borne diseases?
This is a 1 million question that I would say, like I said in my messages just now. It is hard to contain the insect or these vectors unless we really pull up our sleeves and work together. Whether is bottom up or is top down to curb or to minimize the risk of vector-borne diseases due to the climate change. Let me take one example that I've been, I've been taking all along, because this mosquito, even without the climate change, they are thriving in our country. They are thriving in Southeast Asia. Let's take Aedes aegypti or even Anopheles mosquito that we and also when we talk about Anopheles mosquito, I'm talking about Plasmodium nosai that in Sabah, in Sarawak, and also in Peninsular Malaysia, all of us is facing this new simian malaria. Why? Because maybe due to the deforestation, that makes the contact, the human contact with the vector. And the source is actually, it's a zoonotic diseases because the source is actually from the wild macaque. All right. So it's like I mentioned, zoonotic diseases is harder to control compared to the the anthropogenic transmission. But it can be done. It can be done by strengthening our vector control. And the most important thing, I think, on the climate side part, do our part, by trying to save whatever left for us, to save the world. But for the vector control, that's another thing I think that we can do, is to give the health education that is due to those population. For instance, you might get surprised that not so many people understand how dengue is transmitted. What is chikungunya? Nobody really cares until they got one, until they got the suffering. And well, some people would say malaria is the disease of the past, but it is a re-emerging disease. So all this information needs to be conveyed. So it's also in the hand of our, I would say, behaviorists, our social scientists, so to take this as part of their challenge, how to change the behavior to make them more sensitive to the vector-borne diseases, to these diseases, because I think people would take lightly about dengue. Oh, somebody got dengue. Oh, poor soul, they got dengue. Oh, someone passed away from dengue. That's all. But have you heard about, oh, someone get dengue? Let's do some cleanup. Let's do and destroy all the breeding habitats. Have you heard about that, Neil? So I think we still have a long way to go about health education, health promotion. So these public health experts, you, me, and everybody here in this platform, I think we should play the role of, disseminating this information to the public, especially. I don't know whether I answered the question or not, but I really hope this enlightened and opening shed some lights on this topic.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. And I think due to the time constraint, we have come to the end of this plenary session. Once again, thank you so much, Prof, for your thoughtful and very insightful sharing. So with that, thank you and wish everyone have a nice day and see you again, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Lim, and also our esteemed speaker for the day, for the wonderful and insightful presentation to us. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our morning session of our seminar. Thank you for your kind attention. We will take 1 hour break for lunch and prayer. The seminar will recommence at 2 p.m. with oral presentations and e-poster presentations. A gentle reminder to all participants to ensure that you have registered your attendance for today. See you later.
invite Persatuan Melanau Cebu. Shout out to you guys. Thank you, thank you.
Nama tarian ini ialah alu-alu dari masyarakat Melanau. Pada asalnya, tarian ini selalu ditarikan semasa hari perkabungan untuk menghibur ahli keluarga si mati. Namun kini, tarian selalu ditarikan di majlis keramaian.
sebat adalah antara salah satu zafin di Sarawak. Zafin sebat berasal di perkampungan kecil di daerah Lunduk, Sarawak. Tarian ini sering dipersembahkan pada majlis perkahwinan, majlis keramaian dan acara pentas. Oleh demikian, tarian ini masih mengekalkan gerak asal tari. Bak kata pepatah, tak lapuk di hujan, tak lekang di panas. Tarian yang akan kami persembahkan selepas ini ialah Inang Kalambuai dari masyarakat Melayu. Tarian ini ditarikan oleh si Dara dan si Teruna dan kebiasaannya ia dipersembahkan pada majlis keramaian seperti perkahwinan ataupun majlis-majlis rasmi.
This is Shamali. She's 30 years old. People call her Sham. So, this is her story.
Okay. So, Shamali, after this, what are you planning to do? Yeah, I'm going to the park there. I want to jog today.
Oh, I see.
I see. Why? I heard one place very nice to go. Right?
Yeah, I heard. It's just right the corner.
Seriously?
Yes.
It's very good and green also. I think I'm so hungry. I want to. Then, never mind. I follow you. I'm jogging. I'll go to the road. Okay?
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Cherry, do you know I gained 10 kilos in 5 months?
Oh no, oh my god, Shamali, that is bad.
Seriously, I'm very, very sad, you know.
Oh my god.
It's all because of my unhealthy lifestyle. I eat fast food, everything. See what happened to me now?
Shamali, it is good that you have the insight, but then do you know that Asian have the highest categories in prevalence of obesity and overweight among the South Asian countries? And do you know that 60% of our population are within either of the categories? And do you know the complications can lead to hypertension, stroke, and also heart diseases?
Oh my God! Asian, we are the highest.
Yes.
Then I'm one of them.
Yes.
So chances for me to get all this complication is very high already. Oh no!
Don't worry, Shamali. Nothing is impossible. I think you still can do something about it. You know, actually, healthy lifestyle is a choice, so you can choose best.
Best? What is that?
Best is really is an acronym for you. B is for you to be active. So there's many options for you to be active, such as you have do some brisk walking, or even at work also you can do an X break. And then besides that, also you can choose an active hobby such as gardening. Then for E is to establish healthy behavior. So it's include that you should have healthy dietary habit. Besides that, also you need to you also can have a good behavior such as avoid smoking and also alcohol. Next, S is to say no to others. So don't be shy to say no to others and stick with your healthy choice. Then last one is T. T is take your time. Don't rush yourself because it's more important for you to be consistent.
Yeah, true. That means I should follow best in order to start reducing my weight.
Yes, I agree, Shamli, what Faisal said. Weight reduction is a tough and a long process, and it is not impossible to do it. Correct or not? Yeah.
True.
What you should have is it's a good determination to fight in this battle.
Okay.
Although people think that being slim is healthy, but it doesn't show that person is fit. So don't worry, as a whole team, we will start exercise to maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Okay.
And we should start it by today.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay guys, our discussion has already finished. I think we can wrap up already.
Okay.
So, what's your plan, Cherry, after this?
I'm going to get McDonald's. I'm so hungry already after all this session. You want to drive?
Oh no. No, I don't want to join. No fast food.
I want to play with you. You want to come?
Yeah, okay. I want to join Faisal.
Okay. Alright.
Okay, come.
Okay. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
So what we're seeing, like in Malaysia, on average, our rainfall is pretty much the same as what it was before. But it doesn't explain that we're getting longer dry spells and we're getting very high intensity rainfall, longer duration than we have seen before. But on average, everything is fine. So one of the classic cartoons in terms of statistics and how you do averaging is a man with his feet on fire and his head in a bucket of ice water. And he says, on average, I feel fine. Because the average of the two is just, that's fine. But it doesn't tell you about the actual situation. I was involved recently with the IPCC assessment report on climate change. People have been talking about climate emergency. I don't think that Malaysia needs to declare a climate emergency at the federal level, and let me tell you why. There's no certain definition of what a climate emergency is. When we use the word emergency, it's very scary to people because they think that, is it going to be like a lockdown? There's military, police out, I can't go out of my house or things like that. So I think in how people have been using the word climate emergency, it's more to say that we need to take action now. Local councils or districts or city councils can enact bylaws. For example, if they want to reduce the number of cars entering into the city, they could do like what Singapore does. You enter into a city zone, you have to pay a higher fee. Or parking rates might increase because they want to encourage people to use public transport. They could require that all new housing developments use solar panels. There might be some restriction on energy using. Part of it could involve education. Like Japan, we would have to teach this to children in school so they would know what to do. These are actions which have to be undertaken in every and each project. If you do have a climate emergency declaration, then at every meeting of the ExCom, for example, or at council level, then there should be an agenda item of climate change, actions. What actions are we taking? A declaration of climate emergency should be done by people who have the authority to implement action. And that means that it should be declared at the subnational, state, or even district level. It shouldn't be done at the federal level. That's because different parts of Malaysia face different types of risk. And the risk can be essentially identified by whether they're exposed to the climate impacts and whether there are people vulnerable to climate impacts. For example, Kelantan would face floods. We know they face floods. And so, in a sense, they're very resilient to floods. But there are some other areas which never had floods before, but are only now starting to see some of these impacts. So for these people, we can say it's more critical for them to have a higher level of awareness than people in Kelantan who are already aware of flooding. So the types of action that we take would differ. In addition, there's also what would be lost. What are the losses and damages we can anticipate? And the losses and damages are expected to be greatest in cities. For the Klang Valley, climate impact would be high risk compared to places like in Kedah. So Selangor government mentioned about the possibility of declaring a climate emergency, but I think the important thing is for them to identify what actions need to be taken. And in turn, Selangor can then be a model for other states or other councils in order to follow in the types of action which need to be taken.
One of the problems, with many of the climate emergency declarations around the world is that it focuses almost exclusively on mitigation policies, such as greenhousing or carbon offsetting. When we talk about tackling the climate crisis, essentially there are two parts to it. The first is really on climate mitigation. So mitigation is really about how do we cut down, on such emissions. The second part of the equation is on climate adaptation. So adaptation deals a lot with trying to prepare, for a crisis situation. So this is assuming that temperatures are already increasing beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, meaning to say that we will be experiencing more extreme weather events, floods, droughts, potentially forest fires. What are we doing specifically to adapt to such scenarios? It is important for us to not just focus on the mitigation side of things, but also what are our adaptation action plans, that need to be laid out. Because already, I don't think that we are sort of on track, towards meeting the 1.5 degrees. We're already at 1.1. The real question that we need to ask ourselves is, are we prepared, to face this extreme catastrophic events, which will actually happen more frequently and more severe, which is why I think the time is right for us to actually start, like pumping in more resources and start looking strategically in terms of how we are actually adapting, right, to the challenges of the climate crisis. And unfortunately, it's often this vulnerable groups of people that actually suffer the most when it comes to the brunt of such catastrophic events. The reality of the situation is that there should not be a one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to climate adaptation. You would have to consider the localized context, right, of different states. The breakdown of socioeconomic status is different to a certain extent. So all of that, I think, has or variables or factors, right, need to come into play in developing, right, a robust and resilient and even an effective, right, adaptation plan, as I would say.
Malaysia isn't ranked amongst the countries that would be vulnerable to climate change. And I think one of the reasons also is because we have a very strong middle-class economy. That means people have a good level of education, good level of income, and have the ability to, recover. But it's really a relative issue. If you've never really experienced, big floods before, and now you're starting to experience it, you would consider yourself vulnerable. You would consider yourself exposed. And so you would want some action to be taken. So I think it's irrespective of what we are ranked in the global level, we need to be ready for ourselves. That's why in many places, people are declaring an emergency because they feel we need to take action now to overcome impacts which we will face in the very near future. I think that's what the climate emergency declaration should do, make people more aware, make people realize and make people think about the actions they need to do and to encourage other people to do in order to be prepared. One of the people I met in the conference was saying, I think she's from WWF, and she said it's very difficult for her to explain to her friend that, global warming is only 1.5, and the friend says, oh, it's only 1.5 degrees centigrade, so why are we worried? There's not going to be a big difference, And actually, I understand that view because and it's quite difficult to explain because the 1.5 degrees centigrade is an average. That means it's not telling you what the maximum or the minimum is.
Good day, distinguished guests and participants. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you once again to the 10th UNIMAS Public Health Seminar. My name is Dr. Teresa Lona Ana Abel from University Malaysia Sarawak, and I have the honor of moderating today's oral scientific presentations. This session will feature insightful presentations from 11 presenters who will be given a total of 10 minutes to complete their presentation. The 10 minutes allocated includes 7 minutes to present and another 3 minutes for question and answer session. The question and answer session will start right after the video presentation. We will stop the Q&A session after 3 minutes. Now, let's meet our judges. It is with deep respect and appreciation that we introduce our esteemed panel of judges, 2 renowned experts in the field of public health. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Helmi bin Hazmi from University Malaysia Sarawak and Associate Professor Dr. Deborah Peck Ngadan from University Malaysia Sarawak.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Teresa.
Before we begin, I would like to remind all members who are with us today to kindly respect the proceedings and to avoid disrupting this session. Without further ado, let us begin our presentation from Dr. Nur Intan Kartiniwati from Pejabat Kesehatan Daerah Manjung.
Assalamualaikum and good day. The title of my study is Socio-Ecological Factors of Hand Hygiene Practice among Childcare Center Caregivers in Urban Areas of Perak. Studies have shown that preventive practices of infectious diseases in childcare centers, such as hand hygiene, are effective in reducing the number of infection rates, the number of infection in childcare centers, the number of clusters and absenteeism, and reduce microorganisms on surfaces in childcare centers, and thus recommended in our local guidelines. As shown on the slide, hand hygiene practice can be influenced by different factors in the socio-ecological layers. Although infectious diseases are preventable, almost 70% of under 5 deaths in 2017 were caused by communicable diseases, with acute respiratory infections and diarrhea diseases specifically contributed to more than 40% of deaths. The table on our right-hand side showed the proportion of deaths caused by communicable diseases, highlighted in blue, which has significant impact to our morbidity and mortality picture. Other than socio-economic factor and nutritional factors, childcare center attendance is known to increase the incidence of infectious diseases among children due to environmental factors such as overcrowding and activities involving direct and indirect contact. Outbreaks do not only cause parental productivity losses, but it also results in increased healthcare expenditure and cause secondary transmission among family members of the children and caregivers. So to prevent and control infections in childcare centers, we already have guidelines and policies in which among the recommendations were not only to meet the physical and structural requirement, but also to comply to preventive practices including hand hygiene. However, despite the guidelines, outbreaks involving childcare centers are still frequently reported in Malaysia. There is lack of study among childcare center caregivers in Malaysia because available studies in Malaysia only explore the practice among children and home caregivers only.
The objectives of this study are to describe the hand hygiene practice and to determine the socio-ecological factors associated with hand hygiene among childcare center caregivers.
Through the literature review, hand hygiene compliance ranged from 3.5% to 42% in studies conducted internationally. And among the factors that were found to be associated with hand hygiene practice were individual factors such as working hours, knowledge, and perceived severity, and also the organizational factors. Moving to methodology, the study took place in childcare centers located in urban areas of Perak and employed cross-sectional study design. List of districts under municipal and city council which govern urban areas was taken for sampling frame, and using one-stage cluster sample method, 3 districts were selected randomly to fulfill the sample size. Home-based childcare center and employees who do not perform preventive practices were excluded from the study. Sample size calculated was 335. Hand hygiene practice was scored using 13-item scale using Likert score, which 1 point given to items which were never practiced and 5 points to items which are practiced every time it is indicated. The questionnaire underwent validity and reliability testing with good and satisfactory results. The data was analyzed using SPSS, where a multivariate model was constructed using generalized linear mix model. This research obtained ethical approval from ethic boards and also permission from the relevant department. This study had good response rate, with all of the respondents were female, 63% single, equally distributed in terms of education, had median age of 26, median income of 1,000 ringgit, and caregiver to children ratio of 3.3. The average score was calculated for hand hygiene scale, and the median score of hand hygiene was 4.77 out of full score of 5. Graph shows the distribution of respondents according to the highest Likert score given for each item. Only 28.8% of respondents practice hand hygiene every time after they touch body fluid, and half of respondents did not follow 7 steps every time they perform hand washing. In the multivariate model, respondents with higher age came from non-Malay ethnic group with higher attitude score and higher facility score were associated with a better hand hygiene practice. In this study, it was found that the median score to practice is similar to a study conducted in daycare centers in Netherlands using self-reported measures. However, this score is higher if we compare to the studies which used observed measurements. While observed measurement is difficult to do, expensive, and may introduce Horton effect, the self-reported measurement may overestimate the actual practice due to social desirability and overestimation. Most frequently performed hand hygiene was found to be after toilet or diapering activity, similar to previous studies, which showed that perception of dirtiness and visibility of the soil led to better hand hygiene practice. Malay, which is the majority ethnic group, was found to have lower practice, similar to previous studies conducted on dengue prevention and influenza prevention. For example, in Singapore, it was found that majority ethnic group, which was from Chinese community, was found to have lower dengue prevention score. This could be explained by complacency due to working or living in an environment with surrounding community members belonging to the same ethnic group. A previous study by Rupert, which examined the commitment by minority group in an organization, showed that the pressure to conform to what is accepted may lead to better commitment and obligation to the task. However, further studies are needed to understand the multi-ethnic differences in health prevention. Similar to other studies, a higher attitude was associated with higher hand hygiene practice.
Higher facility score was also associated with higher hand hygiene practice. A qualitative study in Australia has found that lack of enforcement from the authorities emerged as one of the barriers that prevents childcare centre caregivers from performing preventive practice of infectious disease.
Moving to the strength of the study, utilizing SAM enable more holistic approach in examining associated factors of prevention practice, as hand hygiene is not only influenced by individual factors alone. Using generalized linear mix modeling enable random error arising from the clustering effect of childcare centers and districts to be tackled in the final model. The study is also able to fill in gaps concerning caregivers' practice in Malaysia. From the study, it is recommended that health education and promotion focus on aspects which will least practice, such as hand hygiene after contact with sick children and other specific aspects of hand hygiene, as shown in the descriptive findings. Stringent enforcement on requirements for operators to provide basic facilities are also important in improving hand hygiene among childcare centre caregivers. In conclusion, self-reported score of hand hygiene practice was high among caregivers. However, some aspects of hand hygiene was not practiced frequently as recommended. Individual factors such as age, ethnic group, attitude score, and also organizational factors such as facility score were found to be associated with hand hygiene. And addressing modifiable factors beyond individual constructs, such as stringent enforcement on facilities requirement, may improve the prevention of infection in childcare centres and subsequently reduce the number of infection and disease outbreaks in Malaysian childcare centres. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Intan. We will now proceed with the 3 minutes question and answer session.
Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Intan. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Dr. Deborah.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I would just like to ask you the first question. You mentioned about hand hygiene techniques, right? Did you define in your study what consists of a proper hand hygiene technique based on what guideline, based on whether, because it was not defined whether it was water based, whether it's non-water based, alcohol, all of these are considered inside. Can you explain it a bit? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Dr. Deborah. So for the hand hygiene, the 7 steps was asked in the questionnaire because it was recommended in the guideline produced by MOH. During the questionnaire, I already determined whether the childcare center already have a poster of hand hygiene already placed in their childcare centers. So it did not the questionnaire did not elucidate in detail what are the techniques of 7 steps, but just ask whether 7 steps are followed according to the guideline.
Okay, so the guideline included alcohol based or non-alcohol based or waterless or
According to the guideline, it is recommended to wash with soap, but also recommended washing with disinfecting with sanitizer. So among the 13 items, it also asks about sanitizing with disinfectant.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Helmi.
Yeah, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Intan. Okay. You mentioned about just now one of the things that should be enforced, one of the factors that contribute to this the least, you showed, one of the results that you showed was the least, hand hygiene practice was after touching a bodily fluid, right? Among
Yes.
caregiver and so, yeah. But how does this, you mentioned about lack of enforcement as one of the barrier for this, to encourage them to actually perform hand washing. I mean, how does this enforcement? Because most of the time, right, as you know, that in the what do you call that, childcare center, enforcement is something that is, how do they? I'm just wondering how to link between the enforcement part with the, enforcing it at childcare center when most of the time the carers are alone with their children.
The enforcement that I referred to was related to the provision of the facilities itself, because actually this is of a mixed method study where a qualitative component was also performed. But for today, I only presented about the quantitative part. But the provision of the enforcement is, when I refer to it, the enforcement is about the enforcing the availability of facilities before the childcare center can be registered with JKM. So nowadays, we can see that some childcare center did not provide enough soap, did not provide towels, did not provide the adequate number of hand washing sinks according to the number of children, also the number of caregivers. So it is found that through this study, the overall score of hand hygiene was associated with the provision of facilities provided by the provider, the childcare center operator.
This study, just curious, when was it done?
It was done after the COVID pandemic. So of course, because we got quite a high score of hand hygiene, so this can also it will not reflect the actual practice. If let's say we go to the childcare center today, then the practice might be different after the COVID pandemic. Yeah.
Do you think the result was surprising for you, or do you think that you expect that the result that you had?
Because this is again, this study use self-reported questionnaire. So this can also introduce a recall bias, information bias, and we require honesty when they answer this question. Of course, we build rapport first, but then if we observe, first, if we observe ourselves, then the results might be different. And second, if we conduct it before or many years after the pandemic, the result can also be different. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you to our judges and Dr. Nur Intan. I'm sorry to interrupt. We have reached our 3 minutes session. So next, we will proceed with the next presentation from Dr. Lalita Malamaniam from Pejabat Kesehatan Daerah Larut Matang dan Selam.
Good day to the panel of judges of the oral presentation of the 10th Public Health Seminar organized by CMPH, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, University of Malaysia, Sarawak. I am Lalita Malarmaniam, and I'll be presenting my oral presentation, my research entitled Determinants of Older People's Quality of Life, OPQOL in Rural Sarawak, Malaysia. These are my contents. And a little bit of background of the research. There's a rapid increase in the population of the elderly globally. Malaysians currently who are aged more than 60 account for about 8% of the total population, which will be doubled by 2040. And Malaysia will become an aging nation in 2030. And Sarawak will be the first aging state in Malaysia by 2030. Social support, chronic comorbidities, gender and outdoor leisure activities, living arrangement of the elderly, also their socio-economic factors were significantly associated with all the domains of elderly quality of life. And in Malaysia, since elderly relied heavily on family members for their well-being survival, availability of family members as carers and their living arrangement becomes a matter of concern. So the problem statement is Malaysia is entering into a new phase of an aging nation, but minimal studies are available on the determinants of OPQOL, such as financial conditions, social activities, social support, comorbidities, living arrangement, and ADL, which is important for current and future program planning. There is a need to expand and explore the determinants to assist policy and new programs to improve the QOL of the elderly, whom are actually the vulnerable population, especially in rural areas. So improving the OPQOL are public health challenges, and it should be the agenda of the 21st century. So our research objective consists of 4 specific objectives, and the general objective would be to identify the determinants of OPQOL in rural Sarawak, Malaysia. As for the specific objective, firstly, we would like to identify the socio-demographic characteristic among the elderly living in rural Sarawak, and secondly, to determine the prevalence and pattern of comorbidities, ADL, financial condition, current living arrangement, participation in social activities, social support, and OPQOL in rural Sarawak. Thirdly, to compare the OPQOL based on socio-demographic, such as age, gender, and ethnicity among the elderly living in rural Sarawak. And finally, to determine the factors which affects the OPQOL in rural Sarawak, Malaysia. As for the conceptual framework, it was based on Fisher's theory of aging, and there were 5 periods of older adulthood life transition that could impact the QOL of the elderly. This is the study variable based on Fisher's theory on developmental change in older adults. We came up with financial issue, social activities, social support, comorbidities, living arrangement, and ADL. As for the methodology, the study was a cross-sectional study with a purposive sampling with 819 sample size based in Kuching, Samarkand for South Region, Cebu for Mid Region, and Miri North Region. Data collection instrument were questionnaire, consists of 62 items, and the data collection procedure was a face-to-face interview. So the instrument was validated, and it was also went through expert content validity as well. As for the data entry and analysis, we used Microsoft Excel and IBM SPSS version. We used descriptive statistics to identify the sociodemographic characteristic, and for the prevalence and pattern of commodities, ADL, financial condition, current living arrangement, participation, social activities, social support, and OPQOL. And to compare the OPQOL, independent t-test and ANOVA was used, and to determine the factors affecting OPQOL, logistic regression was used. So as for the findings, they were 43.6% majority of them were 65 to 74 years old, middle-aged elderly, and more than 50% were female, 80% were married, and most of them had 3 and above number of children. 55% were Malays, 37.5% were primary educated elderly, 88.2% were not working, with 92% of them had less income of 2,500. Many did not receive financial aid and welfare registration. As for the leisure activities, 62%, close to 62% had no leisure activities. Many of them actually owned their house that they were living in, and many actually preferred to live in their own home compared to their child's home or elderly home. Okay, and 54.6% had one disease, 22% had no disease, and the rest had comorbidity. We had better OPQOL, good OPQOL compared to poor. For ADL, we had many of them with full function, and for living arrangement, many lived with spouse and adult child. Many were satisfied with their living arrangement, and many had poor participation in social activities. As for perceived social support, we also found that there was poor social support. This is the distribution of the comorbidities. There were many with hypertension, followed by diabetes, joint pain, and also vision problem. Okay, these are the mean distribution of the OPQOL in Sarawak, rural Sarawak. Okay, and these were the comparison for the OPQOL and sociodemography. And this is the main finding of our research, whereby we found that living arrangement, social participation, and also social support came out as significant factors. So the discussion, nearly 40% of the elderly living in rural Sarawak are still having low OPQOL with a mean of 45.3. Participation in social activities, social support, living arrangement are predictors of OPQOL. The research did not demonstrate significant findings between comorbidities, ADL, and financial condition, unlike other local and international studies, but it did show mean differences among the groups for the QOL. We had quite a number of limitations because it was COVID, and these were some of the limitations that we found. We concluded that the purpose of the study was to identify the determinants of OPQOL in rural Sarawak. The findings of the study indicated that nearly half, 41.5% of the elderly in Sarawak are still experiencing poor level of OPQOL. The study concludes that participation in social activities, social support, and living arrangement are the determinants of OPQOL in rural Sarawak, and programs which incorporate social variables such as participation in social activities and increase in social contact within family, relatives, friends, organization together with living arrangement may help in increasing the OPQOL in rural Sarawak. So we recommend policies to emphasize opportunities for the development and maintenance of social contacts for the elderly. The pre-existing community geriatric center power with new creative idea and dimension could assist the elderly in meeting their QOL, and future research may benefit from qualitative approach as well. My references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lalita. We will begin our Q&A session now.
Hey, you go first then.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lalita, you did not include your inclusion and exclusion criteria inside as well as your sample size calculation. Can you clarify a little bit more on that? Thank you.
Sure, Doctor. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question, Doctor. Yeah, so the inclusion criteria for our research study was Malaysians and permanent residents who are more than 60 years old. And we only had one exclusion criteria, which is anyone who is not able to, anyone who is not sound like if they have any psychological issues, dementia, Alzheimer's, and so on. So that was the only criteria that they cannot be participating in the research, doctor. And the other one is for the sample size, doctor.
Yeah, sample size calculation.
Okay, we used a raw soft sample calculator, and we actually took the number of elderly who were actually living in Sarawak at that point of time in 2022, and we calculated it accordingly, doctor. So we got about 819 samples.
Okay, was that based on anything like prevalence rate or anything that you come up with that sample size?
It was based on the prevalence sample size. Yeah, true.
Okay, and you use the term of permanent residents. How do you define
Yes.
permanent residents?
Permanent residents which already have their PR. That means some of them are doctor, because in Sarawak we do have a lot of Indonesians as well who later become PR. So we also include them as well in our study as well.
Okay, so if someone is living in that particular community, but only
Okay.
comes and live there only once in 6 months or once in a year, come back and live there for like 1 month, do you include in your study as well?
Means, doctor, are they Malaysians?
Yes, they are
Or
Malaysian.
Malaysians, okay, but they live elsewhere and they come back to our place and they live about 1 month, and so yes, we included them as well. But I did not encounter anyone like that during the study. So yeah, but that was not the exclusion criteria. We will also would have included them because they are Malaysians.
I'm
Okay, my
sorry to
last question.
interrupt. I'm sorry to
Oh,
interrupt.
finish.
That's fast.
So, Dr. Helmi, you only
Okay.
leave with only one question for
Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Lalita.
Okay, Lolita, even though your study is doing research among the rural elderlies, right? Do you find that there's any difference between the quality of life among the rural elderlies in rural areas compared to any urban elderlies? And how do you think that your finding of the study can be used to enrich or improve the what you call the elderly healthcare program?
Thank you, Dr. Helmi. Thank you very much for the very nice question. Actually, during my literature review, I did go through some studies for determinants of those elderly who are living in urban and also in rural. So, especially in rural Sarawak, as we saw my presentation, I did include a part where we have something called welfare. Do they get any welfare? And so on. So we noted that most of our elderly in rural Sarawak, they do not receive any welfare. And also many of them are actually living under wages of less than 2,500, which doesn't really happen in the urban area. Many urban adults are actually into many programs of getting help from welfare agencies and so on. So and also there are not many programs. We do have some programs like PAWI and so on, which is already in place, but probably the accessibility for our elderly to get into the program is something that we need to think about as well. Many of them actually live in a very rural place where even transportation to go into the places that we can actually have access to all these programs is still a question. So we can actually improve all these for our elderly who are living in the rural, doctor. So one is the financial part, which we highlighted because financial condition is still something that we can help them. And also the other part is all the social and leisure participation which they are lacking in. So we can improve on that. So that is what I feel we should be doing. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lalita. I'm sorry to interrupt. We have reached our 3 minutes of Q&A.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
It
you
was
to the
great
judges as well.
participating. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will proceed with the next presentation from Dr. Erwan Ershad Ahmad Khan from University Science Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum, I'm Erwan from USM. I'm presenting our research on translation, validity, and also reliability of the amelioration of EC call among informal caregivers of stroke survivors in Kelantan. This is the content of my presentation. Now for introductions, we know that the quality of life for caregivers of stroke survivors has been increasingly prominent because they have been incorporated in rehabilitation and also long-term support. So the challenges that they face have impact on their physical, emotional, social, and also economical well-being. Now, yes, they have challenges, but at the same time, caregiving also have given them reward in positive aspects. Now, what is the problem that we have? First, we still have lack of evidence on caregivers' quality of life in Malaysia. Not many research has been done in this area. The second thing is that we don't have specific questionnaire on caregivers' quality of life that address all the issues that caregivers experience as a result of caregiving that available in Malaysia, whether this is positive or negative aspect of caregiving. Now, the AC call questionnaire measures quality of life in 8 separate domains. So they address both negative and positive effect of caregiving. While previous research on caregivers focus only on the negative aspect, it is important to encompass both good and negative element as well. So that's why studies have indicated deficiency of positive effects on carers' quality of life may be sign of issues within the caring role. So the objective are to translate and culturally adapt AC call into Bahasa Malaysia and then to determine the validity and reliability. Now for methods, for the translation part, we apply the 10 steps as recommended by Weil in 2005, in which this includes forward translation, that we have 2 separate translators in which it comes from medical and also linguistic language, and then from there we continue with all these steps. This is a cross-sectional study in Kelantan that include all caregivers, all eligible caregivers in study area that fulfill the study criteria, in which we took adult caregivers that understand Bahasa Malaysia and we discard those with existing psychiatric illness. So all eligible caregivers will be recruited until the sample size of 222 subjects were satisfied. Subjects were recruited from caregivers accompanying patient to outpatient neurology clinic or series rapid session at different hospital, as well as from domiciliary care program. This is how we calculate sample size according to the guideline recommended on all validation and reliability process. We already obtained ethical approvals. The data analysis was conducted using RStudio. For content validation, we will do content validation index. For face validation, we have face validation index. And for CFA, we have measured factor loading as well as all the fit indices as recommended by the guidelines. Now for results, we noted that in content validity, 2 items were suggested for refreshment, and then after refreshment, we noted that the following face validity has acceptable value for all items. And then for in the description part of the CFA samples, we noted that the mean total quality of life score was 97.06. Now for CFA, we noted that 4 items were suggested to be removed due to low factor loading. And then for the fit indices, we have total of 6 models in which we deleted item by item, not all spontaneously. So the final model was found to be reasonable fit, in which we have appropriate RMC, we have good SRMR, standardized root mean square, with good almost approaching the approximation of 0.9 for comparative fit index as well as the Takeuchi index. Now come to the discussion. So the mean total quality of life of score in our population was 97.06, which is higher than UK population of only 54.22, China 55.2, and also Italy of 85.94. We believe that important factor to consider is the cultural perspective of caregiving. So in many Asian cultures, including Malaysia, there is strong emphasis on family values. So this cultural norm could lead to more positive perception of caregiving responsibilities. That's why we have higher quality of life score compared to UK and also Italy. Now, for China, rapid urbanization and the one-child policy have led to a situation where the caregiver burden often falls on fewer family members. So that's why they have increased stress and reduced quality of life as a result of that. This could be the solution. Now, we also noted that 2 items have low content validation index. item number 2 and number 3, in which the original item actually used the word professionals. So we try to replace the word professional with terms that people understand clearly. So we change the word professional here, culturally adapt it into healthcare workers. So 4 items were suggested for deletion. Item number 16 and also item number 19 in this domain actually has reverse scoring. Now the issues with temporality, because the item number 16 and also item number 19 actually predict in the future, while either item was asking on the current situation of the financial. So this could be the reason why this item does not correlate well with the other 3 items in the domain. Same things also goes into the item number 37 and also 38, in which we applied reverse scoring. So because of the reverse scoring, some answers has been not correlated well with other factors. Now, comes to strengths and limitation. By conducting this study, we already prepared a evaluation of AC call that's specific to caregivers' need, addressing their quality of life issues. And then this questionnaire can also be applied to caregivers of other diseases as well. Now, for the limitation, yes, some items cannot be directly translated to Bahasa Malaysia, and this was very difficult. For example, the items number 38 and also 39, resulting in low factor loading. And then we also have issues with temporality, in which some of the items asking for the current situation, and some of the items asking the caregivers to predict their future. So because of the prediction, it resulted in low factor loading. Now, another problem that we have, also, of course, we conducted among the Kelantan population that have their own dialect. So apart from original Malay language, we have also need to consider the dialect. So come to the conclusion, we know that the Malay version of AC call demonstrate satisfactory validity and reliability, suitable for evaluating the quality of life among stroke caregivers in Malaysia. This questionnaire actually serves a comprehensive tool for one-time assessment and also can be used for intervention effectiveness. And then for the further study, it can be done to assess the quality of life among caregivers, and validation study can also be conducted among caregivers of other debilitating diseases such as Alzheimer or children problem with cerebral palsy and so on. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Erwan. We will begin our Q&A session now.
Prof. Helmi can ask first.
Okay. Assalamualaikum everyone. Okay, this is a very good study. Can you tell me if this can you hear me? QOL question, right?
Yes,
Your adult carer quality of life questionnaire. Can it be used for other carers of other type of diseases, for example, cancer patients, etc.? And why do you think so?
Yes, first of all, it can be used in other diseases, debilitating diseases as well, because first of all, the translation has been already done in other countries as well, Italian and also Chinese version, apart from the original UK version. So this validation studies has been done among different types of population. For example, in Italian, it has been done among caregivers of children with cerebral palsy and so on, while in Chinese version, it was done among stroke survivors. So addressing actually, yes, there has been issues with all these debilitating diseases, but stroke, like on top of other diseases like cancer, has long-term rehabilitation compared to cancer and so on. But again, all these issues on concerning stroke patient caregivers has also been the same problem that been experienced by the cancer caregivers as well. So yes, the questionnaire can be applied to other diseases as well, but of course we need another validation studies on other population.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ewan. I would want to ask you regarding what are the possible measurement errors that you anticipate in this study, and what did you do to counter the measurement errors? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, the possible measurement errors is actually in the translation process. So we might anticipating the problem with translation. For example, in item number 2, it says that the original version of questionnaire addressed my need as a carer was considered by professional. So this is one thing. When we first translate, we kept the word professional here. But then we go to the content validation. When expert give opinion,
it is difficult to use professional. People might not understand it. So we take the comment, and then from there we rephrase the word professional into healthcare workers. And as a result, and then from content validation, we proceed with face validation, and we noted that when we do the refreshment and compared to the original version of using this word professional, we notice that there is improvement in the face validity index. So these are the problems that we anticipated first. And then of course, other than that, we also proceed with pilot study first. And then because we already take the successful important measures at the first step, we go step by step from content validation, face validation, and then CFA. We don't go all together. So that's how we do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan and our judges. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the next presentation from Dr. Muhammad Fazrul Muhammad Basir from University Science Malaysia.
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. Muhammad Fazrul, and I'm here today to share the insight on temporal patterns of hand-foot-mouth disease, HFMD, in Bachok District and the monsoon association over a 5-year span. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizer for selecting my topic. Now let's explore the rhythm of nature and their profound impact on health. Firstly, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the institution that facilitated this study. I extend my special appreciation to my co-researcher for their invaluable support and collaboration. HFMD is a prevalent communicable disease that has significantly impacted Malaysian health landscape. It is a self-limiting infection characterized by mild symptoms, particularly among children. However, outbreak in Malaysia and Taiwan infected more than 140,000 young children and contributed to more than 130 deaths in 1997 and 1998. Therefore, HFMD is a significant public health burden. Climate change is an alarming challenge for humanity at large due to its mediating role in emergence and spread of infectious disease. For HFMD, a meta-analysis conducted by Duan et al. In 2019, there were at least 51 studies shows positive correlations between climate variables and the increasing incidence of HFMD. However, there were inconsistencies highlight the diverse effect of meteorological factors even within regions of sharing similar climate. In our exploration of health promotion strategies, we encountered a critical research gap. The scientific findings related to climate-specific variables have unfortunately fallen short in their application to health promotion strategies. To address this gap, we recognize the necessity of conducting a comprehensive analysis, considering a multitude of variables that were effective for HFMD control planning, especially for the District Health Office, who is the implementers of HFMD control. Hence, our study aims to delve deeper into this issue. We are focusing on examining the temporal trends and uncovering the association between the monsoon season and other targeted variables on the occurrence of HFMD in the Bachok District. Ladies and gentlemen, let's delve into the methodology of our study. Our study is designed as a cross-sectional study based on a retrospective data. We focus on the 5 years periods from 2018 to 2022, and the setting is in Bachok District. The population that we studied were based on all notification of HFMD to Bachok District Health Office. The criteria that we only include HFMD notification of a patient who were 10 years old and younger to in accordance with the case definitions of infectious disease in Malaysia 3rd edition. We exclude any duplication notification and missing data to ensure the accuracy of our study. For this research, we utilize the e-notification system to obtain the data and our software for our analysis tools. In terms of analysis, we employ descriptive statistics for socio-demographic and charts to visualize the temporal trends, simple and multiple logistic regressions to establish the association. Our calculated sample size should be 990 samples based on 2 proportion for hypothesis testing. However, due to the retrospective nature of our study, we made sure that to include all notifications that make the criteria, which is 1,351 notifications. Our attentions to the result of our study. We will start with the socio-demographic distribution of our samples. We found that most notifications were male as expected. The notification mostly came from the primary health clinic and were treated as outpatient. Most children were taking care at home during the day. Let's shift our focus to the temporal patterns observed in our study. We noticed a consistent decrease in both the number of cases and the incident rate from 2018 to 2020. It was further down to as low as 1.89 per 100,000 population in 2021 after the implementation of movement control order. However, in 2022, there was a sharp increase with 436 cases and incident rate of 272 per 100,000 population, reaching its peak. We were looking at how different monsoon seasons are associated with the HFMD occurrence. By using logistic regression models, we have compared the intermonsoon period with the southwest and northeast monsoons. Initially, simple logistic regression showed no significant association for either monsoons. However, after adjusting for other factors include healthcare facilities, educational institutions, and MCO, we found a significant association for the southwest monsoons with an odds ratio of 1.54. In brief, our study also highlighted other key risk factors outside of the monsoon season. The key factors were primary health clinic and private general practitioner for healthcare facility, daycare for educational institution, as well as pre-MCO for the MCO period. In light of our findings on the monsoon association, we want to highlight that our study aligned with the previous research on the west coast of Peninsular Malaysia, indicating that monsoon patterns may affect certain health outcomes, although it could be slightly differing in terms of the monsoon characteristic. Specifically, for the southwest monsoon in Bachok, minimal monthly rainfalls and a high number of rainless days were reported. As a result, elevated temperatures in the district contribute to the survival, reproductions, and transmission of the enterovirus in the outside environment. Community spend more time in outdoor activities, thus increase the chance of a person-to-person contact as well as contact with the outside environment. This combination could lead to increased transmission risk of HFMD. That proceeds to discuss how we can implement strategies for public health control planning. In response to our findings, we propose a targeted health promotion strategy, especially as we approach the southwest monsoon season. Firstly, we recommend intensifying preventive measures, particularly in daycare centers, which are critical gatekeepers for child health during this period. This is important to break the chain of infection as well as prevent the outbreaks in the daycare center. It's crucial to reinforce the universal infection control health promotion activities like regular hand washing to mitigate the risk of HFMD, especially when we are transitioned from the previous MCO. Additionally, doctors in primary care setting, both in the public health clinic or general practitioner in private, should particularly vigilant about HFMD during diagnosing patients of young children with hand and foot rashes. Ladies and gentlemen, I conclude this study with 3 keywords. Taking monsoon season as one of the aspects for planning of health promotion on HFMD prevention and control. This is our reference. Thank you for your attention. Let's work together to implement these strategies and address the gaps in our research for a healthier future.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Fazrul, for the presentation. We proceed with our Q&A session. Our judges.
Okay, Fazrul, Assalamualaikum, good afternoon.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, can I know, so what is the part of analysis that says that, are you trying to, the conclusion, are you trying to conclude that basically it is related to the southern monsoon season for the prevalence of hand, foot, mouth, the incidence of hand, foot, mouth disease is related to the southern monsoon season?
Actually, I'm not taking the south monsoon season to the incident rate of the incident rate in the district. But then I can conclude that the southwest, when we reach the southwest monsoon, it is one of the risk factor that contribute occurrence of the HFMD in individuals due to 1.54 increase in chances to have that HFMD.
Okay. All right. Of course. Right. How? Can I know what do you mean by retrospective analysis? Because you're looking at the temporal trends, right, of hand, foot, mouth disease, and you're trying to see whether the trying to link it with the prevalence. Are you talking about prevalence or incidence of hand, foot, mouth?
Incidents.
Incidence. But this is a cross-sectional study.
Yes, this is a cross-sectional study, but the nature of the because I put it as a retrospective because I'm using the secondary data to analyze this. It's not in the prospective data.
So
it is the retrospective nature. Yeah.
Okay. So retrospective analysis means that you are following is the nature of the data or it's a 5-year data. It's a 5-year data that you
Yeah,
analyze.
it's a 5-year data. Yeah.
How do you actually when you perform your analysis logistic regression, how do you actually link between the output with the risk factors? I mean the monsoon season.
Okay, the monsoon season is I'm using the multiple logistic regression. So I have several factors that I have a significant only 4 factors. So out of 10 factors and that I put as independent variables, and then my dependent variable would be the cases. So the input is the cases are according to the third infectious disease manual. Those fulfill the criteria, and those who are deleted from the cases discard from the notification of HFMD, but it will being discarded when we are investigating the result. That means we are not registered them as one of our HFMD cases. So that's become my dependent variable.
So all your cases, all your samples are hand, foot, mouth disease positive.
No, HFMD notification.
Means they're all notified through HFMD.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I'm
there's
sorry
no
to interrupt.
no confirmation to say negative or positive.
When the notification came to the district office, then our inspector kesihatan will investigate whether they are fulfilling the criteria of HFMD accordingly or not. Then they will decide whether to register as a case or they will discard these cases. Somehow there are cases that they only have rashes on hand but don't have the mouth ulcer. So it's not fulfill the criteria of diagnosing HFMD. So they will discard this case.
Discard.
Although it being notified. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have reached our 3 minutes of questionnaire session. Dr. Deborah, you have any question for the participant?
Okay, maybe I just have one lah regarding your intervention based on the finding of your research, yeah, Dr. Ewan, Fazrul. Regarding gatekeeping, you say is one of the mainstay at the daycare, right? Then how does your study changes this gatekeeping policy, or what are the changes that you want for this gatekeeping based on your study? Thank you.
Yeah, at least I have two things that I think I hoping with this finding. The first one, when we are giving the town hall meeting with the schools, then we can provide this data. That's during the Southwest monsoon, they need to really enforce, really take it gatekeeping in place. And secondly, when we have this data during the Southwest monsoon and also in daycare, then we can plan that our inspector kesihatan in the district health office, we go and check the schools during this period especially rather than other period. That's
Thank you,
how
Dr.
I can
Fazrul.
relate.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much, Dr. Fazrul. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Mr. Muhammad Rohaizi Riyadzi from the Institut Kesehatan Umum.
Hello and good day to everyone. My name is Muhammad Rohaizi. So today I would like to share the finding of our study entitled Spatial Mapping and Proximity Analysis between selected secondary school and web shop in Sarawak, Malaysia, and its relationship with the rate of web use among school-going adolescents. This is our presentation outline. For the study background, National Health and Mobility Survey (NHMS) Adolescent Health Survey (AHS) was conducted between June and July 2022. At the national level, the prevalence of electronic cigarette or vape users was increasing to 14.9% from 9.8% in 2017. Sarawak records the highest prevalence of vape users, with 40.5% of them obtaining the related product of or refill of a vape from the physical web shop. Therefore, the objective of the study is to spatially map the location of the web shop and the selected secondary school from the AHS sampling frame, which located in the same division or district or areas, which will be pronounced as district later in the study in the state of Sarawak. Secondly, is to calculate and analyze the proximity between the web shop and secondary school, which located in the same district. And lastly, to examine the relationship between the web shop and secondary school proximity with the rate of web user. This study used the second data recorded in Adolescent Health Survey for the list of secondary school and the rate of the web user. The AHS was registered with the NMR and obtained the ethical approval from MRAC MOH Malaysia. The list of web shop was obtained from Google on January 3, 2024. Only web shop operated before August 2022 were selected to ensure the same time frame with the data collection of the NHMS AHS. The coordinates of all secondary school and web location were obtained from Google Maps between January 3, 2024 and January 8, 2024 and were stored in Microsoft Excel as a CSV file. The identification of the secondary school and web shop and their longitude as well as latitude were not exposed due to an ethical approval requirement. Every district with both geocoded information of secondary school and web shop was included in the study, while every district with only geocoded information of either secondary school or web shop or with none of them was excluded from the study. All location of secondary school and web shop were mapped and calculated for its proximity. The rate of web user was determined at each school by dividing the number of those admitting using e-cigarette or vape with the total respondent of that school during that data collection of NHMS AHS 2022. This rate of vape user was then compared with each web shop and secondary school proximities found. Spatial mapping, proximity, and linear regression analysis were done using R programming version 4.3.2. Table 1 shows the frequency of secondary school and web shop by district. In this table, we found that Bakun meets the criteria of the exclusion. Therefore, for further analysis, Bakun is removed from the analysis. Figure 1 shows the mapping of the location of the secondary school marked with the blue dots and the web shop which marked with the red dots. We cannot zoom in to the every cities in this map due to the ethical consideration. From this mapping and proximity analysis, we found that there are 196 pairs of web shop and secondary school established for the distance, where the average distance was 5.96 km and the median distance was 4.332 km. The nearest distance obtained was 247 meters recorded in Bintulu, while the maximum distance obtained was 33.3 kilometers recorded in Limbang. Table 2 shows the frequency of the proximities for the web shop to secondary school by distant groups. From these 196 proximities, we found that the highest proximities was between 2.5 to 4.9 kilometers, which is 73 or 37.2%. The least proximities was found lesser than 1 kilometer, which is 10 or 5.1%. Both of the highest and lowest rate of web user were found in Kuching. The highest rate was 0.358, which means 44 out of 1 to 3 respondents web user, and the lowest rate was 0.028, which is 4 out of 144 respondent web user. The relationship between web user or Y and the proximities of web shop to secondary school or X was represented by the following equation: Y equal to 23.5 minus 0.5. However, the p-value for this equation was 0.225. A total of 169 web shop to secondary school were obtained from the original 15 secondary school and 104 web shop found in the study. With the ratio of 2 in 5, among 20.3% of adolescent web user in Sarawak obtaining vaping product from web shops, it is a worrisome when 81.1% of the web shops were located less than 10 km from the secondary school, with the nearest is only 247 meters from a school in Bintulu. The same school in Bintulu also have another 2 web shops, which located lesser than 500 meters away, which is 287 meters and 453 meters respectively. The proximities between web shop and SS might be influencing the prevalence of web user. Although more than 80% of the web shop located lesser than 10 km from the secondary school, in this study, the logistic regression analysis found that there is no significant relationship between the proximities of the web shop to secondary school and the rate of web user, with the p-value of 0.225. However, chances of the students that may be walk and stop at the web shop during traveling to or from school might be higher, thus influence the use of web among them in the future. For the conclusion, this study successfully mapped and calculated the proximities of the web shop to secondary school in Sarawak, as well as determining the relationship between these proximities with the rate of web user. Although there is no significant association between the proximities of this web shop to secondary school and the rate of web user, 4 out of 5 web shops were located less than a bicycle ride distance, which is 10 kilometers from the secondary school. Thus enable 2 out of 5 adolescent web users in Sarawak obtaining this vaping product. Based on increasing pattern of the prevalence of web user at the national level and with the withdrawal of nicotine from the Poison Act 1952, it estimated that the number of web shop might be increased in the future, thus enable this proximity of web shop to secondary school to be associated with the rate of web user in the upcoming years. This study have some limitation. The data of the web shop in this study might not be accurate due to the following reason. First, the spatial study was done later than the data collection of NHMS EHS in 2022. The web shop data was only gathered through Google and Google Maps. The number of web shop might be higher at the study location. The following are some recommendations for this study. Based on the limitation listed, proper data collection needs to be done to ensure accurate data of the web shop available in the study location. Both of data collection and of the prevalence of the web user and the gathering of location of web shop needs to be done concurrently. Based on the finding, local authorities are encouraged to set the policy restricting the setup of web shop near to the secondary school. the surveillance and enforcement activities needs to be increased, especially in determining the violation against selling of tobacco vaping product to the minors. So this is the list of the references used in the literature review and also the introduction discussion of this study. With that, I end my presentation here. For further information or suggestion or collaboration in tobacco epidemiology, please do not hesitate to contact me. Therefore, that's all for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Siapa nama? Ruhaizi, is it?
Yeah, right.
Initially, I got some question. Terus tanya lah, tak payah tunggu lagi.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go on. Betul.
Apa nama? Can I know how do you actually calculate the distance of the what do you call for each of the sample with the distance to the vape shop? Is it based on the nearest distance or is it based on an average distance between the school with the each of the vape shop?
Okay, we're using the nearest distance actually from the geosphere package in the R.
Oh, okay. Right. So how did the how do you have any data whether the student purchase the vape from any of these shops, or because some of
Okay,
the students
actually,
might be coming from a different neighborhood, they might spend things or they might get vapes from their own neighborhood rather than the shops which is near the school.
okay. Actually, we don't have the exact data on this matter. However, based on the NHMS data location, the data collection done in 2022, we found that about 2 out of 5 students obtain the vaping product from the vape shop. So this we just conclude that most of them have the product from the vape shop, the physical vape shop.
Okay. Okay, so that would be some of the confounding factor kan. But okay, itu saja. Thank you from me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Helmi. My question for Inche Haizi, so you can conclude ke yang there is no association kan between the prevalence or the rate of vape user and the proximities between the secondary school and the vape shop. Are you expecting this result or are you surprised that you got this result?
Okay, actually, this might not be the result. I'm not expecting the result actually, because from the literature is already proved that lesser the distance will result in higher the number of prevalence. However, from this study, as I mentioned in the limitation also, only took the school which already selected in the sampling frame of the NHMS. So that might be the reason why the association is insignificant.
Okay. Thank you, Encik Rohaiza. If you have one factor that you want to study that is associated or yang berkaitan lah, yang contributing to this finding, what would you add on to analyze more?
So Doktor, tak clear sangat. Sorry.
Okay, kalau ada keperluan, kesempatan untuk analyze satu lagi faktor yang mungkin berkaitan ataupun contribute towards the keputusan, faktor apa yang nak dimasukkan untuk analyze lagi?
Okay. Actually, we also want to have the density as the factor for this. Cuma tak sempat nak buat lah. Ya, kita just buat approximately. Okay.
Alright, thank you,
Okay.
Encik Rohaizi.
Okay,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Doktor. Thank you.
Thank you, our judges and Mr. Rohaizi. Next, we will proceed with the presentation from Dr. Hazrino Hatta from University Science Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum and good day to esteemed judges and audience. My name is Hazli Noor and I am honored to have the opportunity to present our research on the special interaction between endemic tropical acute bacterial febrile illnesses in northeastern Peninsula Malaysia. Infectious diseases causing acute undifferentiated febrile illness pose significant mortality concern, especially in tropical regions that are vulnerable to climate changes. Leptospirosis and enteric fever are among the common bacterial causes that are highly endemic in Kelantan. These two diseases contribute significantly to the infectious disease burden in the state. Managed separately despite overlapping transmission, common risk factors, and shared challenges in early diagnosis. Limited testing access necessitated reliance on local epidemiological knowledge for diagnosis and treatment initiation. Special analysis aids in understanding disease distribution, facilitating more efficient resource allocation and effective management for these diseases. The general objective of the study is to analyze the spatial distribution of leptospirosis and enteric fever in Kelantan, specifically to examine interaction and overlapping pattern between the two diseases. This was a retrospective cohort studies conducted in Kelantan, utilizing data extracted from e-notifikasi surveillance database between 2016 to 2022. We included all laboratory confirmed cases. However, cases with GPS coordinates located outside Kelantan's border were excluded. Population demography was obtained from DOSM, and we utilized various types of spatial analysis using several spatial and mapping packages from our studio. A total of 212 enteric fever cases and 1,106 leptospirosis cases were analyzed. The enteric fever cases were slightly younger, but no significant gender differences and sporadic patterns were predominant in both diseases. While their case fatality rates were similar, the observed hospitalization rate was higher among enteric fever cases. There were similarities in the trend of incidence and frequency of both diseases. Throughout the study period, the trend was decreasing before the COVID-19 pandemic, with slight fluctuation in 2018, but significant increment were observed post-pandemic. Enteric fever cases were spread across 53 sub-districts, whereas all 66 sub-districts have reported at least one laboratory confirmed case of leptospirosis. The cases were similarly distributed in northern region for both diseases. However, leptospirosis cases were more pronounced in the southern region in recent years. Utilizing KDE heat maps, the study identified overlapping hotspots of enteric fever and leptospirosis in northern areas, including 7 cases of co-infection originating from these areas. Significant clustering of both diseases were observed throughout the study years except during pandemic years. On multi-type time pattern, the bivariate nearest neighbor distribution G-function analysis revealed enteric fever and leptospirosis were also clustered together within 4 km distance on average, ranging from 2 to 10 km distance throughout the study year. The spatial dependence were proven to be consistently significant throughout the study years by bivariate replace K function tested under complex spatial randomness using Monte Carlo permutation. However, wide confidence interval observed during pandemic year. The results were also consistent when tested by bivariate L function and pair correlation function analysis. We estimated the spatially varying probability and risk of both diseases using kernel smoothing. In Northern region, given a similar presentation, the chance for a case to be either leptospirosis or enteric fever is similar, making the diagnosis challenging, whereas leptospirosis is the more likely diagnosis in southern and central region. Our research revealed distinct geographical clusters and significant spatial dependence between enteric fever and leptospirosis. Co-endemicity in these regions posing dire health impact, leading to higher rates of co-infection and health burden. The co-occurrence of these diseases may create diagnostic challenges, causing misdiagnosis and delayed treatment. As these diseases are expected to increase, health systems may struggle to address the dual burden, impacting surveillance, diagnosis, and treatment. The identified patterns prompt exploration of shared risk factors contributing to co-occurrence, potentially rooted in immediate environmental factors demonstrated by short cycle transmission pattern. Given the spatial clustering and dependence, we recommend adopting integrated interventions targeting shared risk factors for efficient disease control, addressing overlapping symptoms through a comprehensive diagnostic algorithm, including strategic placement of point-of-care testing and risk zoning, and improving the surveillance system for concurrent monitoring. Proactive health education, community engagement, and multi-sectoral collaboration tailored to local needs would be more effective. The evidence from this study has already sparked further research interest from fellow researchers. We conducted a more detailed spatial point pattern analysis at smaller scale using data at lowest resolution possible and uncovered interaction between diseases that may not be apparent in separate studies. We triangulated various spatial analysis methods, making the research more robust and enhancing the study's reliability. However, we relied on passive surveillance data that may introduce underreporting bias, and the exclusion of non-laboratory confirmed cases may introduce selection bias. In conclusion, our research highlights the significant spatial dependence between enteric fever and leptospirosis, stressing the vital role of spatial analysis in epidemiology. Recognizing spatial patterns and interconnections, we advocate for a collaborative approach to address this health challenge effectively. These are the list of my references. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Azina.
And good
Salam.
afternoon. Yeah. So, okay, this is a very nice, very good study. It's interesting to see that those the finding the co-infection that goes on between the enteric fever and also leptospirosis. How would you translate this research? Okay, to inform. How do you translate this research in the form of a what do you call that? In the form of health health awareness, health promotion cues to the general public? How do you
Okay,
translate the finding of your research to the general public?
Okay, first of all, currently the health promotion of leptospirosis and enteric fever are being conducted separately. So you have different health flyers, different health informations being projected to the community in separate occasions. So you can actually identify the common risk factors and the common transmission method and put the similar presentations and the similar preventive measures in one flyers or in one medium, so you can project the health information at the same time, especially at the areas where the risk for both diseases are high.
Okay. All right. So, say, I mean, how is this? My question is, how do you actually inform members of the public of this, of your finding that you have with you today, that you present today?
Okay. Okay. So if we identify some certain geographical areas are at risk for both, so you would say that the residents of this area are at high risk to get infectious diseases, more significantly the leptospirosis and enteric fever. And if they are having the symptoms such as prolonged fever, they need to go to the healthcare facilities immediately because they might be at risk to get these two diseases or both of them at the same time. So
All right. Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Haslino, you mentioned something regarding environmental factor that should be remedied just now. What do you mean by this term?
Okay, this is actually the first step of my research project. So now we already established that there are dependence between these two diseases. So the next step would be conducting a spatial regression whereby we regress this pattern to various environmental factors such as flooding, drought, temperature, weather, so we can actually identify which factors that are contributing towards the co-occurrence of these diseases. So this is going to be the next phase of the research project.
I see. So this is your first phase, lah.
Yes, Doctor. Especially we know that the leptospirosis and enteric fever are both water mediated. So we are collecting data on the riverbanks, on the rain, on the flooding areas, so we can actually identify which risk factors are the most significant contributing factors to this pattern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Can
Dr.
I know?
Hasina.
Another one. Can I know if what is the prevalence of co-infection actually among cases?
So if among typhoid, among enteric fever, the prevalence is 3%. So overall, the prevalence of co-infection worldwide is less than 1%. So in Kelantan, the prevalence of leptospirosis among typhoid fever is actually 3% higher than the general prevalence. This is actually rarely to be found. However, this may be underreported because once you get the diagnosis of leptospirosis, you may not investigate further for other infectious diseases, whereby clinical typhoid is very difficult to confirm using laboratory investigation because of low yield from the culture. So we postulated that the incidence of co-infection may actually be higher than what is being reported.
So actually, the analysis that you have done here is based on an aggregated finding. It's an aggregated data.
No, we evaluate individually. So for each individual being diagnosed with enteric fever, we also review the lab records if they are being tested for other infectious diseases, including leptospirosis, within the same incubation period, of course.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haslino and our judges. We will now proceed with the next presentation from Dr. Surya Kumareswaran from University Kebangsaan Malaysia.
Good day. Today I'll be conducting an oral presentation with the topic of navigating the storm, a bibliographic study of healthcare worker burnout in the COVID-19 era. Burnout is a psychological syndrome described as self-reported state of physical, mental stress that includes emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and sense of reduced personal accomplishment. Frontline health workers have faced considerable stress with difficulty from the onset of the pandemic in their effort to combat the virus. As highlighted by WHO, the pandemic has significantly impacted mental health and well-being, intensifying pre-existing mental health conditions, restricting healthcare access, and increasing stress and infection risk. A study conducted during COVID-19 shows a high rate of mental health issue among healthcare workers includes anxiety, depression, and sleep disorder. Another study conducted in Kerala Hospital shows that healthcare workers face burnout, with junior doctor reporting higher rates of personal, work-related, and client-related burnout. So the objective of this study to analyze the bibliography of burnout among healthcare workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, addressing the need for comprehensive support and prevention strategies. This analysis followed a structured methodological over 5 stages. The study defined search criteria using key-related words such as burnout, health-related workers, and COVID-19, focusing on publication after 2019. Then database such as Web of Science, Scopus, and PubMed as used for their extensive scientific. The research criteria were iteratively adjusted for precision in data retrieval, followed by exploitation of final including bibliographic details, abstract and citation. The last stage involving analyzing data which identify the theme, strengths and geographical spreads of this research of burnout among healthcare workers. So based on the overview, it shows a broad diversity in research. The database comprising 2,043 documents showcase a wide array of topics throughout 4,366 keywords involved with 11,156 distinct authors. As you can see, this data highlights a universal collaboration with every document being co-authored, showcasing the subject in an interdisciplinary nature. When you talk about the global citation, okay, it shows United States leads the productivity with 8,528 citations, while China Research Impact highlighted an average of 56.76 citations per article, totaling of 6,073 citations. European countries contribute significantly as well, and countries like Iran, Singapore, and Turkey surpassing 900 citations, along with Canada and Australia. This demonstrates a global interest and diverse research perspective during this pandemic. So the network graph, shows that COVID-19 is a key term in the healthcare literature, linking to burnout, healthcare worker, to underscore the pandemic's psychological impact on the healthcare worker. Key themes include mental health stress, resilience, nurses, and depression, pointing out the significant research on frontline workers on the mental health well-being. And this graph connects with anxiety, depression, and stress. Shows despite range of mental health challenge faced by the healthcare worker. So these are the most top 10 most citation articles. As you can see, the first one, the key findings include critical need for mental health care, the exploitation of psychological impact and intervention, and the study of psychological stage. And additional research covers the experience of nurse faces during this pandemic setting. And another study shows the effect of COVID-19 fear among healthcare workers. Perhaps another study shows the physical and mental changes faced by mental health professionals in various countries, emphasizing the urgent need for targeted support and intervention to address this issue globally. So when based on this discussion, this psychological disorder linked to further complications, including 25% increase in engaging alcohol abuse or dependency, and a twofold increase the risk of contemplating suicide. It widely acknowledged that suicide rates among physicians exceeds those observed in general population. Study conducted by that Hill indicates standardized mortality rate from suicide among physicians of 1.44 with a higher rate of 1.99 observed by female physicians. Another indirect effect of this burnout could be the lowering of the quality of healthcare system in terms of adherence to guidelines, poor communication, medical error, and patient outcomes and safety. So when you talk about a measurement, you have to go to a multi-facet approach, spanning of individual, organization, and cultural level. Individual level measures should include facilitating a small group curricular, initiative for stress management alongside with training in self-care and communication skills. Next, the organization skill, effort to mitigate burnout includes shortening duration of attending rotation during shift, improving clinical work process through implementation strategies such as limiting the shift duration and alternating shift series with the days off, and ensuring planned vacation even during the outbreak. At cultural level, introducing a radical change in work culture is very important and necessary. This involves countering the stereotype of endurance by recognizing human limitation on physical, cognitive, and emotional level. And you have to adopt a blame-free environment that encourages the sharing incidents, ethical or emergency issues, challenges, and advice also key of fostering a healthier work environment. So my conclusion is this thorough examination of burnout among healthcare workers during this pandemic emphasized an urgent, significant global health problem that requires prompt and efficient intervention technique. This analysis encompassing substantial amount of research from several nations, fields, highlighting the tremendous psychological and physical effect of this pandemic on healthcare practitioners. The extensive number of paper and author involved in this research demonstrate the urgent need to address healthcare worker burnout on a global scale, highlighting the collaborative and diversified nature. It's crucial that the knowledge acquired from this research is applied to develop practical and tailored solutions to promote and maintain well-being of healthcare workers, not only battling against COVID and the future outbreaks. That's all my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Surya.
Yeah, good evening.
We proceed with our Q&A session.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Surya. I've got the question here. So, based on your study, what are the factors that contribute to the burnout worldwide? Worldwide. Burnout world, is it worldwide? Worldwide, yeah.
Yes. Okay, based on this analysis, we can see the increase of burnout, especially towards this pandemic, especially during 2020 to 2021, because increase of the patient towards healthcare worker ratio. Normally, as you can see, based on our current research in Malaysia, where you can see in KKM, you have one healthcare worker towards 5 patients. That means one doctor towards 5 patients. But during COVID-19, especially in our country, it increased threefold. That means one patient towards 15 to 20, sorry, one healthcare worker towards 15 to 20 healthcare worker. So the main cause of increased burnout is, first thing is workload.
Right. Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Surya. I just very interested in knowing that you chose bibliographic study. Why did you choose this instead of systemic literature review or meta-analysis?
Okay, thank you, doctor. First thing, why I choose bibliography, because when I try to search for systemic analysis, I've seen that so many studies conducted on systemic review, especially burnout towards healthcare worker. But for bibliography, I only see maybe less than 10 studies being conducted. And one more thing, why I conducted bibliography, as you can see, my total document after analyzing, I have 2,043 documents. So that's why I choose bibliography, because this 2043 document I could analyze more and to get a better and enhanced result.
Okay, and can you explain a little bit regarding what are your bibliometric methods or technique used in your analysis?
Okay, doctor, so for my bibliometric analysis, obviously I used this software called Divo Miner. Okay, and from Divo Miner, as you can see, first I analyzed this data using from, like I said, from my first phase, when I analyzed using data extraction from PubMed, Scopus, and Web of Science. From that data, I transferred the whole data to this Divo Miner. This is a new AI tool where you transfer all your document there, and there where you can get your keyword. And as you can see, I have this unique keyword plus. This unique keyword plus is not a traditional keyword, where this unique keyword plus is keywords that associated from all the titles and abstract from each study. So from there, I redefine back the abstract. And from there, I just choose specifically burnout towards healthcare worker. As you can see, there's so many studies has been conducted on burnout, but for healthcare workers, you see, particularly during COVID-19. So once I use this abstract, from this abstract, I started reading, analyze, and from there, I analyze using this bibliometric analysis.
So you admit that you are using an AI software to analyze it part as your bibliometric technique?
Yes.
Okay, so you presented it partly under the performance analysis and partly under your science mapping, but under even the performance analysis, there are so many things that you have to present as well. I suppose it's just a summary of what you presented, but what if given more time, what would you have presented to convince regarding the robustness and rigorous data mining that you're mentioning?
Okay, first thing, I summarized this one based on one of my studies I did. So I didn't include institutions in publication. Second thing, I didn't include top 10 research plus research keyword plus. That means one research to others, another research association. And I didn't include correlation between burnout and study topic. That means burnout and correlate with another study topic. So these are the three main things I didn't put in the slide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Surya and our judges. We will now proceed with our eighth presenter for today, which is from Miss Adriana Lee from University Malaysia Sarawak.
A very good morning to everyone. My name is Adriana Christopher Lee and I'm going to present my finding on the evaluations of sensitive physical-chemical parameters in commercialized aquaculture earthen ponds in southern Sarawak. So what is aquaculture? Aquaculture involves breeding, nurturing, and harvesting of aquatic organisms, mainly for human consumption. And it has been developed around the world for over 2000 years BC and has emerged as a reliable means for meeting food demands. And it is also one of the fastest expanding industries globally, surpassing other sectors in animal food productions, because it provides millions of people across the globe with opportunities for income and livelihood. So currently, aquaculture activities in Sarawak is undergoing great expansion and advancements by the government to provide sustainable food source for the local people. And in 2020, Sarawak has exported culture organisms to major countries such as Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, Singapore, Middle East countries, and European Union. In aquaculture, water quality related to the physical, chemical, and biological parameters that indicate the water ability to maintain the health of the culture organism. Therefore, maintaining recommended level of these parameters within acceptable limits is crucial for achieving optimal productivity. And the most critical physical-chemical parameters for fish productions are temperature, pH, dissolved oxygen, turbidity, conductivity, ammonia, nitrate, nitrate, and phosphate, because the success of fish production heavily relies on the water quality. So the use of poor quality water could result in reduced fish growth, prolonged production cycle, high susceptibility to diseases, low product quality, and low production yield. And in fish farming, nutrients, excretions of organisms, and food residue can lead to poor water quality, because only 13.9% of the nitrogen and 25.4% of the phosphorus from the fish is utilized, and the rest accumulate in the water and sediment. Therefore, extensive research on water quality management in fish aquaculture pond is crucial to mitigate the adverse impact on both aquaculture industries and human health, to ensure the delivery of safe fish product to consumer. The problem statement of this study is currently Sarawak is actively producing a huge amount of fishes through aquaculture system. So with the changing environment and climate change happening along with the increases in nutrients and anthropogenic eutrophication, this could further affect the water quality in the aquaculture pond. Because poor water quality that is in use for the aquaculture could reduce fish production and produce poor quality fish product. This will not only negatively affect the aquaculture industry, but would also pose health risks to humans through the consumption of the cultured fish. So the objective of this study is to evaluate the main sensitive physical-chemical parameter in commercialized aquaculture earthen pond in southern Sarawak. This is the study location. It is located in southern Sarawak, which are at Kuching, Samarahan, and Bau. Sampling and evaluations were done in 25 aquaculture ponds from 12 farms around Kuching, Bau, and Samarahan from June 2023 to November 2023. And all of the chosen aquaculture ponds were comprised of earthen pond that is in use for fish production business, and the water source was obtained from the nearby natural water bodies. So for the methodology, first is the sample and environmental data collection. Water quality parameters such as temperature, pH, turbidity, conductivity, dissolved oxygens, and total dissolved solid were measured in situ using the YSI professional plus multi-parameter water quality instrument at a depth of 0.5 meter from the water surface. The second one is the nutrient analysis. For the nutrients such as ammonia, nitrate, nitrate, and phosphate, 500 ml water sample were collected at 0.5 meter depth using a Van Don water sampler and were filtered. Then the concentrations of the nutrients were determined using the HEC spectrophotometer according to the manufacturer protocols. And the third one is the statistical analysis. The data obtained was subjected to PAS4 and Prism 10 software in order to determine the significance of the result. So this is the result for temperature, DO, pH, turbidity, conductivity, TDS, ammonia, phosphate, nitrate, and nitrate. So for the temperature, turbidity, conductivity, and nitrate, They were ranged in favorable, good, and ideal limit for fish productions and aquaculture activity. For the dissolved oxygen, the values were all in the range of NWQS standard except for 4 ponds that show low dissolved oxygen, and this might due to low level of water in the ponds during the sample collections. And for the ammonia, the values were all in the range of NWQS standard except for 4 ponds that show high ammonia level, and this might due to the uneaten fish, phytoplankton, decaying, and dead organic. For the pH, the values were all in the range of NWQS standard except for 8 ponds that were lower than the standard, and this might due to the changes in the rate of photosynthesis in response to daily photoperiod. And for the total dissolved solid, 23 ponds were below the standard, and this due to the presence of algae and macrophytes which utilize the salt and water as source of water. And there are 2 ponds that were above the standard, and this probably came from the groundwater, which was the source of the water for the ponds, and the effects of residual feeds in water, which on decompositions added some mineral salt into the water. For the phosphate, all ponds were in the standard range except for 11 ponds that exceeded the standard, and this might due to the type of fish feed introduced into the pond or surface runoff. And for the nitrate, most of the nitrate values in the study were very low and were in the NWQS standard except for pond 17 and 18 that were above the NWQS limit. And this might be because of the water samples were collected in the morning, so the aeration has not been in operations yet. As conclusion, the majority of physicochemical parameters in this study remain within acceptable levels and considered tolerable, even though they have a tendency to rise as the production progresses. However, some parameter levels in certain ponds exceeded the acceptable limit for fish productions, indicating the need for more cautious management of the aquaculture system so that the parameters are at their optimal conditions at all levels during the entire process of fish culture in the ponds. And this is to increase the fish quality, productivity, and to guarantee the great well-being of the aquatic ecosystem as well as the human itself. Million thanks to FRGS and USAID through the Seohun One Health Scholarship Program for the grants provided to complete this project, and thanks to our research assistant help during the sample collections, and this study would not be possible without good cooperations from the Jabatan Pertanian Sarawak and participating aquaculture companies. That's the end of my presentations. Thank you and have a good day ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Adriana, for the presentation. So we proceed with our Q&A session.
Okay, so I asked the first question, Adriana. How do you think your findings that you find now will influence directly since it's a public health, public health in general? Thank you.
Adriana?
Is Adriana there?
Are you still on the line? Miss Adriana, we cannot see your video. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having some technical issues. Our participant is having disconnection, problem with her connection. We are still waiting for her to reconnect. Since we have a very limited time, we are going to proceed with the next presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with the next presentation, which is from Dr. Muhammad Hafiz bin Johari from Pejabat Kesehatan Bahagian Kuching.
Assalamualaikum, good morning. I'm Dr. Muhammad Hafiz from Pejabat Kesihatan Bahagian Kuching. We'll explore the association between climatic factors with dengue fever cases in Kuching from 2017 to 2023. Globally, cases has increased from 500,000 to 5.2 million from year 2000 to 2019. Similar to global trend in 2019, our nation also recorded the highest cases in 2019 at 130,000 cases. Therefore, trend is global. Despite transmission dynamic is multifactorial, climate factors are recognized. Existing climate data relies on ground-based observatories, limited number of stations to infer huge geographical regions, and from there where the modeling and forecasting can be utilized to create locally tailored deep learning models. Hopefully, this study can recognize the association between climate factors and dengue fever, and from there propose utilization of climate data derived from remote sensing for specific geolocation compared to station-based data. As such, for dengue fever cases in Kuching from 2017 to 2023, we aim to describe the socio-demographic characteristic, temporality of dengue fever, variability of climatic data, including rainfall, temperature, wind speed, and humidity, and finally to determine the association between climatic data and dengue fever cases. So this is a cross-sectional study conducted from October 2023 to January 2024 in Kuching Division, Sarawak, utilizing National Registry for Dengue, eDengue, and climatic data from Climate Database, which is Copernicus Climate Data Store. Apart from mandatory requirement for case registration, excluded from our study are those with no documented lab result or onset date. So what is remote sensing in climate? It actually utilizes the ability of the satellite sensors to read various wavelengths, and from there, complex mathematical equations are solved to derive value for rain, wind speed, water vapor, temperature, relative humidity. For this particular study, the units of the variables, for example, rainfall is in millimeter, temperature in degrees Celsius, relative humidity in percentage, wind speed in kilometer per hour, and all the data are made available via open source in Copernicus website as shown. So these models are recognized globally and continuously validated against station-based observatories. However, for our particular studies, we do our own correlation for our MET station in year 2019 against threat analysis model for all the variables. So for both dengue surveillance and weather data, we'll undergo descriptive analysis and finally we proceed with linear regression model. So from 1,906 cases, 69.1% are actually from 20 to 59 years old age group, 97.4% are actually citizens equally shared among native Malay and Chinese, with slightly higher male percentages at 56.1. In terms of occupation, up to 60% comprise from either self-employed private worker or government worker, with 11.65% are actually attending education facility ranging from primary school up to tertiary education. Next is to describe the temporality of dengue fever. As mentioned earlier, the highest cases recorded was in year 2019 at 903 cases, 150 per 100,000 population, with only mortality recorded in 2019 and 2020. Again, progression from 2017 to 2023, all-time high incidence rate was recorded in year 2019 for Kuching and Bau district. Shown here are the relationship between all climatic variables and dengue cases in the mentioned time frame. Next is to describe the variability of rainfall, temperature, wind speed, and humidity in Kuching from 2017 to 2023. As we can see, for all the climate parameters, none of them are normally distributed. And lastly, to determine the association between rainfall, temperature, wind speed, and humidity with dengue cases. Shown is a summary of correlation that we have done. Though we have performed up to 8 weeks of lag, the only significant correlation was found for rainfall and relative humidity. Both direction of correlations are positive, increasing lags at 2 to 4 weeks, significant up to week 2 to week 4. At lags of 2 weeks, our initial regression model was significant for wind speed at 10 and 100 meter height. However, our final model was significant for humidity and wind speed with negative beta coefficient compared to wind speed at 100 meter. However, our final model R squared was only 0.026. In 2019, at epic week 51, the highest incident rate of dengue in Sarawak was only 1/10 of those in Selangor, whereas highest mortality rate was also recorded in Selangor. Suspected majority of all cases are from age group 20 to 59 years old. Most of them are actually employed, with slightly greater number of cases in male compared to female. At lags of up to 2 weeks, positive correlation are seen for rainfall in agreement with another study. However, relative humidity was found to be negatively correlated with dengue cases in another. Our final regression models drop temperature and rainfall as predicted. R-square MLOs at 0.26 with wind speed at 10 meter height and relative humidity negative association, while wind speed at 100 meters showing positive association. This is in marked difference with other final models that include rain temperature and wind speed with a better R-squared. And another study conducted in Petaling Jaya in 2014 recognizes optimal model should include wind speed, humidity, rainfall, and that will yield a negative relationship with dengue incidence. To conclude, correlation between lag dengue cases and climate factors, along with linear regression, emphasizes the importance of climate factors in predicting dengue fever. Negative association with humidity and wind speed highlights their potential protective effect, while positive association with wind speed at 100 meters suggests a contributing factor. Our limitations include number 1, underreporting of cases, number 2, remote sensing data derived from reading and met station geolocation. Further studies can explore specific point of interest with high disease burden.
Okay, all right, thank you, Hafiz. Can I know what do you mean by lag dengue cases?
Hello, good evening, Prof. So, in most of the literature, in examining effect of any variable with dengue cases, lag is the calculation used to describe the changes which can happen in either 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So the lag value is determined by the number of weeks expected changes in dengue cases are to be seen after the model is integrated.
So the environmental data that you got, right? The wind speed, humidity, and also the wind speed, humidity are some of the factors that you keyed in. So how how do you measure, how you determine this information for each of the data, for each of the individual sample?
Normally, most of the studies utilizes data sets from meteorological station, but in recent years, people have started to venture into remote sensing, utilizing data sets from satellite models and generation of data from satellite models. So for our location, in this particular study, I use the same location generated by satellite as per our meteorological station. The strength of correlation between all the data set in relation between met station and satellite data was tested prior to venturing into 2017 to 2023 data sets.
So it is based on the location of the patient's house, or how do you get that data?
For Kuching division, our center for satellite reading is met station with resolution of 9-kilometer grid. That is the lowest resolution you can get in one can get in satellite datasets.
Okay, so I want to be clear, means that if you say if 9 kilometer square grid, right? So if there are, for example, there are about 10 dengue patients in that one particular grid, all of them will be sharing the same data.
That are among the advantage of remote sensing data. But for this particular study, Prof, we infer one reading from one location to the whole Kuching division. But some other studies did venture into reading cases specific to certain locality like urban hotspot, urban heat maps, and all.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Dr. Deborah?
Okay, Dr. Hafiz, did you mentioned regarding the leg dengue cases? So does it mean that you all did an analysis of a leg plot?
Actually, in running the in running the data sets in SPSS, we use the function to re I forgot the exact term now, but it's supposed to run the collision and to regenerate data for legs in SPSS.
Okay, so it's not manually done the leg plot where you got the formula regarding your leg at 2 weeks, 4 weeks, and 8 weeks macam tu lah. It's already inserted in the SPSS ah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I saw a lot that you mentioned sekejap-sekejap correlation, sekejap-sekejap association. So actually you are finding for your main finding is actually the correlation ke, the association, and then in the end is the regression kan. So actually you are more on the correlation ke, the association. What type of relationship of the statistical that you are your main focus?
Our aim is to do regression to see the association and strength of correlation.
Okay,
Whether it's
thank you.
positive or negative. Thank you, Dr.
Okay, thank you, Hafiz. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Hafiz, for the presentation. Is Miss Adriana still on the line?
Yes.
Hello, Miss Adriana. So we are open this question
I'm
and
very sorry for
answer
the
session
technical
for
issue
you,
just now.
but bear in mind that we have very limited time, so only one question from each judge. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Miss Adriana, I asked you my first question just now. How would your
Good
findings,
afternoon.
yeah, good afternoon. How would your findings from your research influence the public health in general? Thank you.
So in general, it will help the public people because as we all know, water quality is a very important thing in aquaculture. And aquaculture is where they produce fish, they they keep on doing the things with the fish, and it's related to the water quality. So when the water quality is not in a good condition, so of course the fishes, the shrimps that live in the water bodies is not in a good condition. So this will affect the consumer that consume the fishes because our study sites are all commercialized aquaculture sites. So this is it poses a really highly risk health potential risk to the consumer. So in our study, it will help especially the monitoring strategies to see whether all the water quality, all the fishes that live in this aquaculture pond are good for for consumptions or not. So these are the things that important.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think I have no further question from me.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thanks. Okay.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Miss Adriana. So we will proceed to our next presentation, which is our presenter, Dr. Muhammad Zikri from Pejabat Kesihatan Daerah Bacho.
Assalamualaikum and hi everyone. My name is Muhammad Zikri and today I'm presenting our case study titled Rethinking to Address Heat Stroke in Bacha Destructive Climate, a Public Health Insight. In this slide, we discuss what heat stroke is, a serious medical emergency where the body temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius, leading to brain and other central nervous system problems like confusion, seizures, and even unconsciousness. It is an extreme situation that arises from too much heat or excessive physical activity, making it hard for the body to cool down. Unfortunately, heat stroke can be deadly, and those who survive may face lasting health issues. Adding to the challenge, it is tough for the doctor to diagnose heat stroke because its symptom can look like other medical condition, especially when there is no obvious physical exertion involved. This makes our understanding and response to the heat stroke all the more critical. In our study, we aim to analyze the circumstances leading to the fatal heat stroke incidents, identify risk factors contributing to the outcome, enhance understanding of the heat stroke in similar climatic regions, and propose preventive strategies. A case report approach was utilized involving a detailed examination of the patient medical and social history, environmental condition, and chronological events leading to the fatality. Data were collected from medical records, weather reports, and also interview with the parents and also healthcare providers. In our case study, the patient was an 11 years old Malay boy. Despite being healthy with no non-medical illness, he was underweight at 27 kilograms. He was a quiet, shy child, yet active in play, especially with his younger sibling and friends. At this age, he still not being fully toilet trained and having specific dietary preference. He attended remedial class in primary school, lived in a modest village home in Bachok, close to the beach, but quite a distance from medical facilities in a low household income family. This background set the stage for the understanding of the tragic event of his heat stroke death. In this part of our study, we share the sad outcome of the case. The young boy passed away in health clinic on 25th April 2023 at 9:27 in the morning. The cause was heat stroke complicated with severe dehydration. This tragic loss highlights the critical needs for awareness and preventive measures against heat-related illness, especially in vulnerable populations like children. Chronology of events. On 22nd of April, patient was at home in the morning, visited grandmother's house in Tumpat and consumed only home-cooked food. He spent the afternoon around home playing with his sibling, and on 23rd of April, he played outside with friends and siblings from early morning, took a break for drink at noon, and continued playing until 7 p.m. And on 24th of April, he began the day with fever, leg pain, and exhibit diarrhea twice. According to the mother, patient stayed indoor, being less active with reduced appetite and oral intake, and the fever had been fluctuated between 37 to 38 degrees Celsius, and the mother had given patient sub-PCM at noon, and by night the fever worsened with chills, leg cramp, and delirium. And mother gave another dose of PCM at the night, and the fever does subside but delirium persists. And on 25th of April, patient condition deteriorated in the morning, showing extreme lethargy and had one instance of diarrhea. Patient was taken to the health clinic at 8:10 a.m. and had seizure while prepared to the clinic. He arrived at the clinic at 8:20 a.m. in a critical state, unresponsive and gasping. Based on the medical record, patient collapsed and had cardiac arrest during the initial examination and IV line setup. The CPR was initiated at 8:27 a.m. but unsuccessful, and the patient was confirmed deceased. The body was transferred by the police to the nearest hospital forensic unit. At first, the medical officer at the clinic believed that the patient had passed away from septic shock secondary to gastroenteritis. However, after a detailed forensic examination, the actual cause of death was identified as heat stroke accompanied by severe dehydration. This shift in understanding underscored the importance of thorough investigation to accurately determine the cause of such tragic incidents. From the interview with the parents, we learned that the child had history of fever after playing for a long period, but would quickly recover with medication. Initially, the mother thought that the symptom of delirium might be due to spiritual possession, which delayed seeking medical attention. Furthermore, both parents note that the weather from 22nd to 24th of April were exceptionally hot and dry, providing context to the environmental condition that might have contributed to the severity of the child's condition. During the day leading to the tragic event, from 22nd of April to 23rd of April, our review of weather data showed the temperature ranging from 27 to 32 degrees according to the Zoom Earth. The Met Malaysia report also indicates the temperature stayed below 35 degrees Celsius during this period. And notably, there are no heat advisory or warning issued. This information suggests that while the temperature were high, they were not usually extreme by local standard, underscoring the importance of understanding individual vulnerability to heat. In discussing risk factor, we note that the individual aspect like being a child, underweight, and prolonged exposure to the hot weather all play a role. The environmental setting, being close to the coastal, where it is hot and dry, and social factor like lack of awareness and delayed medical attention also contributed. Diagnosing heat stroke is tricky because early symptoms can look a lot like other conditions, include heat exhaustion and infection like gastroenteritis. They show why it is important for both doctors and everyone to be more aware and educated about spotting the symptom and sign of heat-related illness early on. I would like to highlight some crucial learning points. First, this case serves as a strong reminder on how deadly heat stroke can be, especially in hot and humid climate. Recognizing heat stroke early and treating it quickly is vital to prevent serious harm and death. Also, the environment plays a big role in heat stroke cases. Factors like high temperature, humidity, and being in the heat for too long are major contributors. By understanding this element, it helps us better prevent and respond to the heat stroke cases and risks. To improve our community safety from heat stroke, we suggest building detailed warning system that focus on our local climate, considering both heat and humidity to better identify risky weather. We should also run big education program to teach everyone about heat stroke danger, how to spot symptom early, and the step to take right away. It is crucial to have clear plan for responding to heat-related emergency quickly to save life. Plus, we should also adopt way to stay cool, like finding shade or air conditioner place, drinking plenty of water, and planning outdoor activity for the cooler time of the day. These are the reference, and with that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Zikri. Can I know, after this event of heat stroke in this child, was there any follow-up action? Maybe, for example, active case detection among the surrounding neighborhood, kan, next to the houses, the neighboring houses, etc. Any actions of the kind after this event?
Okay, thank you. First of all, actually, during the events, after the event, the surveillance of the heat stroke or heat related illness have been enhanced in Kelantan, especially because we got the first heat stroke cases death at that time. So then we do active surveillance at the local area. But there's no other cases or other reported case lah at the surrounding area. And then also noted from the history, there's the sibling and also the friends of this case actually usually they go playing together. But then maybe due to the longer period of exposure of this patient only, the other individual they do stop playing and get enough rest. But this patient on one day before he had symptom, he played starting from the early morning up to 7 o'clock in the night lah. So I think that is the main thing lah, the prolonged history of exposure to heat climate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Zikri, based on your case study, I just want to know a little bit more regarding the child that is involved. You say he's 11 years old, but no non-medical case, but he's very underweight and he has special dietary preferences. Can you elaborate more regarding this case?
This patient actually an 11 years old Malay boy. I think this patient have social need, special need lah in term of education lah, because patient was placed under a special class pendidikan khas lah in the school. And then we do the interview with the parents. The parents informed that this patient actually had no known medical illness lah, including during the birth and also up to the age of 11 and no history of admission before. But then maybe due to the lack of education or poor in awareness, this patient had a prolonged history of heat at the environment environment.
Oh, okay, okay. So based on your risk factor that you have identified, what are the immediate intervention that you would propose in your peringkat PKD, your peringkat locally that is timely and effective for prevention of such a case in the future?
Okay, we recommend that to improve our public education campaign lah, especially in Bachok. We do collaboration with local authorities and school to inform about the risk factor for the heat stroke danger and also the sign and symptom, so that the patient can come early to seek treatment. As we can, as presented before, this patient actually had late presentation. It also include due to the lack of health awareness lah among the patient and also among the parents, because the mother believed that when the patient had delirium, the mother believed that this patient actually being possessed by spiritual possession lah. So that actually the time that mother should already send the patient to the clinic or hospital, but then delayed lah for this case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Zikri. Thank you, judges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with our final presentation for today. Our next presenter is Dr. Burhanuddin Helmi Zanail from University Malaya.
Hello and welcome. My name is Dr. Muhammad Burhanuddin Helmi bin Zanail. Today I'm going to present on the critical issue of childhood malnutrition among the Orang Asli children in Peninsular Malaysia. I am supervised by Professor Dr. Moy Fong Ming and Associate Professor Dr. Tarani Loganathan from Department of Social and Preventative Medicine, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur. These are the content of my presentation for today. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my supervisors for their support and guidance throughout my research study. This presentation contains research findings and content that have not yet been published in any peer-reviewed journal or publication. The information presented here is based on ongoing research and is subject to further review and revision. First of all, childhood malnutrition refers to a condition where children do not receive an adequate amount of nutrient essential for their growth and development. The WHO defines malnutrition in terms of deficiency, excess or imbalance in person intake of energy or nutrient, which cover three broad categories: undernutrition, overnutrition, and micronutrient deficiency. Undernutrition manifests as underweight when the children have low weight for their age, stunting when they have low height for their age, and wasting is when they have low weight for their height, indicating deficiency in essential nutrient crucial for proper growth and development. Childhood malnutrition have severe consequences, including stunted physical growth, impaired brain development and cognitive function, weakened immunity system, leading to increased susceptibility to infection and elevated risk for morbidity and mortality. Childhood malnutrition poses a critical global health challenge, particularly in low and middle income countries. The Sustainable Development Goal (SDG) aim to eradicate all forms of malnutrition by 2030, with specific targets to reduce the prevalence of stunting by 40% and eliminating wasting, especially in children under 5 years of age by 2025. Orang Asli is an indigenous minority totaling approximately 200,000 individuals in Malaysia and composed of 18 different sub-ethnic groups, each with its own unique language and cultures. The majority of the Orang Asli communities reside in rural and remote areas within Peninsular Malaysia, maintaining a profound bond with their ancestral practice, environment and traditional way of life. Their lifestyle is rooted in subsistence living, emphasizing the preservation of their independence, culture, and heritage. Frequently marginalized due to their lifestyle and belief, the Orang Asli community continue face significant challenges, including high level of poverty, limited access to education, and poor health and nutritional outcome. These are the result of inadequate land protection for the Orang Asli community, leading to environmental degradation caused by logging and developmental activities. Consequently, this situation contributes to high level of food insecurity among the Orang Asli population. This is because the Orang Asli communities relies on the natural resources for survival, contribute to nutritional challenges, resulting in persistently high prevalence of childhood malnutrition. Hence, this underscores the urgent need for comprehensive support and targeted intervention to address these pressing public health issues. Based on the literature, Orang Asli children in Malaysia had disproportionately high rates of malnutrition compared to the national average. The prevalence is considered as very high public health significant based on the international standards set by the WHO. This signals serious country shortcoming in fulfilling basic nutritional needs among Malaysian most marginalized population. The study gap found majority of the study had narrow geographic focus, inhibit broader generalizability and national representativeness. Furthermore, the limited research on children under 5 years old, a critical demographic for nutritional indicators. Additionally, the mixed impact of government resettlement initiative on Orang Asli communities create the need for evaluation. Thus, this study aimed to determine the prevalence and factors associated with childhood malnutrition among Orang Asli children aged 5 years old and below in rural area in Peninsular Malaysia. These are the methodology used in this study, using a population-based cross-sectional study design, collecting data from September 2020 to September 2021 in 4 rural districts in Lipis, Cameron Highlands and Jerantut in the state of Pahang and Hulu Perak in the state of Perak. Using convenience sampling based on the mobile clinic visit by the Pasukan Bergerak Orang Asli or PBOA. This study includes all Orang Asli children aged 6 to 16 months old with no known congenital or chronic illnesses. We collect data on anthropometric measurement, interview the parents or the caretaker on social demographic, parental and family characteristic, child care practice, home environmental characteristic, Redimal Cornell food insecurity and hunger scale, and taken 3 days, 24 hours diet recall. And by using the WHO criteria, the children weight for age, height for age, and BMI for age, Z-score below -2 standard deviation are considered malnourished. Total of 529 Orang Asli children were included in this study, with 54% were boys. More than a quarter of the data collected in district of Lipis and Cameron Highlands, followed by district of Jerantut and Hulu Perak, with majority of the children live in the traditional Orang Asli village. Many of the households at 70.51% have income less than 500 ringgit per month. Many of the children were older age categories, with most of the sample came from Senoi ethnic group, with majority of them were Semai people. Result shows the prevalence of childhood malnutrition among Orang Asli children in these 4 rural districts were more than a quarter of, or at 34.97% of the Orang Asli children being underweight. More than half at 55.77% were stunted, and only 7.56% were found to be wasted. This current study showed the prevalence of childhood malnutrition among Orang Asli children was consistent with other studies and shows significantly higher rates compared to the general Malaysian children population. Trend of childhood malnutrition among the orang asli children indicates improvement in underweight and wasting, but had persistently high rates of childhood stunting. Additionally, in this study, we found Negrito children shows higher rates of underweight in contrast with different sub-ethnic group living in rural district. In this study, we also found the risk factor being underweight were boys born with low birth weight from Negrito sub-ethnic group had higher birth order, the children had experienced hunger, had prolonged breastfeeding, and had an early weaning initiation less than 6 months old. The protective factors for underweight were children lived in resettled village and had natural water supply. For risk factor for stunting, children were children of older age, had early weaning initiation, higher birth order, the children had experienced hunger and had inadequate iron intake. As for the protective factor, we found mother with higher BMI were a protective factor for stunted children. As for the risk factor for wasting in children, children who had low birth weight had early weaning initiation and had experienced hunger, while the protective factors found for wasted children is children who live further away from health facilities and those who live in floodplain areas. Based on these key findings we mentioned previously, we recommend the need for the better social safety net and poverty alleviation strategies. These may include agricultural development projects and public infrastructure in the rural area. Other than that, targeted interventions should aim at improving dietary intake, diet diversity, food insecurity, such as social assistance program. Investing in rural health services, this can be done through maternal and child health program by improving health facilities, increase manpower capacity, and enhance knowledge among healthcare providers to provide culturally sensitive healthcare to the Orang Asli communities. Besides that, the ongoing education and promotion of early and exclusive breastfeeding for 6 months and introduce of timely, adequate, and safe complementary food should be continued and enhanced. Impact of childhood malnutrition among the Orang Asli children. This study show high prevalence of childhood malnutrition, pose risk to mortality and long-term cognitive development. The economic and productivity costs resulting from malnutrition impact both individual and the nation, with health expenditure and lost economic potential posing barrier to human capital formation and national growth. As for policy implication, addressing childhood malnutrition among the Orang Asli community can significantly contribute to accelerating progress toward the sustainable developmental goal. Exploring the factors associated with malnutrition among Orang Asli children in rural area is crucial for developing targeted and culturally sensitive intervention that can effectively address the root cause of malnutrition within this population. Furthermore, eliminating childhood malnutrition has the potential to lead to substantial increase in lifetime earning and break the cycle of poverty, highlighting the far-reaching impact of addressing malnutrition on socio-economic development within the Orang Asli community. Challenge and limitation. The study encountered various challenges that are important to consider in research involving vulnerable population like Orang Asli community. Transportation difficulty may have impacted the data collection and participant access. Natural disasters such as flood can disrupt research activity and necessitate flexibility and in study timelines and logistics. Effective community engagement strategies are essential for building trust and ensuring the participation of the community members in research initiatives. Also, mitigating selection bias is crucial by inviting the Orang Asli to join and snowball during the clinic session. Lastly, maintaining a cultural sensitivity throughout the research process is essential by respecting the tradition and belief of our Orang Asli community when conducting interviews and measurement. Other limitations were the study cannot establish causal and effect relationship due to the cross-sectional nature, and this study also susceptible to selection bias and recall bias. And we suggest the future research to consider probability sampling, plan ahead for logistic and community engagement, uh, doing a longitudinal and evaluation studies, and a collaborative partnership with the Orang Asli to build their capacity for research. In conclusion, the current study shows the prevalence rate of childhood malnutrition among Orang Asli children is persistently high and indicate a significant public health concern among the Orang Asli population. Factors such as social demographic disparities, food insecurity, early nutritional care, mother nutritional status, and environmental factors are found to be significant factors associated with childhood malnutrition. The improvement of healthcare in terms of access and utilization, preventative programs, and community empowerment are proven to be more cost-effective in reducing childhood malnutrition. Indigenous people rights need to be protected. Need the call for action for better policy of indigenous people for development, social connectedness, and protection from degrading environmental issues at regional and national level. These are the references used in this slide. With that, thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, Burhanuddin, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Yeah. Okay. What is the do you think that you expect do you expect the finding that you found in the study, and do you think that the risk factor and also the protective factor that you found is similar to is different or similar to the previous studies that has been done before among the Orang Asli?
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for the question. In my research time, I look at all this literature review. Only few of the study had done factor association. Specifically, only one focuses on nutritional intake of the Orang Asli children. Many of them are more focused on the cognitive and the effect of the malnutrition and parasitic infection. So in my study, I found many of the factors are quite similar, but we were surprised to find like stunted children were for those children who were not taking enough iron were found significantly to be at odds with the stunting lah. And we found also the surprise finding was the resettlement program done by the government that shows that those children live in the resettlement area, which had been a program since 1970, had actually improved in terms of underweight. And those children of Negrito sub-tribal, which are more hunter-gathered population, they are much more at risk for underweight. Those are findings that I haven't come across in the literature so far.
Okay. All right. Okay. Can I know also, right? Does this show that, I mean, because in your conclusion you mentioned there's a word that you use, persistently, persistent childhood malnutrition. I think that was in your recommendation and conclusion, I think. In your opinion, what is the main, I mean, I'm sure that there's some form of a program for the Orang Asli children in terms of nutrition, etc. But what in your opinion, what could be the main problem that, is there a weakness in terms of policy or, any issues like that?
Thank you, Prof, for the question. Okay, first of all, we know that there are higher prevalence of childhood malnutrition among the orang asli. If you go through, skim all the literature review from the 1970s, 80s until the nearly 2000, the numbers of stunted children almost remain the same. This means that the overall health, socio-economics, and social structure of the orang asli have not changed since then. Although our modern society already improved in terms of socio-economics, but those disparities still persist among the orang asli. So my main aim was to persistently also to tell people that this vulnerable population are still in needs of help, and those awareness might help in my line of work in public health will create awareness to MOH staff, especially those KKM staff working in the rural area, to be aware not only to treat diseases but also to prevent those problems among the children. I understand the utilization was very limited for them, but this can at least make MOH to evaluate the nutritional program that they have at the moment, such as the community feeding and the PPKZM that giving bakul to those children.
So what do you think is the most important area to be prioritized and to be addressed in this issue? If you were given...
Based on my research, I found that in a population that have low socioeconomics level, the nutritional support have a very significant impact. However, if a children in a little bit higher socio-economic level, the nutritional education will give much more better outcome for the malnourished children.
Yeah, basically money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mohanuddin. Dr. Deborah, is there any question from you?
So we still have time, huh? Maybe I can ask one more question to Dr. Baharuddin.
Yes. Yeah,
What do you think if you were in the concept and all your framework that you're working upon, all your variables, do you think there is any role for a mediating factor or a moderating factor inside your framework that you're working with lah? Since this research has been done extensively since before, kan? Is there any form of other mediating factor or any moderating factor? There's a role in one of those things?
Okay. In my opinion, Prof, I think that since 2012, the JAQUA, the main body of the government that regulate this orang asli, had given us the MOH the the right to give a service to this orang asli in the rural area. So with that, we kind of exposed to the greater problem of the orang asli. So the MOH already actually improve in terms of the mobile clinic they have. Before this, they only look at the maternal and child health issues, those all the pregnant women and the children that have any detection of disability or something like that. But currently, we are more focused on the preventative measure, which we are planning ahead to increase the early nutritional education. And next, maybe the intervention for those children that have been detected within the MOH bubble. However, we know that this hard-to-reach population have different culture sensitivity compared to our modern society. So the approach must be very scientific Number one. Number two, should be culturally sensitive to those orang asli, because we know they have 18 different orang asli in Peninsular Malaysia, so they have different way of engaging those people. Otherwise, they will run away.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burhanuddin, for the
Bondin, another one.
presentation.
And
Yes.
another one, I'm just curious, right? Why did you use the Redimer as your tool to measure food insecurity? I mean, what is the justification? Just curious.
Okay. All right. The Redimer Cornell food insecurity and hunger scale can use to evaluate the severity of food insecurity, and it had been used before this by another researcher that validate those Redimer Cornell in Bahasa Malaysia. So that's why I use the one that Redimer Cornell compared to the other screening questionnaire for food insecurity.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
It's a validated one.
All right.
For the orang asli. Sorry.
Because I've read somewhere that, they said that it's not very comprehensive in a way, but it's okay. No problem. Thank
It is
you.
not, yeah. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Burhanuddin, for the
Thank you.
presentation, and thank you to our judges for the questions and answer. With that, we have now reached the end of the first day of UNIMAS 10th Public Health Seminar. We would like to express our gratitude to our presenters for their presentations and to our judges for their knowledgeable insights. We hope that you have all enjoyed our session today. We shall see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Please refer to the link that has been provided in the email for the second day of the PHS 10. Once again, thank you and see you tomorrow.
bersatu dalam Sarawak yang tercinta. Rakyat hidup aman dan bahagia. Satu impian sehati sejiwa, jasamu disanjung dalam Malaysia.
Terbang tinggi burung kenyalang, anugerah bangsa penuh gemilang.
Untukmu kami rela berkorban, demi cinta, aman dan kemakmuran. Untukmu kami taat, setia berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Kami sayang kita, oh Sarawak. Berjuang ke arah perpaduan, bersepakat menuju kemana